while ago I asked you where should I start a new base building series, and the clear winner was ATROX, so that's what we're doing here. But there's a catch. I will start with no shelter. That means that as soon as we land we will have no power and no oxygen. Okay, so once I open this door and step out, there's no turning back. Are you ready? Okay, let's do it. First things first, we're gonna be looking for resin and compound because we're gonna be running out of oxygen soon enough, and we have nothing to provide us oxygen because we have no shelter, so we are gonna need to find some resin quick. But we will also need a little bit of compound in order to make a small generator and get some power, because if we don't have enough power we cannot use the resin to get our oxygen. This is really bad, we are really running out. Oh, but there it is, there it is. I found resin. Okay, let's go, really quick. Oxygen filters. Alright. We are so close. Come on, okay. And now the next thing we need to do is craft a small generator so we don't run out of power. And we'll power it with organic. This should give us enough power to mine some more resin and turn it into oxygen filters. Okay, we've got quite some resin here, but this node will run out, so we'll have to find another one. Oh, there's another one right there. So I guess we were lucky to find two of them so close together. For now, we are set. We've got power and we've got a decent amount of resin to get some oxygen. That early part was really scary. We were so close to suffocating, but we made it. Next thing we're gonna have to do is craft a small printer and a medium printer. So let's go ahead and get some more compound for that. And I've seen some over here, I think. We ran past it. Oh yeah, there it is. So let's get some more compound. I think around 3 should be enough. There we go. And we'll also need to craft some more oxygen filters. Let's also get a small canister. But a really important thing, we need to stay close to these resin deposits, because if we stray too far away and we don't find another one, then we're gonna be in trouble. But I've just seen a third one over here. And yeah, that's another thing to worry about. These plants are really dangerous, so we should be very careful when dealing with them. And right as I said that, I got too close. I'll throw the canister on here, and now we can craft a small printer. We will also need something to power it up, so I guess the generator will have to do for right now. And here we'll craft the medium printer. I'd better get some more resin as well. There we go. And the medium printer is done. So we've got all of them right here. Let's actually craft some more oxygen filters. Great, now let's see what we need for a platform. Okay, so it's 1 resin. We just need some power. And there we go. We can now place our medium printer on this platform. So there we go. I'll actually grab some more compound so we can have another generator, or maybe even 2 generators. Well, but this terrain is really hard, so we are gonna be needing a drill mod soon. But first of all, we are gonna need an oxygenator. Without that, we would constantly be needing resin to survive. So yeah, let's go ahead and craft some more generators here. There we go. So we can leave these right here. Now we also have a power source for our little base here, but let's see what we need in order to craft an oxygenator. Or do we even have it? We don't have it. So let's unlock it. Okay, so for an oxygenator we're gonna be needing aluminum, ceramic, and 1800 bytes. Great, so I guess I should start getting some bytes. We're gonna be using these research samples. So I'm gonna be looking for research samples while making sure that I've got enough oxygen and power to survive. And yeah, this should not take that long. We've already got 500. I'll gather all of these bytes and then we'll have to look for aluminum and ceramic, which I guess also means we're gonna need a smelter. So I'm gonna be looking for all of these bytes and then we'll build the smelter once I get back. While looking around, I found this thing which should have cool items inside. I already uncovered a medium gas canister from here, so let's keep on digging and see if we get anything else. Oh, I see some aluminum. Alright, we need that. Scrap and nanocarbon alloy. Alright, so we've already got nanocarbon alloy. We've started this save like 15 minutes ago. So that's extremely cool. This was a great find here. And I'm hoping I will find more of these actually. We also need some more power items, so that would be great. But to be honest, I'm extremely happy we got the aluminum. Wait a second. I think we can use the nanocarbon alloy to get a portable oxygenator. Yeah, we can, but it's 10,000 bytes. Alright, so we'll hold on to the nanocarbon alloy, we'll place it in our base, and once we have all of those bytes, we are gonna be crafting this, for sure. I'm still looking for research samples. I tried going to the caves as well, but it's kind of dangerous there, so I'd better stick to the surface for now. Honestly, I'm thinking of maybe using a research chamber as well. I usually don't build a research chamber at the start of an Astroneer save, but I guess here we could be doing that. Okay, so we need 2 compound and 1 resin. I'll gather those materials and we'll be able to craft it. Let's start up the generators, and there we go. We are crafting our research chamber. I also want the large platform B, so let's go ahead and unlock that. And we're gonna need 3 resin for it. And then on top of that platform we'll have our smelting furnace, which is another 250 bytes. After we have all of those set up, we'll still need 1800 more bytes for the oxygenator, and we still haven't found any clay. I'm still looking for it everywhere I go. And we are actually gonna need to craft 2 platforms because the research chamber needs one as well, so I'd better go mine some resin, and I'll be right back when all of these are built. Okay, so just a quick update along the way. We kind of lost our base because we ran out of oxygen like 10 times, because we got respawned back to the original point. But I found another one of these, and we've got another nanocarbon alloy, and once we find our old base we'll have another nanocarbon alloy, so we've got 2 right now. Our problem right now is that we cannot find any clay, so I decided we should build a soil centrifuge and get clay that way. But for a soil centrifuge we'll need aluminum, and we had an aluminum, but it's in the old base, which I cannot find. Now here's where it gets fun. We can get aluminum by going into the caves, but we do not have a drill mod in order to dig down that deep. Now what do you think is required for a drill mod? Of course, ceramic, so we need clay. So you see how we are stuck in a sort of a loop where we need both clay and aluminum, and this could all be solved if I just found the old base. We have an aluminum right there. We have already unlocked the schematic for the oxygenator. All we need are the materials to craft it. So I'm not entirely sure what to do about that, but I'll figure it out and we'll build it. Okay, so this is amazing. We just found aluminum in the canyons. So let's go ahead and mine this. We'll need at least 2. One is for crafting the soil centrifuge and the other one for the oxygenator. Then we are gonna use the soil centrifuge to get our clay. We'll smelt the clay into ceramic, and then we're all good to go. I still haven't found the old base, but it doesn't matter right now. We've got 2 laterite. Let's go ahead and smelt these. This was such a lucky find. I was not expecting to find any laterite down here. I was looking for clay, but I'll take it. The laterite is even better because now we can get as much clay as we want with the soil centrifuge. And now I've been building these pillars wherever I go, so I don't forget where the base is again, because that would be really bad. We've also got a resource pit right here. That's the noob storage. So let's go ahead and smelt these. We'll also need some organic to power up the smelter. So there we go, we are smelting our aluminum. That's the soil centrifuge, 1 aluminum and 2 compound. Let's get 1 extra compound here. And there we go, we've got 1 aluminum done. It's time for the next one. And we are so close to getting our oxygenator, I can feel it. And there it goes, we got the second aluminum as well. Let's go ahead and craft our soil centrifuge, and we'll place it right here for now. We'll obviously build multiple platforms. And I'm pretty sure we will still find the old base as well. We have our research chamber there, and we've got another nanocarbon alloy, so we'll definitely need to find that. And there it goes. Let's place it right here, and we can get started right away. I've got a full soil canister, so we can get 3 clay. I'll also go ahead and refill this soil canister, and we also need some more organic. There we go, our clay is crafting. We will turn it all into ceramic, and then we are gonna use 1 ceramic to get a drill mod and the other one along with an aluminum to get our oxygenator. Once we've got the oxygenator, we can now use tethers, so this is gonna be so much easier. Once we can use tethers and we have the drill mod, we can explore the cave system, and from there we're gonna unlock more and more resources. We're also gonna expand the base after that, but right now let's get our clay. And we are gonna need to smelt it. So let's throw it on here. And I'm also getting some more resin so that we can have proper storage in the base. Okay, are you ready for this? we can now craft the oxygenator finally. So let's go ahead and do that. And we are out of organic now. Alright. That was anticlimactic. But I'll gather some organic and then we can craft our oxygenator finally. I have to tell you, I ran out of oxygen so many times because the game kept respawning me at the original spot, not at the base, obviously because we have no shelter. So it kept respawning me at the original spot and I had to run back to some resin. But because the first time we got here, I took all of the resin from there, there was no resin around the spawning spot. So I kept spawning and respawning and I never found any resin. But it's not gonna be a problem anymore because we've got our oxygenator right here. I'll place it on this platform. And there we go. We've got oxygen in the base finally. Great, now we'll be able to use tethers, we'll be able to expand the base and craft so many more items. First of all, let's get a buggy, but for that we're gonna need 1500 bytes. So let's first craft a research chamber. We'll obviously need a platform for that as well. And let's start up the generators to get some power. In this video we will also expand the base, get some more storage and add power items because we really have a power problem here. But we're also gonna go to Calidor and Glacio in order to get some really important resources that we are gonna use to craft the chemistry lab and the atmospheric condenser. And with that, obviously, to go to other planets, we will also need to craft a shuttle and some thrusters. So stay tuned because we are gonna do a lot of stuff in this episode. Alright, so let me get some compound here. And there we go, we can now craft our research chamber. We'll set it up over here in the corner of the base. And while that gets crafted, I'll go gather some soil so that we can get some more clay. We are gonna use that in order to craft some wind turbines. And later in the video we'll also go into the caves to find some copper for the solar panels. Let's throw our research chamber over here. There we go, we can turn it on. And we're gonna need to find an item and I already see one over there. So I'll grab this and we'll start scanning it. Obviously we'll need to constantly provide power for that, which is a problem, but we're gonna fix it very soon. We also have a nanocarbon alloy from last time and we've also got another one, but it's in another base that I cannot find. It's somewhere on the planet and I'm sure we'll get it eventually. We are getting a ton of bytes as you can clearly see right here. I've also crafted a large printer because we are gonna need this in order to craft our shuttle. But right now let's unlock the buggy. We've got enough bytes for that. And we'll go ahead and craft that. And let's go. Then we'll also need a rover seat for it. So let's go ahead and craft that too. There we go. And we are just gonna place a small generator on it so we've got enough power to move around. And using the buggy, it's gonna make it a lot easier to find resources that are a little bit further away from the base. And especially to gather research samples because we can just go with the buggy from tree to tree and scan all of those research samples. And since we are on ATROX, they each provide a ton of bytes, so that's gonna make everything a lot quicker. But in the meantime, we've also got our research chamber there that's doing its job and is getting us bytes. Great, so let's unpack the buggy. We'll also unpack the seat. We'll get a small generator on here, turn it on, and there we go. I leave that on there, so I'll craft another generator for my backpack. And I've also used the soil centrifuge to get some more organic, which is automatically fed in here to provide power for our research chamber because we're gonna need a ton of bytes. Now that we've got the buggy, we can go a little bit further and explore, but we're also gonna need to dig down a bit. So that's why we're gonna need a drill mod 1. This is 1000 bytes to unlock, so let's go ahead and do that as well. And now all we need is one ceramic in order to craft it. So there it is, we've got our drill mod. Now one important thing to note is that while using this, it is gonna consume a little bit of power, but I'm okay with that. I'll just gather some more organic and really soon we'll also get some other power items, so that's really good. The next thing we'll need to unlock is the solid fuel thruster. This is only 500 bytes, so I'll go ahead and do that as well. We'll need at least 2 of these, if not 3, and we still have enough bytes to get a solar panel and a small wind turbine. For the solar we're gonna need copper, which we don't really have right now, and then for the wind turbine we can use ceramic, and I'm actually gonna use the soil centrifuge again to get some clay. Also gonna need to fill these canisters up. To craft solid fuel thrusters we are gonna need aluminum and ammonium. We already have aluminum because we found a large deposit in the last video, but we don't have any ammonium, so I'm gonna take the buggy and I'm gonna go searching for some ammonium, and once I find some I'll make sure to bring a lot back to the base. After that, the next step is crafting a shuttle. And then we are gonna go first to Kelidor to get some tungsten, and we're gonna get, I think, 6 tungsten. That should be enough. And then we'll move over to Glacio, where we're gonna get iron, probably 6 as well. We are gonna use some of those materials in this video, and some are reserved for the next video. And I'm also really excited about filming that one too. But yeah, I'll keep looking around for some ammonium, and I'll show you when I find some.
One eternity later.
After driving around for a while, I found no ammonium, so I just used the soil centrifuge to get some here. We've got 3 ammonium, and we've also got some aluminum, so we can go ahead and craft solid fuel thrusters. We can craft 3 of them, so I'll just throw this on repeat, and I'll place the items on here. Then we'll need to craft a small shuttle, so let's go ahead and unlock that. We'll need 2 aluminum for this. So there we go. And we don't really have enough power, so let's go ahead and craft some wind turbines. There we go, we've got 8 of them, so once the wind starts blowing, we're gonna have a ton of power in the base. Of course, we'll also need some solar panels and some batteries, but the batteries require zinc, which can only be found on Silva or De Solo, so maybe we'll do that in another video. Right now, let's get our shuttle crafted so that we can visit Glacio and Kelidor. And after that, let's actually check how many bytes we'll need. So we're gonna need the chemistry lab, that's 1600 bytes. And we're gonna need tungsten, glass and ceramic, and then for the atmospheric condenser it's 2200 bytes, and we'll need iron, glass and plastic. So we'll craft these two after we get the materials from the other planets. But yeah, we've got the solid fuel thrusters, and all we need now is the shuttle. So the shuttle is finally crafted, but before we go, I actually want to craft a landing pad, because I'm afraid we won't be able to find our base when we need to land. We do have a beacon, however, but a natural landing spot might be somewhere out there, I don't know where. So it would be better to have a landing pad, that's why I'm gonna craft one right now. All we need is aluminum and 2 ceramic. And we've finally got wind, so we are getting a ton of power from the small wind turbines. I'm gonna wait for this to craft, I'm gonna place it, and then we can go to Kelidor. Let's go ahead and unpack the landing pad. I'll also leave this turned on while we're away, just so we get a couple more bytes every time the wind is blowing through here. We can unpack our landing pad, and from here we will also be able to claim all of the things from the missions that we've been completing, but we had no real opportunity to get all of these because we didn't have a shelter. Now we can claim all of these, and we should receive quite a little bit of bytes, as well as some items. But just look at how many bytes we are getting, this is insane. We had 2000 bytes I think before we started this, and now we have 6000. So yeah, that's a lot. But we've also got platforms, all kinds of platforms. We've got some more generators, tethers, canisters, storages, all of that. And I think we've also got a battery, that's really helpful. Look at that, we got one more oxygenator. Alright, we've got everything equipped, so let's just go ahead and put the thruster on the shuttle. There we go. Now we can get in and we can launch into space. Our first stop is gonna be Kelidor, so let's head over there. And now we should pick a good spot to land, so let's see, where would that be? Why aren't there any spots on this side? Oh, okay, they just popped in, that was weird. But let's go here. It's also pretty close to a gateway chamber, so I like this spot. And we are gonna need to find wolframite that we are gonna smelt into tungsten. And I already see some over there and on the mountaintop there. So we got extremely lucky here on Kelidor. We got so close to some of these, and I'm actually gonna take the shuttle with me because it provides oxygen. Here it is, this is how wolframite looks like if you don't know, so let's go ahead, and I want to grab 6. That was my goal, 6 wolframite and 6 iron. And I really wish we could take the graphite, but we don't have enough space for that. So there we go, we've got 6 wolframite, let's get out of here, and our next stop is Glacio. There it is. We are headed over there, and here it should be pretty easy to find iron. I'm honestly extremely surprised that it was so easy for us to find the wolframite, because that was the part that was hard to get. The iron should really be easy. So I land over here. and we'll look around for hematite that we will then smelt into iron. I can already see some over there, and I think there's some on the other side of this rock. I'll do the exact same thing. I will take the shuttle with me for oxygen, and I will mine 6 hematite. Oh yeah, look at how big this node is. So let's get 6 of these. If I were smart, I would have brought a medium storage to fit in here, but I didn't, so it is what it is. I'll place the small generator there. And the drill mod. Let's see, we don't need the tethers. Yeah. Alright. Great, so we've got 6 iron and 6 tungsten. I've placed the new solid fuel thruster on the shuttle, so we should be good to go. And we'll head back to ATROX, where we can now craft the chemistry lab, and then using the chemistry lab we'll be able to get the plastic needed for the atmospheric condenser. We also need quite a bit of bytes for those, but because we completed the missions we now have all the bytes we need. So yeah, let's go ahead and find our base here, and that should be it. So we'll land on our landing pad straight into the base. There we go, nice. Now it's time to smelt all of these, and we'll probably need more power for that. We have an extra solid fuel thruster. We're gonna use that for the next expedition, which is probably gonna be to Silva, I think. Or maybe we should go back to Calidor, we'll see. I guess it's time to unlock the chemistry lab and the atmospheric condenser. We've got enough bytes for both of those, so let's go ahead and do that. And now let's see what we need to craft these. So for the chemistry lab we'll need ceramic, glass and tungsten. We are missing the ceramic. So let's see if we can get some clay using the soil centrifuge. Yes, we can. So that's great. And then for the atmospheric condenser we'll need plastic, glass and iron. And the plastic is crafted in the chemistry lab, so we'll need to craft this one first. We will obviously need another platform as well. The chemistry lab is almost done crafting, and I've also prepared the platforms for both of them, the chemistry lab and the atmospheric condenser, so we'll be able to craft both of those, and we're gonna use them a lot in the next video. But right now let's get them all set up. Okay, so there we go, we can unlock it right here. And now let's see, we're gonna need plastic, which is carbon plus compound. So let's go ahead and smelt one organic and get one compound. We're also getting some wind power now, which is great. Everything's moving so much faster than before. So there we go, let's craft our plastic. There we go. And now we can use that to craft the atmospheric condenser. We're gonna need plastic, glass and iron. Okay, now we've got all of the materials needed for the atmospheric condenser, so let's go ahead and craft that. And as we can see in the Astropedia, let me just check it really quick. ATROX has a ton of gases. We've got helium, nitrogen, methane and sulfur here, so we are gonna be able to get all of these gases from this atmospheric condenser. One other thing we're gonna be using the atmospheric condenser for is a byte farm, but that's gonna be for the next video. You'll see exactly how I build it there. That's because we're gonna need so many bytes. A byte farm is the easiest way to go about it, so that's what we're gonna do. But right now this is almost done. Okay, there we go. We can unpack it right here next to our chemistry lab, and there it is. So we can get methane, nitrogen, sulfur and helium. We'll get started with it in the next episode. This also takes a whole lot of power. It takes 20 units per second when active, so we're gonna need to step up our power game, that's for sure. But as I said, we're gonna need to unlock an extra large platform C. This is 2000 bytes and we're gonna use 2 resin and 2 iron to craft it. Let's go ahead and do that. And this will need to be crafted in the large printer. So let's go ahead and get the materials. And we started crafting it. So the first thing we're gonna do is the byte farm. For that we're gonna need another atmospheric condenser, so I'll go ahead and craft this as well. We still kind of have a power issue here, but we're gonna fix that too. Right now we only have wind power, but that's about to change. After these two are finished crafting, we're gonna need to craft 3 more research chambers. So the atmospheric condenser and the research chambers will all go onto the same platform, and then we're gonna set up our byte farm over there. In the meantime, we'll have to get some power items too, but let me actually check one more thing. We're gonna need to unlock the large rover, so that's 5000 bytes. Good thing we're gonna have a byte farm that's gonna work 24/7. Of course, the byte farm will also consume power, so we really need some more power items. And then to craft the rover, we're also gonna need aluminum alloy, rubber and 2 exochips. The rubber and the aluminum alloy are easy to craft in the chemistry lab right here. But in order to get the exo chips, we're gonna have to open up some exo caches. We can do that with dynamite, or we can use some exploding plants to help us get them open. So we'll see what we can do about that, but right now I see that the atmospheric condenser is already crafted, so we can move ahead and craft some research chambers. I'm gonna set this on repeat so we can craft 3 of them. We've got all the materials crafted right here, so we'll go ahead and unpack them all. The platform first, then we'll have the atmospheric condenser on this end and 3 research chambers next to it. Let's go ahead and turn all of these on. And then from the atmospheric condenser, we'll choose the gas which has the most concentration. This right here is the number of the concentration, so the higher the number, the more gas we're gonna get. Methane seems to have the higher number, so we're gonna use that. We'll set this on repeat and turn it on. Now everything we need to do is set it up and connect it to power. So we're gonna have it right here behind these platforms, and we just need to connect it to the base. You can see the atmospheric condenser is already gathering methane, and once it's done, it will place them in all of these research chambers, which will automatically research it. We'll take a look at it while it's researching methane, but for that we're gonna need some methane first. Now this farm will take a lot of power because the atmospheric condenser alone requires 20 units per second. That's why we're gonna need to expand our power section. I also said that in this video we're gonna unlock a gateway chamber, and to do that we're gonna need to constantly provide 30 units per second. We also need to do that from a rover because we need to get to the gateway chamber somehow, so in order to do all of that we're gonna use the medium generator. The medium generator essentially turns carbon into power, so we're gonna have to get organic, smelt it, and then use the carbon, but this produces 9 units per second, so that's a lot. It costs 2000 bytes to unlock, and then we're gonna need aluminum and tungsten to craft it. So let's go ahead and do that. We've got it unlocked. There it is, the medium generator. I'll set this on repeat, I'll turn it on, and now we need tungsten. So we'll get 4 medium generators, and that should really be enough. It will be enough to unlock the gateway chamber, and it should be enough to power our base up. But of course we are gonna need to smelt the organic, so let's go ahead and start this process. We are gonna get organic using the soil centrifuge, so yes, we are using some power in order to get the carbon, but then the carbon gives us way more power than we put into it. So that's a really good trade right there, and with all that power our byte farm will be able to function, so we'll get a ton more bytes and we'll be able to unlock even more awesome stuff. The first methane has been crafted, and you can see a research chamber grabbed it and is researching it. We are getting 21 bytes per minute, and it's so low because we don't really have enough power, but once we get more power we're gonna get a ton more bytes. I'm waiting to get some carbon so we can start up these generators, and that should speed things up a bit. So there we go, the first generator is in action and it produces 9 units per second. You can see we are pretty good with the power because of just this one generator, and of course the wind also turned on a little bit, so that's helping us. But with all the generators active we should really have no power issues. And we'll go ahead and craft the final one, the 4th generator. We also need another platform because we are moving our wind section in the back there. I'll go gather some soil because we'll definitely need more organic for this. So I'll be back in just a second. We finally have enough bytes to unlock the large rover, so let's go ahead and do that. And now we'll need rubber, aluminum alloy, and exo chips. For the aluminum alloy, of course, we'll need copper, and there's no copper on ATROX as far as I know, so we're gonna have to head to Kelidor, and we're also gonna get some extra copper as well that we are gonna use for solar panels, and that should help us fix our power problem a little bit more. So let's go ahead and launch. And now let's head to Kelidor. We shouldn't really have a ton of problems finding copper here. From what I remember, it should be pretty much everywhere in the caves. So all we need to do is dig down and we'll find some copper. But I will take the shuttle with me because, yeah, we have no real oxygen here. We do, however, have a nanocarbon alloy on ATROX because we found it in one of those things that spawns with some items on it. So if we get 10,000 bytes, I think we can unlock the small oxygenator. So that's gonna help us get a ton of oxygen everywhere, but it does require power, so that would be a problem. I think we found some malachite right here. If you don't know, malachite is the thing that gets melted into copper, so we're gonna need a ton of malachite. But it seems like that was just a little bit on the surface there. I'll keep looking. Okay, I found some more right over here, so let's go ahead and grab as much as we can. it looks like we are also completing a mission here. So I guess that's alright, we'll get some extra items and maybe even some bytes. But yeah, there's a ton of copper right here, so we should get all that we can. And we also have a new solid thruster to get us back. I'm really glad I remembered to bring it, because otherwise we would have been stuck here. But yeah, we've got plenty of malachite. I'll also gather some more, and then we'll head back to ATROX. Okay, so I got a couple more. Now let's get in the shuttle and see if we can launch from the caves. Nope, it says sky obstructed. In earlier versions of the game you used to be able to do this. I think I also had a cave base at some point, and I would just get in with the shuttle straight from another planet. Those were fun times. Yeah, but this is more realistic, so giving credit for that. We'll head back to the surface and then we can go back to ATROX. But since we're already on Calidor, let's also grab some tungsten. I saw one right here on the side of the mountain, so I'll get a couple. Yeah, so there we go, we've got plenty of resources now. Alright, now that we've got a full backpack of resources, we can head back to ATROX finally. And now we will be able to craft more solar panels. And we can also craft all the materials we need for the rover. The last ingredient we're gonna need are 2 exochips. So we'll go hunting for an exocache next. And here we are back to ATROX, our home planet for this series. I really love ATROX. I think I've said this like 1,000 times sarcastically, and some people still think I'm being serious. But no, really, ATROX is the best planet in all of Astroneer. It's so easy and not dangerous at all, you know. I'm really looking forward to all the contradicting comments to what I just said. But let's focus on our thing right here. We'll need to smelt all of these resources. We'll start with the copper and we'll provide more power in the base. It's really that easy now. Okay, so in order to get a rover, as I said, we'll need exochips, aluminum alloy and rubber. So let's get started on that. We can go ahead and start the rubber, and then for the aluminum alloy we'll need aluminum and copper, so that's gonna be next at the chemistry lab. And then for the exochips we're actually gonna need to find some exocaches. I don't really see any on the map right now, but we'll get in the buggy and we'll move about a little bit until we find some, and then we can look into a way to unlock them. Let me actually turn on a generator here. So there we go, we've got the rubber. Now it's time for the aluminum alloy. And I think we also completed a couple more missions, so let's get our rewards. Getting a ton of bytes and some cool items. We also got the peculiar piece. We will do the rail missions as well, probably in the future, maybe next month, we'll see. And we also received the medium gas canister. I'm gonna place this right here next to our atmospheric condenser. But we got our aluminum alloy as well, and these are 2 of the things we need. Now I'll go looking for exocaches, and I will use the compass for this. What we are looking for are green circles. Those are exocaches, and we can even see them on the compass when they're underground, so we might have to dig a little bit for them. But I will drive around until we find some, and then we'll unlock them. One just appeared on the map right there, so I'll head towards it. And it's a little bit further down, maybe it's in this valley here. Let's see if we can spot it. Okay, so there it is on the wall right there. Great, we've got one. Now we'll need to unlock it, so we can use dynamite or we can find another way. Maybe we can get a plant to try shooting at us and then we move out of the way and that would explode the exocache. I've done that in the past, but it works best with cataplants, and I don't think there are any here, so that's gonna be harder to do it with these guys. But let's see if anything happens. So I'll sit right here. Okay, I'll sit right here. Come on, come on. Okay. Oh, it missed it. Or maybe I placed this in front of it. Yeah, all right. So it worked. Got a little bit glitchy there, but we've got 3 exochips from that. That's enough to craft our large rover, and I should really head back to the base because I'm running out of oxygen. I don't know where the buggy is. Kinda lost it, but we'll find it in just a second. Okay, now we have all of the materials we need to craft the large rover, so I'll go ahead and start this up. and this might take a while. I'll also turn this on. We're also gonna need a rover seat, so I'll go ahead and get some compound for that while this is crafting. Let's also craft some small solar panels with all of that copper that we've got. I think 8 of them should be enough for right now, but we'll definitely expand this little power section in the future. I've also disconnected our byte farm from power right now because we needed quite a little bit to craft the large rover, and we're gonna turn it back on once we leave with the rover. We're gonna go to the nearest gateway chamber and we'll try to unlock it. That should be a pretty cool experience, so I'm really looking forward to it. Great, now we've also got some solar power here. The only thing I want is a couple more carbon because we're gonna use the generators not only to power the rover but also to unlock the gateway chamber. Now let's go ahead and open this up. And the seat as well. There we go. Let's get one of these on here and get it started to fill up the rover with power. And that's all 4 of them on here. I'll wait around and get a couple more carbon, and that should be enough. Let's actually put the one that has a carbon on here so that we can activate it while driving. We can use the C key and it will automatically activate, and we can then stop it just like that. Now let's take a look on the map and see where the nearest gateway chamber is. Oh, it's in that direction, and I can already see its light on top there, so we should be pretty close to it actually. But we have to keep that generator going while driving, otherwise we're gonna lose power really quick, it seems. Yeah, so the large rover uses quite a bit of power. I was expecting it to use a little bit less, but it is what it is. Oh, and I see a medium wind turbine here. This is in perfect shape. I'll get it on here and we'll take it back to the base. So that's great, we are getting more and more power items. And while exploring, I've also seen one of those extremely large solar panels on top of a mountain, so I'll see if I can find it again, and once we have a winch we'll be able to get it back to the base. Okay, now we'll need to build a little ramp right here for our rover, because we need to get all the way up there. So let's see if something like this works, and then we can flatten it this way as well. I think that should be good enough. Now we'll turn it facing this so that we can connect it up in there. And now all we need to do is turn all of these on. So there we go, we should be providing 36 units per second, I think, with all of these. So that's great. Also get this off of here and put some carbon on it so they can automatically take it. And I think we need to sustain this for either 30 or 60 seconds in order for the gates to unlock. So let's see what happens. It's almost done. Alright, that's great. And we've got our odd stone here. We've got the purplish lines, so it's already unlocked, that's great. And now we can gaze into the odd stone, and here we'll be able to see all of the other gateways in here. We will be able to fast travel between unlocked ones. Right now we only have this one unlocked, but we'll get all of them, and then we'll get the core as well, and we will be able to fast travel between all of these places. We finally have enough bytes to unlock the portable oxygenator. This costs 10,000 bytes, so that's a lot, but we've got our byte farm in the back going on all the time, so we are getting pretty much a ton of bytes. We are getting 480 bytes per minute right now. That's a lot. So let's go ahead and unlock the portable oxygenator. And we're gonna need 1 nanocarbon alloy to craft this. We don't have the facilities to craft nanocarbon alloy yet, but we found one in wreckage on ATROX. We actually found 2 of them. So let's use one to craft our portable oxygenator, and this will allow us to have power everywhere. We don't have to depend on the shuttle anymore or on any tethers, and we can just use the C key to turn it on like that. Now the portable oxygenator uses 1 unit per second of power while active, but lucky enough we found 1 QTRTG while exploring the surface of ATROX, so this provides exactly 1 unit per second. This will allow our oxygen to run freely, so we will never have to worry about oxygen again. Another exciting thing that I found while exploring the surface are these wind turbines. We've got 2 medium ones and 1 large wind turbine. These produce a lot of power when the wind is blowing, so that helps us get more power in the base. In this video I want to craft a paver and a drill strength 3 for our rover. Let's go ahead and unlock both of these. They are pretty expensive in bytes, and we are gonna need some pretty advanced resources to craft them, but it's okay because we'll get everything we need in just a minute. And then for our terrain tool I want the drill mod 3. This requires a diamond to craft, so we'll get that too. On top of that, I also want the trade platform and the large shredder. Great, we've got all of them unlocked. Now it's time to get all the materials needed to craft them. So first of all, we are going to Vesania. I've got stuff prepared here. We're gonna place an atmospheric condenser on there, but for that we're gonna need a large platform as well. And since we only have the small shuttle, we'll take 2 trips. Now let's head to Vesania, and once we get there, I'll explain everything that we need to do. There we go. I always liked Vesania. It's a really pretty planet. But we've got stuff to do here, so let's pick a landing spot next to some mountains. That should be good. You'll see why in just a second. Alright, so we landed on Vesania. Now let's change our thruster. There we go. And we can now set up a platform right here. So we'll unpack that. Then we have a medium gas canister for this side and a medium storage on here. Great. We'll also require power items, but we'll bring those when we bring the atmospheric condenser. Right now I'll unpack this medium storage on here, and we can place the beacon down so we don't forget where we placed our platform. We'll leave it on, let's say, red. Yeah, that should be good. Now I'm just checking the Astropedia, and we need Titanite, which is found in the mountains of Vesania or in the caves of Glacio. The main reason we are here on Vesania is for hydrogen, because Vesania is the only place where we can find both hydrogen and Titanite, and we're gonna need both of them for this video. So before we can set up our atmospheric condenser to get the hydrogen, I want to collect a little bit of Titanite. So we have to look for some mountains, and then we can climb on top of them and get our Titanite. I'm wondering, is this considered a mountain or is this like a hill? Oh, we got hit by that plant. I didn't really see it there. We have to be careful here. But exploring is much easier now because we don't have to worry about oxygen anymore. We've got our portable oxygenator going all the time, and only when we need power we can turn it off briefly. I found some graphite right here. Maybe we'll need that too. But right now let's look for Titanite. Oh, and I also found one of those curious items. We can use this to change the sky. I'm really excited about this. Let me show you. So if we press it once, the sky will break a little bit. And let's do it one more time. And now it should be even more colorful. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm pretty sure the third time we press it, everything will break and will return back to normal, so I'll leave it this way for now. I really enjoy this look. Do you see that over there? That's an LRD. Let me go and grab that. I haven't found an LRD in a really long time, so I'm really excited about this. And let's see which one we got. We got a dragon. Okay, that's nice. If we examine them, it will just despawn and it will spawn somewhere else. And I'm not sure if it's leading us in a specific direction or what's going on, but let me show you. So there it goes, it disappears, and then it reappears in another place, and we'll have to track it down now. It runs away. Okay, but we'll grab this and we'll take it back to ATROX. I'll put it somewhere in the base. This looks really nice, especially at night, so I'm gonna place it in our base. Alright, so after a lot of running around, I finally found Titanite, so I'll gather as much as possible here. Okay, so we got 8 Titanite. Let's head back to the shuttle and we can go back to base. Wait, did it change? It was Dragon, now it's Hypno. Does it change every time you examine it? Let me see. Where? Okay, there it is. Did it change again? No, it's still a Hypno. But wasn't it Dragon when we first found it? Okay, that's weird. That's weird. But I'll leave it here for now. We'll get a special platform for it. But now we're going back to Vesania. We've got our atmospheric condenser right here, and I've got a ton of power items. So let's head back to Vesania. There's our beacon right there. So we can land right on top of it. And we should be good to start our hydrogen production here. I'll turn this on, and then I'll leave to find even more Titanite, because we're gonna have to sit around here for a minute for the hydrogen to complete. So we'd better grab some Titanite while we're at it. Okay, so there we go. We can set this to hydrogen, put it on repeat, and the medium gas canister can hold up to 160 hydrogen. We don't need that much yet, but I will leave this here on Vesania, and we've got the beacon, so whenever we need more hydrogen, we can just return and grab more from here. While that's crafting, I'll grab some more titanite and I'll be back in just a second. I just found one of these things, so let's dig it up and see what we find inside. Alright, so we've got hydrogen, we've got a small battery, some dynamite, titanium and lithium. Alright, so that's a ton of cool resources. Let me make space for this too. So I'll head back to the shuttle and we'll go back to ATROX with all of the hydrogen we collected so far. And then we can start crafting. Alright, let's smelt all of the titanite we've got. We also have some already smelted titanium over here. And the first thing we'll want to craft is the trade platform. So we're gonna need 1 exochip, 1 iron and 1 tungsten. I'll place all of the hydrogen we've got right here next to our chemistry lab. And let's start up a generator to get some power on here. The bite farm is stopped right now because it's consuming a lot. So while we are crafting stuff over here, I turned it off. But I'll turn it back on right after we finish crafting our things here. We will also need an exochip, so let's take it from there. And there we go, we can start crafting our trade platform. In order to craft the drills we need in this episode, for our terrain tool and for the rover, we will need diamond. And for diamond we'll also need graphene, which requires hydrazine. And for the hydrazine we'll need ammonium, so we're gonna use the trade platform to get a ton of ammonium really quick, because using the soil centrifuge takes a lot of time. But in order to use the trade platform, we're gonna need some scrap to trade it for the ammonium. That's why we'll also build the shredder. But just a small shredder is not enough, we're gonna go for a large one, so that's gonna be able to shred more things faster. And as you can see right here, I already gathered quite a little bit of debris that we can then shred into scrap. I've also prepared some large platforms right here, and we'll use them to set our platforms on it. So there we go, our trade platform is done. Let's open it up on here and we'll turn it around. So let's see, what do we need for ammonium? 1 scrap is 1 ammonium, that's great. I'll go ahead and hook this up on this side, and then this other platform will be for our shredder. By the way, let's take a look at what we need for it. The large shredder requires an exochip, iron and tungsten carbide. Alright, that's interesting. So we've got the exochip, we've got the iron, and let's see what do we need for tungsten carbide. Okay, so that's tungsten and carbon, pretty easy. We've got all the materials we need right here, so let's go ahead and craft that. I think we already have a scrap right here, so I'll put it on there. And our tungsten carbide is completed, so let's craft our shredder. While the shredder is crafting, let's go ahead and take a look at what materials we'll need. The paver requires aluminum alloy and silicone. The drill strength 3 requires diamond and titanium alloy. Okay, let's start with the easy part. First, we need aluminum alloy and silicone. So let's see what that needs. So aluminum alloy is aluminum and copper, and then silicone is resin, quartz and methane. I think we have methane right here, yes? That's great, so resin, quartz and methane. We've got resin, we've got quartz, and there we go. And then we'll need aluminum and copper for the aluminum alloy. Let's go ahead and craft that too. So that's gonna be pretty easy. Let's also unpack our shredder. We'll throw it here on the end. We'll also need some storage for this too. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I can't get it back now. It is what it is, but we've also got other things to shred in here. I guess we'll have to wait for that to finish first. I'll craft another storage to put on here. But right now we can start crafting our paver. So we'll go ahead and do that. We also lack power. Okay, so there we go. The paver is crafting right now, and we can start shredding our debris too. For the drill, we're gonna need diamond and titanium alloy, so let's take a look at what that requires. Titanium alloy is titanium, graphene and nitrogen. I think we have nitrogen, yep, we have it. So we'll need graphene for this, and then the diamond is 2 graphene, so we'll need 3 graphene in total. So let's see, what does a graphene require? Graphene is graphite plus hydrazine. We do have some graphite, so we'll just need the hydrazine. And then hydrazine is 2 ammonium plus 1 hydrogen. We've got the hydrogen, but we don't really have the ammonium. So that's what the trade platform is for. Let's feed some more debris in here. And we can grab this scrap. we can put it in here and we can send it for ammonium. But since we need 3 hydrazine and 1 hydrazine requires 2 ammonium, we'll need 6 ammonium. That's quite a bit. So we're gonna wait until we have 6 scrap and then we'll send the trade platform. Alright, we've got 6 scrap right here, so let's go ahead and send the trade platform to get us some ammonium. And I just realized we'll need another diamond for the drill mod 3, but that's okay because we've got 4 extra ammonium right here. So we can already start crafting some stuff. We've got ammonium and hydrogen, so we are crafting hydrazine here. And we can craft multiple of those, because we're gonna need a lot of diamonds for this. We also completed the mission, that's nice. Let's see what we got. Oh, we received the hydrazine thruster and we unlocked the schematic for it. That's great, so we can get rid of these solid fuel thrusters. And we can unpack our new hydrazine thruster. That's great, but that means we're also gonna need some extra hydrazine. I'll also scrap this old thruster. And then we'll get more ammonium from that. Let's bring all of this ammonium over here, and that will constantly create hydrazine for us because I set it on repeat. But we also need some more power, so there we go. Actually, let me grab some extra carbon. Okay, we already have 3 hydrazine here, but we will need more for the shuttle as well. So let's see how much scrap we've got here. We've got 4 extra scrap. Let's go ahead and get more ammonium. But we are almost done here with the hydrazine. We can also go ahead and unpack the paver on here. There we go. And now let's see, so we'll need graphene. I'll throw this on repeat and then let's grab some graphite. We've got 5 over here. I think this should be enough, but let's see. And we are gonna craft 5 graphene, then we're gonna use it to turn it into diamonds. We'll need 2 diamonds and 1 titanium alloy. In the meantime, the trade platform came back with more ammonium, so I'll use this to get extra hydrazine. This is a lot of crafting and running back and forth between platforms, but I really enjoy it, and we should have our drills in no time. Okay, and that's the last graphene. Now we can move over to crafting diamonds. I'll set this on repeat as well because we'll be needing 2 diamonds. 1 diamond is for the drill mod 3, which is for our terrain tool, and the other one is for the drill strength 3, which is for the rover. That's our diamond right there. I'm gonna wait for the second one to finish crafting as well. And I just realized we'll probably also need a medium fluid and soil canister so that the rover can hold soil and then place it with the paver. So I'm gonna go ahead and unlock these 2 and then we'll craft it right after this. Okay, so we've got 2 of the diamonds already crafted. Now we need our titanium alloy, and this requires graphene, nitrogen and titanium. Let's grab one of those. There we go. And this should be crafted in just a second. Now let's get to crafting. We've got our drill strength 3 right here. Turn that on, and then we'll also need our drill mod 3, so let's craft it too. Now we can replace the drill mod 1. This will allow us to get into the caves of ATROX as well, so that's really good. And then this goes straight onto the rover, just like that. Now we'll also need that medium fluid canister, so let's see what's needed to craft that. We're gonna need plastic and glass, that's pretty easy. Let's grab some compound, some carbon and some glass. Oh, we already have the plastic, so we don't need to craft another one, that's great. Go ahead and craft it too. Okay, so there we go, we've got our soil right there. Now one other thing I think we'll need is the large storage, so I'll go ahead and unlock that as well. I'm really glad we've got this byte farm because we wouldn't have had all the bytes for all of these items. All we need is 3 ceramic in order to craft this, so there we go. Once that's ready, we'll put it on the rover and we'll put all of our generators on it. Then we can start unlocking all of the gateway chambers on the planet. And that's gonna be really easy to do because we now have a drill and a paver, so we're just gonna make roads straight from one to the other. Before we leave, I will however turn on the byte farm because we will need extra bytes in order to unlock all the train stuff, meaning the rail posts, the junctions, the rail car and the rail engine. So those all require quite a bit of bytes, but that's not a problem. The byte farm should automatically get all of those before we get back from unlocking all the gateways. But oh, I almost forgot about our hydrazine, so let's throw that on repeat as well. And let's also throw the old drill mod 1 into the shredder. We can now unpack our large storage here. And we can place all our medium generators on it. Now let's also add some carbon on here, so we have some extra. I'll turn these off for right now. And I left one on the back here so that we can activate it while driving. And then in the front we've got our drill, our paver and our soil canister. I'll also add the hydrazine to our shuttle here, and probably in the next episode we'll also unlock the large shuttle. But right now let's go to those gateway chambers and unlock all of them with our beefed up rover right here. Okay, so the gateway chamber that's in that direction, we've already unlocked that, so let's go to the next one, which is right over on this side. I have to say, using the rover with all of these attachments on is so much easier. We can get basically anywhere we want, and all it takes is a little bit of power. So this is great, and I can already see the gateway chamber right in front of us. Let's make our way over there, and then we can easily unlock it by just turning on all of the generators and connecting the rover to the gateway. Alright, and there we go. We can stop right here. I'll get these off, and let's connect this now. We can turn all the generators on, and we've got enough carbon to support them even after they finish their first carbon there. So we'll need to sustain this power for 30 seconds and the gateway should unlock. I'll actually stand a little bit on this side so that we can watch it once it unlocks. There we go. I think we got it. Yeah, there it is. So let's go ahead. We should have the odd stone right in the center. It just popped up there. So we can now use fast travel to move between the gateway chambers that we have already unlocked, and by the end of the video we'll have all of them unlocked, so we will be able to fast travel wherever we want. But just to offer you an example, I'm gonna fast travel to the other gateway chamber that we have, and then I'll come back. So all we need to do is activate, and there we go. We should get teleported straight to the other gateway chamber. So this is the gateway chamber that's closest to our base. You can see we've already been here and unlocked it, and our base is right over there. But now we can go ahead and teleport back to where we were. And once we unlock the core, we will be able to use the teleportation system to go to the core as well. So that's gonna be extremely exciting. But let's get back in our rover and we'll go for the next gateway chamber. Taking a look on the map, and the nearest one seems to be in that direction, so that's where we're going. Okay, so here we are. We'll do the exact same thing. I'll take these off and we'll connect here. Now all we need to do is turn all 4 of the generators on, and we are providing more than enough power. It should be unlocked in just a couple seconds. And there we have it. That's the odd stone right here. Now we have 3 of them unlocked and 3 more to go. So we should get moving, and let's head over to the next one. Here we are at the next one. It's the exact same thing as before. I really hope we have enough carbon for all of them. If not, we'll have to go back to the base and smell some of this organic that we've been gathering. And I've got to say, building roads with this rover is extremely fun. We can get through ATROX's terrain extremely easy, and this makes unlocking these gateway chambers so simple. As you can see right behind me, that's all it takes, and it's already unlocked. Let me go ahead and stop these so they don't consume all of our carbon. Now we've got the last 2 that we need to unlock, so let's go ahead and head over there. Here we go, we reached the next one. Let's get closer and we can start unlocking this one too. And this is extremely time efficient as well. I've only been doing this for about 15 minutes and we only have one last gateway chamber to go. This one is unlocked as well. So let's pack our stuff and head over to the last one. After we get this last one, we'll have all of them unlocked and we'll be able to start our train system. That's gonna be a lot of fun, so let's head over to the last one so that we can get started on that. And here we are. This is the last gateway chamber that we need to unlock, so let's go ahead and do this. I'm really excited about having all of them unlocked, and then next time we can go for the core as well. While that gets unlocked, let me take a look at what we need for the rail station. Alright, we have all of those materials and it's only 2500 bytes. I'll go ahead and unlock that too. The gateway is completed. We can now return back to our base. Let's check the odd stone and see where we're at. Yeah, so we've got all of them on here. We're gonna unlock the core too, that's gonna be a ton of fun. But right now let's get back to base and we'll get started on those rail systems. Okay, so we are back in the base. I'll throw all of the generators on here. Now let's get to smelting all of this organic and we can turn it into carbon that we will then use to get more power. I think we'll also need to start a couple of these generators, so there we go. And let's see what we need to craft that rail station. 2 titanium, 1 copper and 1 quartz. Copper, quartz, titanium, that's pretty easy. Let's go ahead and start crafting this. And in the meantime we should unlock all of the other things. We'll need the rail post bundle, the tall rail post bundle, and then the rail junction bundle. That's great, we still have bytes left for the rail engine and for the rail car. Let's see what we need to craft these. So the rail engine requires resin, aluminum and copper, and then the rail car requires resin and aluminum. So we'll need 2 resin, 2 aluminum and 1 copper to craft 1 of each. And there we go. Let's provide a little bit more power on here as well. I will also remove the byte farm from the power so that we can craft these faster. And then let's see what we need for rail posts. So we're gonna need resin and aluminum. Let me get some more of those. Alright, let's start some rail post bundles. We have our engine, let's get our rail car as well. There we go. And I think 4 of them should be enough. So there we go, we've got 4. We'll have to wait for the rail station to complete first, but let's unpack the rail engine as well. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. I think it does need a light though, so let's see if we can get it a work light. There we go. This way we'll have a little bit of light while driving the train. And here's the rail station. Let's see, where do we want to put this? I'm thinking maybe over on this side. That would be great. So let's flatten things out a little bit here. Awesome, now we can unpack it. And we can bring our rail engine to place on here. And then we'll have the rail car as well. So let's see, we want to go to our nearest gateway chamber, which is that way. So I guess we'll turn the train around and then we'll start placing these going forward. So I've thrown the rail post bundle in the shoulder slot right here. This way we can easily place them using the C key. Now we can also attach the rail car on here and we'll be able to drive this. Oh, of course we have no power. So let's actually connect this. There we go, now it's connected to the base and we should have power as long as the base has power. So we're gonna be able to drive this. Yeah, it's low power. But yeah, we'll get more power items in the base as well. Now let me see the exact direction of the gateway chamber. It's that way, so let's keep on throwing these down and I'll see you there. Actually, I'm thinking we should go on top of it. And then we'll have a rail junction on there, or even 2, I think. That way we can link our rail system to all of the other gateway chambers, and we'll also link it to the core once we have that unlocked. So I'll start building a ramp here, and that way we'll be able to get our train on top of the gateway chamber. We should also have a really nice view from up there, so I'm really excited about doing this. Alright, so we reached the top of the gateway chamber. We can see a lot of the planet from here. We can even see our base right over there. And now I'm thinking we should cover all of this middle up with soil, but we don't really have enough right now. And then we'll have junctions in the middle to go in all directions. But we can also call our train right here. So we'll wait for it to come and get us. That way we don't have to run on foot back to the base. And yeah, the train is pretty slow right now because of our lack of power in the base, but we'll have to do something about that in the next video as well. We can also see the train coming right there, so it should spiral around the gateway chamber and it will eventually end up on here. Yeah, so there it is. As I said, pretty slow for right now, but we got it to the top of the gateway chamber. Let's actually get in. And we'll be able to drive it back. I know we're going backwards, but I don't really feel like turning it the other way around. So we'll need to grab a ton of resin and aluminum. Oh, by the way, I added some large storage to the base. This way we can have more storage without having too many platforms in here. And I've also unlocked and crafted some of the medium resource canisters, just to have things a little bit more organized in here. I was also crafting a landing pad, I'll tell you why in just a second. But right now let's get these out of here and start crafting some rail posts. And there we go, we'll fill this whole thing up with rail posts and then we can start building. Apart from building the rail line, which will also require rail junctions by the way, we're also gonna unlock the core and then connect that to the whole train system. In order to unlock the core, we'll have to first dig down there and then use the specific material needed to unlock the core of this planet, which by the way, spoiler alert, it's hydrogen. So we are gonna unlock that, connect it, and yeah, I'm hoping everything works out. Now you might be wondering, why do we need to build the train system since you can use the gateway chambers and the core to teleport between them? You should be able to see an example of the teleportation on screen while I'm explaining this, but basically you can teleport yourself from one gateway to another. But what if you need to bring a large amount of materials with you? That's why we're gonna be using trains on ATROX, and we will be able to transport materials wherever we want using this huge train system. And of course, when we don't need to transport anything, we can just use the gateway chambers to teleport ourselves to another part of the planet or even to the core. Okay, now I'll have to place all of these on here. And then we'll also need to get some rail junctions, and each of that requires 2 aluminum. Alright, so we've used all our resources here, but I still think I have some aluminum left, so I'll go grab that. Okay, so I think 3 rail junctions should be enough. We've also got the extra rail posts in the backpack there. So we can go ahead and put this on the train. That's gonna be a lot easier because we'll be able to just call the train wherever we are. And yeah, setting this whole thing up will take a while, but I've been challenged and I never back down from a challenge, so we are gonna be doing this in this video. I don't care how long it takes, I'm gonna spend the whole day here just building a train system on ATROX, but it's gonna get done. Okay, let's load these up on the train, and now we can directly go to the first gateway chamber. This is already connected to the base, we did that in the last video, so that now we can expand it to all of the other gateway chambers. And of course all of them will be linked to our base from this rail line that we are on right now, so that we can just get on the train and instantly be anywhere we want on the whole planet. Okay, now we'll need to do a little bit of flattening here so we can get some soil in. Here's where we'll place all of our junctions, which I think will need to be 3 of them. Actually, I can go down there. I hope I don't die from this fall. Okay, I died. Great, so now I'll have to come back and recover all the materials from me. And we're back. I wanted to gaze into the odd stone and see all of the gates here. Okay, so from one gate, we should be able to go into at least 3 directions, or even just 2. So let's see, if we have one circle that connects this, and this, and another circle that's perpendicular on all of them, that means these 2 will need 2 junctions to be able to go both left and right and in front, of course. Then the other 3 will only need 1 junction, and the one closest to the base will need 3 junctions because we've got to be able to go to the core as well. Okay, so this is the origin node. This is the one that's closest to our base, so this will get 3 rail junctions. And then as we discover the other one, we'll see how many junctions we need for each one. See, it's good to have things planned out from the start because this could get really complicated really quick if I don't pay attention to it in the beginning. And I'm really scared I can screw this up, so I really have to pay attention here. I've also brought more small canisters here, but of course they're empty, so I'll just go and fill them up. Alright, so I think we've got this right. The train comes to here, and then we can use the first junction to go to the left. We can use the second one to go to the right, and then we can go straight in front, or if we take a right here, we can go down and into the core, and we're gonna dig that whole thing in just a minute. So yeah, then you'll be able to go straight and complete the circle, or take a left or a right and get into the other circle. So I guess we'll just have to pick a side and keep on going that way. So let's start from here and we'll go that way. Now this is gonna be pretty interesting. Can we actually go through here? Well, I guess. This is extremely weird what I'm doing here, but let's see if we can make it work. And I'll keep an eye on the compass because we are waiting for the other gateway chamber to appear so that we can take a steady route towards it. Now I'm just doing some guesswork as to what direction it's actually in. But yeah, let's hope everything works according to plan, because that's always what happens, right? And I'll just keep on going this way. I can finally see it on the map. It's right in front of us, so we picked the right direction. I was afraid we might be slightly off to the left or to the right and that we would get very far as we went in that way. But we seem to be on course, and we should get to the other gateway chamber in no time. Oh, but I actually ran out of rail posts, so let's go ahead and call the train, and it should bring all the rail posts so that we can keep on building this. Okay, we reached the next gateway chamber. Let's call the train again, and I've placed 2 rail junctions here. This will help us go to the right and the other one to the left. And we can of course keep going in front from this one. And if I actually check the compass, I think this is the north one, but we were coming in from there. So going in front actually means going that way. So we'll get this and we'll throw it in that direction. And then this will go on here. The other one that goes to the left needs to take a little turn here and it will go in that direction. But we've got our train right here, so let's get some more rail posts. And I'll keep going in this direction until we hit the next gateway chamber. And I just got this idea right now, but what if we didn't build this on the surface, but we did it underground? And we could have the center hub as the core, so that we can connect all the gateways to the core and we can choose from the core to which gateway we want to go. But that would mean it would take longer to get from one gateway to another because you'd have to go to the core first. Or we could do the exact thing we are doing now, just a little bit underground in the first cave layer, like a sort of metro system. We might do something like that on a smaller planet like the Solo, for example. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind, so if you guys want to see that, make sure to let me know in the comment section below. Right now I'll keep grinding towards that next gateway chamber. Okay, so we got to the next gateway chamber. I've placed 2 junctions down and I just realized this one's on top, so that means it will connect the 2 circles. So the one that we were at before didn't need 2 rail junctions. It actually didn't need any because we won't use that to go left or right, we'll just go straight. I think we could do 3 circles around if we really tried, but that would get complicated with the junctions. So I'll have to go back and remove the junctions from the last gateway chamber. So the junctions will only remain here and on the other one, because these will be the 2 points that connect our circles. So yeah, I'll head back, remove those junctions, and then we can move forward. And I think we need to go through one more and then we'll complete this circle. So yeah, I'll get to work. This is already taking more time than I anticipated, but that's okay because I'm having fun. So I'll be back in about 1 second.
1 eternity later.
So that's the first circle completed. This took quite a while, but now it's time to complete the second one and then we can head down into the core. I had quite a bit of mishaps while building this, fell from stuff a couple times, we lost all our items, we couldn't find the body where we died, so we had to recraft all of them, but that's all done. Now we've completed the first circle and it's time to head back to the first gateway chamber where we started, and now we can start going in one direction to complete the second circle, and then we'll go back to the same gateway chamber to dig down and connect it to the core as well. Doing this will also awaken ATROX. That should be a really cool experience, so I'll just complete the second circle and then I'll see you guys when we start digging to the core.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
Okay, so there we go, that's the second circle completed. Now all we have to do is complete the core part. So we'll have to drill down, unlock the core, and then connect it to the whole train system here. I'll take you on a whole trip with the train across the whole planet, but right now let's focus on drilling straight down into the core. Before we go to the core though, I've made a few upgrades to the train, so let's go ahead and place them. Now we have extra carts on the train so that we can place more stuff on here. I leave these like this for now, and yeah, that's gonna help us a lot. And so we don't run out of power while using the train, I've also added this thing in the back here. We've got 4 honeypots that produce organic using the tappers, and then we've got an auto arm that grabs the organic and places it onto this platform where 8 small generators are constantly providing power. So this means we will always have at least 8 units of power going through the base. That's the equivalent of having 2 RTGs or 8 QT RTGs. Great, now that we have all of these upgrades in place, it's time to start drilling. So I'll take the rover. It's equipped with a drill strength 3, a paver, we've got a soil canister so we can build ramps and such, and we've also got a generator in the back so that we can provide power, and of course a ton of carbon so that we never run out of power for the generator. Now I'll drive it to this first gate and then we'll start drilling down from there. I almost forgot to take 1 hydrogen with us. There we go, we've got the hydrogen. We'll need this to unlock the core, I think. So yeah, let's go ahead and drive over there. We'll get down there with the rover, we'll unlock the core, and then we can come back up to the surface and start building the rail line down there. And since we'll have the ramp that the rover built, we can easily just place our rail lines through there, because we would already have a tunnel. So that's gonna make things a whole lot easier. So you can see up there, that's the thing that will come down and will connect into the core. So I think we should start drilling somewhere on this side, and we'll just go straight down with this. I'll have to keep the generator on while doing this because we are using, I think, 3 units of power per second. And I'm also turning the drill and paver on and off again repeatedly so that we move a lot faster, because otherwise they are pretty slow. But here we are in the first cave layer. We'll go all the way into the core. We should be pretty close here, so we should see the core in about a couple seconds, I think. Oh, we reached one of the pylons that stems from the core. That means we are really close, but now gravity is all weird. And I think we are kind of glitching a little bit. Let me just get out of here. And I'll have to do this. Alright, we are on the pylon. We can already see the core. Wow, this is a big core. Alright, so we can head all the way down here. And you can see the core is unlocked because we've already unlocked the gates on the surface. And I think we'll fall straight in there. Yeah, gravity is a little bit weird here. But I'll just get out and we'll figure this out later. Now let's head into the core. There we go. Do we need 3 hydrogen for this? Or just 1? There's a geometric triptych, so I guess 1 was enough. We can take this, and now we'll need to go up on the ceiling there, using this weird wall gravity here. So there we go, we are on the ceiling now, and all we need to do is place this on here. We activated it, and I also got a Steam achievement because this is actually my first time activating the core of ATROX. And we also got some new missions. We can stare into the odd stone and we can see we've got everything unlocked. There's also an exodynamic research aids floating through here. Now we can see the cosmic elevation. I think that's the thing in the middle of the solar system, but we can't go there yet. We'll have to unlock all of the cores for that, which we will do in future episodes. Honestly, this is amazing. Now let's head back up to the surface and build the rail line all the way into the core. Oh my god, I'm so glad we unlocked the core of ATROX. As I said, this is my first time doing this. I've been playing Astroneer for like 500 hours, but I always get sidetracked with building cool stuff and all of that. I never actually completed the game. That's why I want to do that in this series along with you guys. So it's just really awesome for me. Now let's head back up and start building that train system. Alright, so we teleported back to the surface here and we are ready to start putting all the rail posts down. We've got a backpack full of them, so let's start heading towards the core. And here we are, straight into the core of the planet. Let's go ahead and call our train over here. And there it is, we've got our train straight into the core, and now we can use the rail system to go wherever we want on the whole planet. If you don't know, in order to start the Galastropod missions, we'll have to complete the bait and switch. We'll have to go to Silva and gather 3 sphelerite. Then we're gonna receive this weird item, which is called the strange object. And from there we can start all of the other Galastropod missions. So we are gonna go to Silva and we're gonna build a little outpost there. I've got some materials that we need to take with us. We've got platforms, we've got a landing pad, we've got some power, more items to get power, storage. We've also got extra hydrazine, got a portable smelter, a small printer, also a field shelter and an oxygenator. So we are more than prepared, but we can't transport all of that with our small shuttle. So that's why we're gonna unlock the large shuttle. This is 5,000 bytes, so let's go ahead and do that. And I think we already have all of the materials needed to craft it, so let's check. Yeah, so the large shuttle requires 2 exochips, 1 titanium alloy and 1 ceramic. I'll go ahead and turn that on. This will take quite a bit, but in the meantime we still need to claim the mission's reward from last video because we didn't do that. Okay, so we got the large extended platform, that's nice. Got some bytes and also a QTRTG. This will come in handy. We'll take this with us to Silva. We also have a hydrazine thruster and we've got hydrazine on it. Let's go ahead and remove the small shuttle from here. We'll throw it to the side, and I'll also get a couple more power items. In the meantime, I've also unlocked the wide mod. I don't know if I already showed you this in the last video, but if I didn't, then here it is. We got the wide mod and the drill mod 3. That's a really good combo right there. I've never completed the gastropod missions. I actually haven't ever unlocked any snails in Astroneer, so this is gonna be all new for me. And we might need some materials that I don't really know what they are, so we might have to come back to ATROX and get them, or maybe we can get them from Silva directly, we'll see. But the shuttle is almost done, so let's go ahead and unpack it. We can place the thruster on it. Okay, so I think we are all ready to go. So let's head over to Silva. Great, we landed right next to a gateway chamber, so that's cool. Let's go ahead and unpack our landing pad. And we need to expand it as well. There we go. Now let's place some things down. Alright, we've got a little bit of power going through here. We'll take the portable smelter with us. We can throw the small printer on here somewhere. There we go. We'll figure all of this out a little bit later. But right now we'll have to go ahead and find some zinc, which I think should be in the caves. Okay, so let's go ahead and dig down until we hit the first cave layer, and then we can start looking for sphalerite, which we will then smelt into zinc as well. I can see some laterite over there, but no sign of sphalerite so far. We've got a ton of resin here, and there was some compound on the layer above. But oh, is this? Yeah, this is sphalerite. So that's great, we'll need 3 of it, I think. And there we go, we've got 3. So let's head back to the top so that we can complete the mission. Here we are, that's why we've got a landing pad, so that we can complete missions from here. So there it is, bait and switch. We completed it and we received the strange object. Okay, we have to go ahead and place it here. This can only be placed on Silva, by the way, so that's why we are here. So I'll put it right next to our little outpost base here. And I think we can expand it. Alright, we got it. Let me check the missions log. Okay, so we received power cells for this. Now we need to install an oxygenator and provide power. We've already got an oxygenator here. There we go. And I guess we could use extenders to connect in here, but we also got power cells, so yeah, we are providing power, so that's great. Oh, it also spawned with this thing on it. We've got ceramic, an oxygenator, and some scrap. That's nice. If we had a shredder, we could also shred these to get more scrap, but we obviously don't. We got rewarded with some bytes for this, and now we'll need to use the data log to activate the lab. So I'm guessing this is the data log. We can press this button, and there it is. We've also got some lore in here. We can read this later. Right now we've got a new mission, so let's check it out. We also received oxygen filter for completing that mission. And now we'll need to scan 5 shells, and then we'll receive an empty terrarium. Alright. So I'm guessing these are the shells. Yeah, alright, so we'll need 5 of these. It looks like they are pretty common, so we've got 5 of them already. We completed that mission too, and we should now have an empty terrarium. Let me get the shuttle out of here, so that we can see our rewards dropping. There it is, the empty terrarium. Now what do we have to do with it? We need to provide soil, zinc, and a bounce vine seed. Okay, so we'll place it on the ground here. I'm guessing we need a full soil canister. So there we go. Okay. Then we need zinc, so let's go ahead and turn on the portable smelter. Okay, so there we go, we've also got zinc here. And then what did we need? We need a bounce vine seed. I think we can find those in the forest, maybe? I don't really remember what those look like. Oh, aren't those the things that make you jump into the air and then you fall and take fall damage? Oh, I remembered, it's those little things in the mountains, so we have to find them here. If I remember correctly, it should be like the green things with a little red on them. There they are, up there. I think those are the bounce vines. Yeah, we got them. So we need a bounce vine seed. There we go, we've got it completed. And now what do we do with it? Okay, so we need to claim our rewards. And then we need to attach the small horn. Okay, so we just got one. Attach it here. And then perform the emotes. Oh, okay, there's a snail. I like this song, that's really cool. And now I guess we have to perform some emotes. So let's pick from here. We can dance. Okay, it ran underground. Oh, it reappeared here. Alright, so let's dance some more. We've got more moves. What about this one? Look, the snail is singing as well. Do we need to dance again? Oh, we can befriend it. Okay, I guess we completed that mission. This is Sylvie. It greatly illuminates an area. Favorite foods, mutant hisvine seed. I guess we can feed it any kind of seed, but that's his favorite, so he would last longer, I guess. Let's see. Whoa, this actually really brings a lot of light. This will be extremely helpful in the caves. Let's actually test it out. Look at how much light this provides. Just look at that. Amazing. We can also gaze in here, and we can pet the snail. That's cute. Look at how cute he is. I like this. This is awesome. I like the snail missions. They're a ton of fun. Okay, let's go check it out and see what else we've got. We need to slot him in the xenobiology lab now. So where do we slot? Do we do it in here? Let's see. Alright. What's happening? Oh, we are scanning it. I was scared for a second. This looked like a microwave. Got a new mission, so let's check that out. And now we need to provide more power and then use the data log. Okay, so I'm guessing the easiest thing is just bringing this a little closer here. We can also put this on there. And now we can use the data log. Press this button again. And we've got more lore to read here. But yeah, I'm gonna read it when I edit the video. So now let's see, we've got oxygen filters as a reward for this one. And then we need to go to the Solo and Calidor, and we'll need to scan shells over there as well. So where do we want to go first? Let's head to the Solo. I'll also take the portable smelting furnace with us. Let's head over there. We can land anywhere on here. And let's see where these shells are. Oh, I already see one down there. So we'll need 5 of these. There's 1, there's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so the mission is complete. Oh, but now we don't have any way to complete it here on the Solo, so I guess we'll have to go back to Silva. I almost forgot about the mission log. We already have it here. So let's take a look. We can't claim rewards from here, but we can see what we need to do. So we need to provide the terrarium with soil, tungsten, and seeds. Alright, but we'll need to claim the rewards. Alright, so we still need to go back to Silva. We're gonna use a lot of hydrazine in this video, just going back and forth. But that's okay, we've got some extra with us. So we can go ahead and claim our rewards. There it is. And now we need soil, tungsten, and a dagger root seed. Okay, let's head back, and we're gonna get all of the materials from the Solo. We've also got our portable smelting furnace so that we can get the tungsten. We also landed right next to the Apollo lunar module, but that's another set of missions, so we'll complete all of that in another video. For right now, we'll just ignore this. And let's see, we've got the empty terrarium right here. We can provide soil, and then we'll also need tungsten and dagger root seeds. Let's get the seeds. So we can get them in there. And now we'll have to go to the caves in order to find wolframite that we can then smelt into tungsten.
1 eternity later.
After a lot of digging through the caves, we finally found some wolframite over here. So let's go ahead and get that. We can start the smelter up. So now we can complete the terrarium. Do we need to be on the surface to start this up, or can we do it in the caves as well? I'll try to do it down here, just to see if it works. So let's attach the small trumpet horn. Oh, okay, it works in the caves as well. Oh, this one's blue. I like that. We'll use the lunar slide since we're on the solo. We can take a look on the map to see where it respawned. We'll use this one. This is called Crisp Princess. Nice, nice. But we are actually getting poisoned here by the Hisbine from around the corner. That was close. That could have been bad. Oh, it's not ready yet. All right, my bad. So we do need to dance again. Let's try this one. Okay, is it ready yet? Befriend. Okay, and there we go. We've got it. Let's take our trumpet horn as well. Okay, and let's see. Usagi. While on the current planet, tracks the nearest available curiosities on the compass. Oh, this is really cool. Alright, I've heard of this one. So this is gonna help a lot when completing missions and just searching for stuff on the planet. And its favorite food is mutant Hisbine seed. Let's actually gaze into this as well, and we can pet him. He's also so cute. That's nice. That's extremely cute. Alright, let's get him some mutant Hisbine seeds. We got the mutant Hisbine right here. Okay, and we can feed the seeds in here to Usagi. So now let's check the map. We also have stuff from the breakdown event. I'm filming these videos in advance, that's why. But yeah, let's see on the map. So it shows us there's something of interest over here. That's the Usagi symbol. So let's see what it found for us. This should be exciting. Oh, it's directed us to this backpack right here, which has a ton of useful items. Okay, so Usagi is also really helpful. Now we'll need to check the missions and see what else we need to do. Verification. Oh, we need to slot it in the xenobiology lab as well. So I guess we'll be heading back to Silva. Okay, let's put him in here. And this should scan it. All right. Okay, so there we go. Let's collect our rewards. We've got a QTRTG and some bytes. And now the next thing that we need to do is go to Calidor and collect 5 shells as well. I don't know, should we take the landing pad with us? I guess so, but we'll need a packager. So we'll go ahead and do that. Alright, and this way we won't have to return back to Silva in order to claim the reward for the first mission. So we can get in and we'll go to Calidor next. Let's pick a random spot somewhere. Doesn't really matter where we land. Okay, and now we'll need to find 5 shells. I don't exactly know which biome I should be looking for. Could they maybe be in the caves? That could be a thing as well. Yeah, so let's do that because I really don't know where they're supposed to be. Okay, so after reading through what the mission tells us, we do need to get deep down into the caves, and that's where we will find the discarded shells. So that's where we are headed, but I stopped here to get a little bit of copper because we are probably gonna need that for the terrarium. I'm just guessing. Is this okay? Okay, we also found the shells, so we don't actually have to go that deep, I guess. Oh, here they are. I was right next to them. Okay, so that's great. I was thinking we need to go a little bit deeper. We are in the first or second cave layer, I think. So we are basically towards the top of the caves. But yeah, we need one more shell, and that should be it. And there we go. I'm guessing we should head back up and complete the mission. Yeah. And this one should reward us with the empty terrarium, so they're not gonna have to fill it. I'm also wondering which kind of seed do we need. Let's unpack the landing pad here. And now we can claim the reward for this mission. We've got the terrarium. Now let's see, what do we need? Soil, copper, and a Weezweed seed. Okay, so I was right about the copper. Let's throw it in there. And the soil too. Now we'll need to find the Weezweed seed. I think I see one right over there. Yeah, this is it. So let's go ahead, take a seed. We'll also take 2, why not? And we've completed the terrarium. Now let's attach the trumpet horn. Oh, and there it is. This is Stilgar. Let's dance for him. There we go. I think he's ready. So let's go back to our terrarium. which is down there. Okay, so there we go. We can befriend him now. And there we have it. This is Stilgar. Let's pet him. I love how they all have a different emote. That's cool. But yeah, really cool. Let's read his description. So Stilgar can passively produce oxygen that fills tanks and tether networks. Alright, so he's basically the portable oxygenator. He likes mutant spiny Attackos seeds and mutant volatile Attackos seeds. For now, we'll just feed him a Wizweed seed, and I'm guessing we can turn off our portable oxygenator now. And we basically have free oxygen without using any power. This is a really good thing to have, especially early game. So yeah, let's see. We can claim the rewards for this one as well. And now we'll need to head back to Silva to scan him. Oh, this might be a problem. We'll need to pack this back up, but we don't have another packager. I really didn't think this through. So now we're gonna need to find graphite. Okay, I'll take care of that and then we'll go back to Silva. Okay, I found extra graphite, so we've got 2 more packagers on there. Now let's go ahead and put Stilgar into here so that we can scan him. And there we go. I swear to God, this still looks like a microwave to me. It doesn't seem safe, but whatever. Okay, we completed that. I think we can leave our light and oxygenator here because we've got the snails for that. Actually, we'll put them on the shuttle just in case something happens. Okay, now we need to provide an exochip to the xenobiology lab, and we also need to plant a seed. I think we've got an extra seed here. Let's go ahead and plant it. Alright, so we completed that mission. Now we also need an exochip. Good thing we brought it. I had a feeling we were gonna need some. I hope we only need one, but let's see. And now we can use this. Okay, we got extra entries in here. Oh, and look at this, I didn't even notice. But these are all the snails here, so once we have all of them done, we can unlock the legendary snail song or whatever it's called. So we've got 3 out of 7. 4 more to go. So the next one will be either on Vesania or Novus. We're gonna basically do both of them. So we need 5 shells from Vesania and 5 shells from Novus. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll also throw more hydrazine in here, and I really hope we've got enough for all of this. I am guessing the first stop should be on Vesania. So let's do that. Okay, so let's see where these shells can be found. Discarded shells hidden on the high hills of Vesania. Alright, our light has gone out, so Sylvie is out of food. We're gonna need to find some plants as well. I'll take some pop coral seeds. There we go, let's throw them on here. Great, now we've got extra light. So let's see, I'm guessing these are the high hills. I mean, they are hills and they look high, but I don't see any shells yet. Are there any higher hills than this? I'm pretty sure I'm in the right spot, but I can't see any shells. So I'll find another hill maybe? Okay, so here we go. We've got the first one. Oh, let me grab some titanium. This is definitely gonna be needed for the terrarium, I'm guessing, but it seems like for each one there's a resource that's specific to that planet, so it will probably be titanium. There we go, we've got 5. Let's take a look in here and see what we've got. We need soil, lithium, and lash leaf seed. Okay, so it wasn't titanium. Okay, here's a lash leaf. Got the seed. And now we need lithium, which I think is in the caves on Vesania, if I remember correctly. That's where I'll check first, because I'm pretty sure it's in the caves. I hope I'm not wrong about this. There it is, we found lithium. Oh, we also have another mission to gather 3. Okay, that's just a random mission. But we completed that as well. Now I'll head back to the surface, we can unpack the landing pad and we can claim the rewards for these missions. Which means we're gonna be able to fill up the terrarium and we'll be able to get, I think, Princess. I think Princess is the snail from Vesania. She has to be the cutest one. She's also pink. So maybe that's why. Yeah, and then we'll head to Novus. I don't really remember the name of the snail from Novus. I don't know, but we'll see. And I think Princess might be the most OP one. I think she's the one that basically makes you invincible to all types of damage. So you can't take any damage while she is active. We'll also take some extra graphite because we're gonna need to pack and unpack the landing pad again on Novus. We can now claim all the rewards from all of these. Alright, we got a ton of rewards, so I'll just place this on here. Great, so we've got a terrarium right here. Let's add soil, the lash leaf seed, and the lithium. Great, now let's throw the trumpet on here. And there she is. She must be the prettiest one. We'll use the crisp princess for princess. So let's dance again. Where did she hide now? Okay, she's in there. So we'll need one more dance. We can now befriend her. There we go. Let's get the description. While carried in the backpack, prevents all forms of damage aside from suffocation. Okay, so she basically makes you invincible, and if you also have Stilgar, you won't run out of oxygen either. So that's almost like being in creative mode, except for the flying part, but I have a feeling we're gonna get that too. Her favorite foods are mutant noxious cataplant seed and mutant volatile cataplant seed. Let's gaze and see her emote. Oh, that's cute. We'll head back to the shuttle and we can now go to Novus. We can now land on Novus. This is Vesania's moon, so it's a pretty small planet actually. We'll need to find 5 shells on here as well. So we'll find the shells in the caverns of Novus, so we've got to head to the caves. Let's also feed Princess a seed so that we can become invincible. I'm sure we'll find some kind of plant in the caves that will try to attack us, and then we can test how invincible we really are. Let's see if this affects us. No, it doesn't, and you can see on the corners of the screen that's the effect we get from Princess. Pretty sure this is the material we are gonna need. Again, I'm just guessing, but we'll see. Crumbling stone. Alright, within them we'll find the shells. So we've got 3 of them already. Oh, that one went through the ground. We lost it. Oh, but we found chess pieces. Alright, that's extremely cool. We found the lapis knight and the lapis pawn. Oh, but we don't have space for them. We also found all the shells we need in here. So there it is. The mission is completed. Now we'll have to head back up, but I really want to take these. So I'll throw a lithium on here because we probably won't need that anyway. For the Novus terrarium we'll need soil, iron and twistlewhip seed, so I was right about the iron. And yeah, I'm so glad we also find 2 of the pieces on here. For sure in a future video we'll go exploring on Novus and the Solo and we'll find the complete set. So then we'll be able to play chess. We'll have 2 full sets of all pieces. I'll also need to find someone to play chess with me in Astroneer multiplayer. Oh, and there's another one. A lapis rook. We still don't have enough space. I have to throw something out of here. So look at that, we've got the rook, the knight and the pawn. We are getting really lucky in here. We'll head back to the shuttle so that we can claim our rewards. Alright, let's go ahead and unpack the landing pad again. And we can claim our rewards from here. There we go, we've got a terrarium. And we'll need to place soil, iron and a twistlewhip seed. Great, there we go. Okay, now let's place the small trumpet on here. And it says no galastropod nearby. Try activating somewhere else. Do we have to do this in the caves maybe? I'm guessing we are in the wrong biome. So maybe that's it. Okay, let's try in here. Nope, still doesn't work. Alright, so it didn't work in the caves, so let's try it here. And there it is. Let's go ahead and dance. Oh, we also completed a Steam achievement, Galactic Boogaloo. We'll need to find him again and dance one more time. Or actually 2 more times. Let's try a different dance this time. Okay, it ran again, so we're gonna have to dance one more time. Great, now we can befriend him. And there we go. We've got Rogel. Let's read the description. He produces a significant amount of power, alright, and favorite foods are mutant noxious cataplant seed and mutant volatile cataplant seed. We don't have those right now, so we'll just feed him a pop coral seed. And it says that he produces a significant amount of power, but we don't know how much exactly. Okay, so I'm just checking on the Astroneer wiki to see how much power he produces, and it says right here he produces 6 units per second, so he's worth 6 QTRTGs. That is amazing. So yeah, we've got a ton of power. We don't even need the QTRTG anymore, so we'll leave that at the shuttle as well. And then we'll have an extra slot in our backpack. Great, so now let's head back and see which planet we need to head to next. I'm guessing the only ones that remain are Glacio and ATROX. We can also claim the rewards for these missions. And now we need to head back to Silva and scan these. So I'll go ahead and pack the landing pad again. And now we need to head back to Silva. Let's land over here. Okay, there we go. And we'll need to scan both of these now. We'll scan Princess first. And now let's scan Rogel as well. Okay, now let's check our missions. So we're gonna need to provide 2 exochips, provide more power, we already did that, and then we can use the data log. Alright, so we're gonna need to find an exocache and something to open it with, and then we'll have the exochips, and I'm guessing after completing this mission we can head to either Glacio or Atrox to get the last 2 snails. Alright, so I'll go around looking for some exochips and then I'll be back. Alright, I finally found 2 of these exocaches, so let's go ahead and blow them up. And we should have all the exochips we need right here. Got 4 of them, but I think we only need 2. I also got some more seeds for all our snails here, but let's go ahead and feed in the second exochip. And there it is. Now I think we need to examine this. And we've completed the mission. We've got a new one and we are going to Glacio next. So let's take a look at the mission log. We can actually choose to go to Glacio or Atrox, but let's start with Glacio first. So we're gonna need to blow up some ice chunks in the caverns. That means we're gonna need some dynamite for that. We'll leave the exochips here and I'll take the dynamite. 2 might not be enough, so I'll actually have to craft some more. Let's see. We're gonna need some explosive powder. And we don't really have that. So we should actually head back to Atrox and get more dynamite from there. Let's just go to Glacio. We'll throw a ton of ice chunks next to each other, and I hope that just 2 dynamite will be enough to get 5 of them. I hope, I think, I don't know. But yeah, we'll see where the mission takes us. For now, let's just go to Glacio. There we go. Now we'll have to dig down into the caves. We are in the caves. Now we'll have to look for the ice chunks. I've seen some over here. So let's go ahead and try to get these closer to each other. So let's see what we can do with 1 dynamite. Okay, so it blew all 3 of them. We've got 3 shells right here. And some quartz, but we don't need that. So that means we won't actually need more dynamite. 2 will be enough. I should also get some more seeds. There we go. And let's blow these up as well. Great, we've completed the mission. Now we'll need to head back up to the surface and unpack our landing pad. Let's claim our rewards for the missions we've already completed, and then we can start the next mission once we have the empty terrarium. Alright, let's see all of the rewards. We got bites and then the empty terrarium for Glacio. For this we'll need soil, argon and a pop coral seed. We've got the pop coral seed right here, but we're gonna need argon. We also have the soil, let me put that in there. Alright. Argon is gonna be a little bit more difficult. For that we'll have to head back to Atrox and get an atmospheric condenser. So I'll do that and then I'll come back, collect the argon, and then we'll have all of the materials for the terrarium and we can unlock the Glacio snail as well. I'll be back in just a second.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
I'm back. I landed in a random spot here on Glacio and we've got our atmospheric condenser on the shuttle. We can use it to get argon, so there we go. and we can also provide it with more power from the generator. This will take a while because we don't really have enough power, but let's actually see. We do have Rogel, which provides 6 units per second, so let's place him here. And this should speed things up a little bit. Alright, so we have our Argon right here. Let's take Rogel as well. We can now place the Argon in here. Great. Now it's time for some dancing. This one looks really aesthetic. So let's dance. Alright, now one last dance. Let's see where it went. I think we can now befriend it, but we need to find it first. Or do we need one more dance? Oh, I think we need one more. So let's do it again. Great, now we can befriend it. And let's see. This is Bestefar. While attached to the terrain tool, improves its width, boost, and drilling ability. Okay, so that's a 3-in-1 terrain tool mod, so we can get rid of these, I guess. But how much does it actually boost it? Is it as good as a drill mod 3 and the wide mod? I mean, one way to find out, but let's get some seeds. Let me check what are the favorite seeds. Mutant boom balloon seeds. Alright, so they have to be mutant, so we'll need to plant them first. But alright, let's actually gaze in here and see this animation. That's nice. I think I saw a boom balloon here, but I'm not gonna wait until another one grows after I plant the seeds, so I'll just take whatever seeds I can find first. Found the boom balloon. I'll take the seeds, and there we go. Now let's see, with the wide mod and the drill mod, this is how it looks. But I mean, I should find some harder terrain, so let's actually go to the mountains to actually test the drilling ability as well. So here it is with the mods. Now let's toggle this off and we can feed Bestefar. Right, now let's see how this looks. Not quite as good. Oh, actually I think we need to attach him to the terrain tool. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, this is actually much better. Alright, so yeah, we need to attach it to the terrain tool in order for it to work. But this will also save us some space in the backpack, because he only takes 1 space. But this is actually really good, because it's also got a boost mod in there, so instead of taking 3 spaces, it only takes 1. That's actually a really cool one, so we can get rid of these for now. And I've also placed Rogel on the terrain tool next to Bestefar. Let me check the missions. So we're gonna need to go to Silva to actually verify this. But first let's go to ATROX and we'll verify both of them once we have them. So we'll need to head to ATROX and scan the discarded shells that have been consumed by the spew flowers. Alright, so we're gonna have to fight some spew flowers on ATROX. Alright, so we're gonna head there. Great, we are back on ATROX and now we'll have to find some spew flowers on here. Let's actually take the rover. We do have some harmless flora here. These are mutant spew flowers. But yeah, these don't actually give us the shells, so we're gonna have to find the wild ones. But yeah, let's actually take the train for this. And I'm gonna keep an eye out for any spew flowers. When I see one, I'll get off and fight it to get the shells. I think I see one. And another one there on the left. So let's see what we can do with these. I'll dig them up. And yeah, we got a shell. So we've got 1 of 5. We've got a second one right here. Oh, and this one has 2 shells. Great, so we're already at 3. I don't see any other ones here, so I'll get back on the train. I saw another one right over here. Great, now we only need 1 more shell. And here's another one right here. So we've got all 5 of them. Now it's time to head back to the base. Once we're at the base, we can get the rewards for these missions and we can start filling up the terrarium. Here we have our rewards. And there's the empty terrarium as well. Let's see what do we need for this. So we'll need soil, helium, and a spine lily seed. I think we have some helium over here. Yep, got one. So let's go ahead and feed the soil and the helium in there. And then we'll need a spine lily seed, which we don't have. There we go, now we've got the seeds as well. So let's place them in here. And there's the terrarium. And we can now place the trumpet horn. It has to be somewhere else. So maybe we are not in the right biome. Alright, here it works. Weird. Alright, this looks weird. But I guess it's on ATROX, so that's to be expected. Alright. It's the same deal as before for all the snails. We just need to find it, dance, and then do it again. Let's do this. Let me actually get some extra seeds, because we're gonna need these. Now we can befriend it. So there we go. This is Enoki. While carried in the backpack, increases jump height, sprint speed, and reduces movement penalty for carrying heavy items. Alright, so that's actually really cool. Favorite foods are Mutant Noxious Spewflower Seed and Mutant Elegant Spewflower Seed. Now let's give it a random seed we've got right here and test this out. So we should have increased sprint speed. Okay, this is actually faster. Alright, we have increased jump height. Whoa, okay, this is nice with the speed and the jump. And then we also have decreased speed penalty when carrying large items. So does it work with this? Oh, we can't actually carry that. Does it work with this? We can't carry that either. Okay, it has to work with this, right? Alright, this is actually much faster. Whoa, we can move so much faster while carrying items now. It used to be... actually, let me show you. If I remove Enoki from here and I take this, this is the maximum movement speed. I'm also sprinting right now. This is without sprinting. And now with Enoki, this is without sprinting and this is with sprinting. That's amazing. And of course the normal sprint speed and the jump height. This is like a superpower, and this is especially good here on ATROX where all the plants are dangerous. We can claim our rewards for this, and now we should head back to Silva to verify both of these. But first let's get them some more seeds. And maybe in a future video we'll also build a farm here in our base to have all of the seeds that each of the snails prefer. So we can feed them with their favorite seeds, which also makes them last twice as long. So that's a project for a future video. But right now let's go ahead and complete the last missions, or what I think are the last missions. We'll see. I can't wait to actually hear the secret snail song when all of them sing together. So let's go back to Silva. Let's unpack the landing pad again. And let's claim our bytes for these. All we have to do now is verify these. So we've got Bestefar. And then we've got Enoki. I just realized we didn't take a look at what Enoki's emote looks like. So let's see. That's cute. Okay. We still need to do some stuff. Let's see what other missions we've got here. I'll claim the rewards as well. All together now. And this will get us the lab suit and 2 QTRTGs. I'm guessing this is the last mission. So we need to use the data log and then slot all the gastropods into the sonic array. Okay, let's use the data log. Okay, this opened up and I'm guessing we need to place all of them on there. Let's actually take the seeds off. I don't know if we need to place them in a specific order, but I'll just throw them on here and we'll see what happens. There we go. Here's what I want to build: a scrap farm so that we can get all the scrap we need for trading, a tapper power farm using carbon which should provide a ton of free power, an automated trade platform which trades resources on its own, and a huge storage section for everything we're going to collect moving forward. Okay, with all of that being said, let's get to work on the scrap farm. Here I've got some large storages, a ton of medium storages, and auto arms. We are also going to need more small platforms, or medium platforms rather. So we're gonna take some resin from here, and I'm also using the snails from last time. These are a good upgrade to our backpack, and I still have to use the drill mod 3 because best FR can get through most terrain but not the hard rocks in the caves of ATROX, and since our base is here on ATROX, I really need the drill mod 3 as well, especially through the caves. My plan for the scrap farm is to build an aluminum scrap farm. I've also found some aluminum in the caves pretty close to the base, but we're gonna need auto extractors for that, so we'd better unlock this. And for this we're gonna need exochips, steel, tungsten carbide and rubber. So the steel is gonna be an issue because we'll need argon and we don't have that here. So we'll need to go to Glacio and use our atmospheric condenser there. Alright, so let's head to Glacio. And we're gonna get all the argon we need from there. Okay, we can use this straight on the shuttle, so we'll set this on repeat as well. But we'll need some more power, so where's Rogel? Alright, let's feed Rogel in here. He provides 6 units per second, so that should be a good boost. We've also got a QTRTG and some wind power. And while this is collecting argon, I'm gonna collect some hematite because we'll also need iron later on. Let's also take some seeds from here. We can use these to feed our snails. So we've already got 2 argon. I'm gonna wait for the third one to finish and then we'll head back to ATROX. I'll throw all the iron on here to get smelted, and then we can start creating some steel. Let's see, we've got enough for 1 steel, and we've got all the other materials for 1 auto extractor right here. So we can go ahead and craft one. There we go. And that's probably gonna take a while, so in the meantime I'll make sure to smelt all of the hematite, and I'm guessing we're gonna need at least 2 auto extractors, so let's get some more steel then. So then I'll just set this on repeat and we'll get 2 auto extractors from there. We still need some more platforms, and I didn't know why it was so dark, but we forgot Sylvie on the shuttle and Rogel as well. So let's get some more seeds. I also have this little makeshift farm right here, but in a future video we'll build a huge actual farm with all types of plants. Until then, this will have to do. It gets us the seeds we need, so at least that's a good thing. And we can feed all of our snails, make sure they're all active all the time. So I dug this tunnel down until we hit some aluminum. And I'm thinking we will use trains to get all the aluminum in here. By the way, that's for the scrap farm. We're gonna do an aluminum scrap farm. We're gonna create an aluminum scrap farm which turns rail junctions into scrap. But for that we're gonna need a way bigger shredder, so let's get this out of the way here. And we should get all of these out of the way because we'll have our rail station here. By the way, we're gonna need to craft the rail stations as well, so we'll wait for these to craft and then we can look into what those require. Alright, so the extra large shredder is 5000 bytes. We have all we need for that. Oh, we have way more than enough. And for this we're gonna need 2 exo chips, tungsten carbide and steel. We don't really have the exo chips right now, so we're gonna have to go looking for them. Our auto extractors are done, so let's get them out of the way and see what we need for the rail stations. We're gonna need 2 of these as well, so titanium, copper, quartz. Alright. I guess we'll need some quartz then. There we go. And we can set this on repeat as well. I think we have some spare rail posts here, so we don't need to craft more. Yeah, we got some bundles. So we've got 3 bundles. I'm hoping that will be enough. If not, we're gonna craft some more. But right now, let's get started from the caves. So we're gonna bring our auto extractors into the caves using the rover. And from there, we can start setting them up. Just realized we could use an RTG here instead of the generator. I think we got an RTG in the last video as a reward for some missions that we did. So let me just throw it on here. So you'll see we are pretty close to some laterite. So we've got some right here on the left. I don't know exactly how big this deposit is, but if that's not enough, we've also got one up here on the right. So we're gonna use the auto extractors to test this and see which one's better for us. We're gonna take a look at the green bar on the side of the auto extractors, and the higher it is, the better the node. This is kind of half the bar. Okay, this seems to be lower. Yeah, so maybe up here. Yeah, that's about half. But it's gonna be much harder to do this here on the ceiling, so we're just gonna use the first node down there because they are about the same from what I can see. So we'll place both of the auto extractors on here. Great, and then we'll have auto arms grabbing the laterite right there and feeding it into the rail station. Once we have it, of course. Let's also connect these to each other if we can. And now I'll have to go back and get the rail stations, auto arms, platforms, and some storage, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so we've got auto arms, platform, storages on here. The first rail station is done, so let's place this up top. And that means we're gonna build our farm on this side here. Okay, we'll see, we'll mess with this later. For now, let's just unpack it there, and then we'll take the other one and bring it into the caves. We also have the rail posts, so we can build the rail. And then we'll have to see what we need to craft a rail car with a storage. We'll need a storage sensor. We're gonna make the whole thing automated. That's the whole point of a scrap farm, so we don't have to do anything and we'll get free scrap. Okay, so let's see if the rails are gonna go up from here. The station could be on this side, and we'll see if the auto arms can reach into it. I'm guessing something like that should work. Let's get some storage on here, and we should get some platforms and auto arms. Okay, so let's see if this reaches. Okay, that's definitely good. All right. Okay, so this works. We'll connect all of these, even though we're not connected to the base yet. But once we connect it, we're gonna have power through all of these. Let's also get some laterites to put in the selector slots of the auto arms, and we can throw these on here. That means we can also turn on the auto arms. All right, now let's get our rails, and we can start placing them down. Doing this, we'll go all the way to the top. And there it is. We've got it all set up. Now we'll just need to connect this to the base as well. And I guess we'll just steal a rail car from here. All we have to do is connect the power and turn the auto extractors on. I'll just connect it like this, so we have some power going through there. Okay, and for the extra large shredder, we're gonna need steel and tungsten carbide. We already have those, but then we're also gonna need 2 exo chips. So let me grab the rover and I'll go exploring for some exo chips. Let's unlock the storage sensor as well, and we're gonna need zinc and quartz to craft this. I think we have both of those. And then we'll also need a proximity repeater, but I think we have one of those. Yeah. So the way this is gonna work is I'm gonna place the storage sensor right here, and then the proximity repeater will activate. Actually, I think I can just do that, yeah. Alright, so we don't actually need the proximity repeater. I'll throw it on the side here. Let's get some medium storages so I can show you how this works. Basically, I'll place all of these on here. Now, this storage sensor should be set to full or empty. So anytime this whole storage is either full or completely empty, it will activate the car and it will go to the next rail station. Now we'll set the one on top to unload stopped cars and the one on the bottom will be set to load stopped cars. So let's go ahead and do that on the bottom too. Let's also turn these auto extractors on and they should start collecting laterite, which will get placed right here, and then this one will be set on load stopped cars. So anytime the car comes down here, it will get loaded with laterite, and once the cart is completely full, the storage sensor will activate and it will send it to the top to get emptied. And this will happen over and over again, essentially getting us infinite laterite up top in the base. Now we're gonna get the laterite on these storages right here, so that means we'll need some auto arms to take it off and we'll need to feed it into smelters. So let's set up 2 auto arms here that take the laterite off. And I've also completed a mission. I don't really know what it's about, but let's check. We got a large resource canister. Okay. That will come in handy. Maybe we can use this to collect a ton of scrap in here, or we'll find something else to use it for. I don't know, but I'll keep this in mind. It could also be good for the automated trade platform, but we'll see that later on. Alright, now let's set these up. We'll also put some laterite in the selector slots of these, just to make sure they don't grab anything else. Because, for example, if they grab the storage sensor, the whole thing will stop working. I will not turn them on until we have laterite in here. But yeah, just making sure they reach on there. Now we'll need some portable smelting furnaces. I've got one right here. Alright, the extra large shredder is also done, so we're gonna use that in just a second, but let me see if we can get another portable smelting furnace. We'll need 8 astronium for that. Well, I could just teleport to the core and get some astronium from down there. But yeah, I'll do that in just a second. First, let me just set this up right here. So we're gonna have portable smelting furnaces on here. Actually, let's also get a storage. Yeah, this should be easier this way. And there we go. This will place everything on here. The smelters will turn it into aluminum, which will then get grabbed by another set of auto arms on this side. Okay, so these auto arms will take the aluminum from here. I'll also set aluminum into the selector slots of these ones, and they will place it on another platform. Let's actually craft that. I think a medium platform B, or a large platform B rather. That should be good. So we'll need 3 resin for that. And we're also going to need an extra large platform C. So we'll get resin and iron for that as well. And we're gonna need this platform to put the shredder on it. Then we'll also need some small printers. I think at least 2. So there we go. Let's craft these. And while these get crafted, I'll also get some more medium storages. I think we'll set it this way. Then we'll have the small printers on the end of it here. These will be set to rail junctions. Let me see if I can find those really quick. Alright, so rail junction bundles. This is 2 aluminum each. And from what I remember, we should get 3 scrap out of each rail junction bundle. So that means 1.5 scrap per aluminum, and that's really great. We also need some storage on here. Alright, then we'll have another platform with some storage so that the rail junctions can get placed on here. We don't want them on the ground glitching through stuff and all of that. So we're gonna place them on a platform, and I think we'll have to move this a little bit further away because we'll need to fit our extra large shredder as well. So let's see if this can be thrown over on this side. Maybe I'll get these a little bit closer here. So we'll need 2 more auto arms right here. Of course, these will also need to have items in the selector slots, so make sure you don't forget about that if you're building along. And we'll make sure they reach in here. And then we'll have the last platform right here with our shredder. So there we go. We'll connect this on here, and the train also has room to pass through there. Now we can set some storages. I'm actually gonna use the extra large one here, or the large one, whatever it's called. So we are gonna collect a ton of scrap. We might get the train a little bit higher so that we can build our automated trade platform on here, but we'll do that later on in this video. Right now, let's make sure everything is set here, and I'll also go to the core to get some astronium for some more portable smelting furnaces. So yeah, let's actually start this car. And let me go down with it to see what's happening, just to check that everything's working correctly and that we have no faults in here. Okay, so we are producing laterite. We've got it right here. This is set to load stopped cars. So we're gonna wait for the car to come down here, and as soon as it comes, it should get loaded with all of the laterite. Here it is. Okay, so that works. Now once it's completely full, it should go straight to the top because of the storage sensor. So we are gonna wait for it up there, and then we're gonna see it in action, going all the way from laterite through aluminum, rail junction bundles, and then scrap. Once you've built this, the whole farm works pretty easily. All you need is a little bit of power, and it gets you a ton of scrap instantly. Actually, in the meantime, I'll head to the core for all of that astronium I've been talking about. So yeah, let's do that. I took the train all the way into the core because we've got our train system, so why not use it? And I got a ton of astronium. I've already sent the trade platform to get us one extra portable smelting furnace, and here it is. So we can just place it right here, and now we can start putting items in the selector slots of these, and we can turn them on. There we go. Now we're gonna get aluminum, we're gonna place it right here. And once we've got our rail junctions, we're gonna place them in here as well. And that's gonna be a functional scrap farm. And this is just waiting to get empty. Once it's empty, it will go back down. All right, we've got our aluminum here. There it goes, it will get filled and then it will come back up. And that's how we're gonna get all the scrap we really need. Once we've got a fully functional scrap farm, we can basically get almost any resource. And then we'll use astronium to get the other ones that we want from the trade platform. Once we have the automated trade platform, we won't even have to manually trade anymore. We can just set what we want and it will continuously go on its own. So with all of those upgrades, we will have an autonomous base. And from there, because we can get all the materials we want, then we can start building really big stuff that's gonna be really cool. And yeah, here we go. We've got the rail junctions in the selector slots, and we are creating scrap. We should get something on there as well, but for now we'll just get scrap in this, and we can hold 400 scrap in this large resource canister. I'm really glad we got this as a reward for the mission. Great, now this is using quite a bit of power, so that's why we're gonna need a power farm, and we are gonna build that using tappers and carbon. We already have a small organic power farm on here that we were using to power our little section of the base here. Actually, we can hook this back up to power to get some more bytes. But what I want to do right now is build this thing, but larger. And instead of using organic for the small generator, we are going to turn it into carbon and then use that for the medium generator. Because the medium generator provides 9 units per second of power. So if we just get enough carbon to feed into those, we're going to get a ton of power. We also have more astronium right here. So I'll take this and trade it for more portable smelters, because we're gonna use those to get our carbon. Great, let's get some more portable smelting furnaces. And the first thing we're gonna need is honeypots. These actually create organic the fastest. And I think we are wasting some of them on this farm. I think 4 of them is a little bit overkill for just 8 small generators. So I might steal 2 of them. Let's toggle these off. And now we can take them. And we can harvest these. So we'll see how this goes, but let's start planting these first. We've got 3 seeds so far. Alright, so we've got our honeypots right here. They are not fully grown yet, so we can't attach the tappers. So we're gonna wait for them to fully grow. Until then, we'll set up the rest of the platforms, and we'll also need to craft some more medium generators. So let's see what we need for those. We'll need aluminum and tungsten. I guess we can just steal aluminum from this production line. Alright, so I'll go get soil, we'll get all of our resin, and then I'll set up the platforms there, so I'll be back in just 1 second.
One eternity later.
Okay, so I've got the platforms right here, auto arms are ready, I got the medium generators all crafted, we've got 5 different portable smelting furnaces. I wish we could get 10, but maybe in the future. That's too much Astroneer right now, and I really don't feel like going back to the core again. So all we need now is steppers, we've got 5 of them, so let's craft the rest. We are gonna be using 10 honeypots for this farm, and since one medium generator is 9 units per second, we've got 10 right here, that should be 90 units. So 90 units of power per second is quite a bit. With that we can power multiple automated farms on here. So all in all, we should not worry about power anytime soon. Now I'm just setting these up on here, and they should all start collecting organic. Then I'll make sure I turn on all of the generators, and we should be good to go. Okay, so they're all on, and we should be getting 90 units per second right now. All we are using is 1 unit for each of these, and then the portable smelter uses 2. So we are losing 10 plus 5, we're losing 15. That gives us 75, which is a lot, and whenever we'll need more power we can just build another one of these right next to it, so we can double our power output. And it seems like it's getting backlogged already, so we don't actually need more honeypots or auto arms. All we need are more generators, so if we want to do that we can just add another auto arm set on here and even more generators. That's gonna be a really easy way to get more power once we need it. In the meantime, the scrap farm has been going all along. We've got 46 scrap right now. We had even more, but I took like 20 scrap to use in the trade platform because we needed tungsten, aluminum, and all of those. Okay, so we've got our scrap farm. We've got power right now. We've got more than enough. So the next thing we're gonna need to do is the automated trade platform, which will make sure we get all the resources we need without having to manually trade for them. The automated trade platform will also use some sensors, so we'll have to research all of those. But let's see, we've already got the storage sensor, and I think the only other one we need is either the delay repeater or the count repeater. I can't remember, but I'll unlock both of them. And then I'll check my schematics from back in the day when I made my first video about an automated trade platform. I'll take a look at that video, and then we can build this one, because I really don't remember right now how to do that. But yeah, I'll watch that, gather the materials. I'll be back in just a second and we can start building it.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
Alright, so after quite a while I've gathered all the materials we need. They're all behind me. I'm not gonna lie, this took like an hour and a half, something like that, but we've finally got everything we need. We've got large platforms, we've got all kinds of storage, trade platforms, auto arms, canisters, all of that. And we can now get started on the automated trade platform, which will take scrap from here. So whenever we don't have this enabled here, we are not collecting scrap, but we are actually sending it to the automated trade platform, which will be right here. I've just flattened this extra spot for the base, and I suspended the train tracks so the train can go over our whole setup here, because before it went straight through, so we couldn't build anything. But let's get started, and this is pretty simple. You can build this along if you want to. It's a really simple concept that will help you a lot when doing a ton of trading. So first up, here's where the scrap is gonna go. So if we enable output on this, we'll get a ton of scrap over here, or if we don't have this, then all of the scrap produced by the shredder will directly come over on this side. So then we'll need an auto arm, obviously, to grab all that scrap. Then we'll need another platform. This one should remain empty, at least for now. Make sure you connect everything to power, obviously. And then another auto arm on this side, which will feed the scrap into our trading platform, which I've set on a large platform A right here. Let me just turn this around. I like it better that way, but it doesn't really matter. So make sure you've got everything connected, and this is pretty much it. Now all we have to do is add 2 sensors, actually 1 sensor and 1 repeater. So let me grab those. So here's how this works. You'll need a storage sensor. Place that on the storage in the middle, or the platform. You can also use a storage for this, but I'm just using this platform, it's much easier. Make sure the storage sensor is set to full or empty. If it's set to anything else, this won't work properly, so make sure it's set to full or empty. If it's easier for you, both of these arrows need to be green, so if one of them is turned off, that's not good. You'll need both of them green. Alright, now connect this storage sensor to both auto arms. Just like that. Now use a count repeater and make sure you also connect your storage sensor to the count repeater so that it can count how many times the storage got full or empty. And now all you have to do is link the count repeater to the trade platform. Great. Now the count repeater is by default set at 2. But you can set it at whatever number you want between 1 and 8. And why do you want this count repeater and why would you set it to different things? Well, that's because you're gonna want different resources from here. For example, let's say we need to get some sphelerite. 1 scrap is 2 sphelerite, so we will only send 4 scrap at a time. For efficiency's sake, we don't want to send 2, 3, and we can't put 5 on there because the maximum amount is 4 if you want to get sphelerite. So that's why we could set this to 4. Now it will count 4 scrap. Once 4 scrap is here, this will activate and the trade platform will send the scrap and get us back the sphelerite. But what if we needed to get wolframite? 3 scrap equals 2 wolframite, so we'll put 6 scrap on there. Well, pretty easy, we'll just set this to 6 and the same thing happens, we'll get our wolframite. That's pretty easy. Now I just realized this comes directly under the bridge. That's not really a problem, this can just glitch through it, but yeah, I might have to move the bridge, but I'll do that off camera if it's really annoying. One last thing, make sure you've got scrap in the selector slots of these auto arms, because otherwise they could grab the sensor and everything will stop working. And then you need to turn on this auto arm. So in the beginning, this needs to be turned on and this one turned off, because once this gets full, then the first auto arm will turn off and the second one will turn on. And once it's completely empty, this second one will turn off and the first one will turn on again. And that's how this all works. Now let's say, what do we need? What do we actually need here? Let me take a look. Yeah, why not batteries? I would like to get some lithium for this. So let's set this to lithium. And 4 scrap is 1 lithium, so we are gonna use 8 scrap at a time to get 2 lithium. Let me just set this to 8. And that should be pretty easy. Now all I have to do is enable output on this. And you can see it in action right here. There it goes, it's full. Now the other auto arm is turned on. And this count repeater is counting, so take a look. We've got 4 scrap on here. And this is counting 4. Now we are gonna have 6 in just a second now. So this is counting 6. And these are gonna be the last 2 before the trade platform goes off. One thing I forgot to mention is you should also place a scrap on this in the beginning, because this auto arm should have 1 scrap on top of it. But there we go, it launches on its own, it glitches through the bridge and it will come back with lithium. Now, if we want this to be automated, we can't expect it to come back with 2 lithium and we will stand here and take it off. So that's why we're gonna set up some auto arms to automatically take off the resources from here and store them in a storage area. And since we only have 1 trade platform right here, we'll use a single auto arm. I'll put lithium in the selector slot and this can transition it onto here. I will stand here with my backpack for now so I can collect them. But we are gonna have platforms over there to collect all our lithium. So let's start with this extra large platform C. And here's where we'll build our storage area that I talked about in the beginning of the video. Here we can store all types of resources, not just the ones we get with the trade platform, but any other kind of resource. So this is gonna be a pretty big area. I don't know if 4 platforms will be enough, but we can also add more later. And we might need to also expand this a little bit further that way. But for now, let's just unpack these. And actually, I need to feed the snails again. So let me just harvest some of these. Alright, now let's get some large storage in here. And I'll also bring some canisters, so that we can store a ton of lithium, and we can just use that to get a ton of sphelerite and a ton of lithium. That's gonna get us batteries, and we can build an even bigger power section for the base using a ton of batteries while not having to collect any resources for that, because the trade platform will do all the work for us. So let me just unpack these over on this side. We can use 4 of them, why not? And then we'll just position the platform so that the auto arm can safely deposit our lithium in here. Now we can have even more large storages on this. When we decide we have enough lithium, we can just go ahead and change whatever we get from here. We'll also change the count repeater accordingly, and we can get basically an infinite amount of any kind of resource, because we are getting scrap without doing anything from the laterite deposit there, and then we are using that to get any resource we want over here. Now I know the laterite deposit will get smaller and smaller eventually, but all you have to do is move the auto extractor by a little bit and the bar will fill back up. And even if in some cases it can deplete completely, you can just move the auto extractors to a different node, and that's a pretty easy 5-minute operation. In the meantime, all your farms will keep on going. So I would say this is really infinite. Now let's get even more storage on here. We might require some more medium resource canisters, but we've also got a ton of medium storages, so we'll use those too. I'll move this one to the side, and all I need to do now is unpack these medium storages. I see the snails are eating good. They are actually really helpful, so I'm glad we got them in the last video. But yeah, I'm just unpacking these over here. I'm gonna bring the other two platforms, and then I'll show you the final product of our storage area here on ATROX. Alright, so I've set up all our 4 platforms. I left this empty because I don't really know if we want medium storages or resource canisters on them. We might actually add some more resource canisters, but we'll do that later on when we actually need them. And we've also got more large storages on here for a future video where we might want to expand this maybe. We also have extra auto arms and platforms, so we can do anything we want with those. And it only took me like 5 minutes to set this up. In the meantime, we received 12 lithium without really doing anything for it. So now whenever we are out exploring or doing anything, we'll just receive lithium in here. Even if we go to a different planet, this farm will still keep on working. And as I said, once we are done with the lithium, we can just change it to any other resource that we can get with scrap, and we're gonna get a ton of that without doing anything. So this is a really versatile thing. Of course, you'll need a scrap farm in order for this to work automatically. We've also got our storage here, and to make all of these work, you're gonna need a ton of power, and that's exactly what the power farm is for. As I said, we can also expand this in the future. First up, to get the hoverboard, we'll need to go to the solo. I've got our large shuttle outfitted with everything we might need. We've got a landing pad to complete missions on there. We've got exochips because I'm pretty sure we'll need those. We've got a buggy with a seat, some extra hydrazine, dynamite because of course dynamite. We've got some packagers and an atmospheric condenser because if I remember correctly, we'll need to find some gases for this. So yeah, we've got power as well, and that's pretty much it. I've also got all the snails in my backpack, all 7 of them, and especially Usagi, which should help us locate things on the map. That should be really helpful for this. But that's enough chatter, let's get in and go to the solo. On the solo we'll find the hoverboard, and then for the VTOL we'll have to go to Vesania. But let's take it step by step. So our first stop is the solo. And I'm pretty sure we need to land here. This sign might be the first thing we need to get, because in a past video, like 2 or 3 videos ago, we found a really interesting thing, but I'm not entirely sure, so it might be something else entirely. For that, we'll need to unlock our pad right here. And let's see our mission log. What we are completing right now is prototype recovery. So we need to find a vehicle data recorder on the solo and blow it up. That's what I think this thing is, but I'm not entirely sure. So let's get our buggy here. This will allow us to move around easier. We'll also put a QTRTG on it for power. And I'll also take some more seeds for our snails so they can continue giving us their powers. If that's actually the thing, we'll also need to blow it up. So I'll take a dynamite and let's go. The Solo is such a cool planet, but I've never actually built a base on here. So we might want to do that in a future video. Alright, so is this? Yeah, this is the vehicle data recorder. Oh, and they also gave us some dynamite right next to it. That's nice of them. Let's detonate and we'll see what happens. Whoa. Okay, that was a bigger explosion than I was expecting. We've got some exochips on here. Alright. And we completed the mission, but did we get anything else? I don't think so. I'll take the buggy and I'll go back. I'm really surprised the buggy didn't get destroyed from that explosion. It just got pushed back. That was really weird, but I'm not complaining. So let's go ahead and see if we completed the mission. Yeah, prototype recovery. We've got 500 bytes from that. And now we need to complete tracing the transmission. We need to find Matt and slot an exochip. Alright, so that's why we received exochips as well. I'm not sure how much space we've got for them, but I'll throw them on here. Oh, they actually put it on the map for us, so we won't need Usagi to blindly go around the planet looking for it. I'll also take some extra chips, but that wouldn't have been so bad on the Solo because it's a pretty small planet. It would have been kind of hard for the Vital missions on Vesania because Vesania is much bigger than the Solo. But we can already see it in the distance there, so I'm gonna drive pretty quickly over to that spot and then we can slot an exochip into it. And I think it will also require us to slot some other resources in, but I don't remember what resources. So here we are, we found Matt. Okay, and now we need to place an exochip in here. Okay, well, we got a new mission, so I'll check the mission log on the backpack here. We do have some rewards for this. We got some bytes. And now we'll need 2 plastic and 2 aluminum alloy. Okay. We don't have the facilities to craft those on here, so I'll have to head back to ATROX, craft those, and then we'll come back here and put them into Matt. But that's exactly why I brought some extra hydrogen with us. If we need to go from one planet to another, we can do it without worrying about getting stranded on a planet. So yeah, I'll head back to ATROX and craft those resources. And then I'll see you back here.
One eternity later.
Alright, I'm back from ATROX and we've got 2 missions actually here. We need to provide 2 copper, 2 zinc, 2 plastic and 2 aluminum alloy. So I've got all of them right here, 8 in total. So let's head back to Matt and slot these in. I'm not sure if we also need to provide other materials or if these are enough to get us the hoverboard, but we'll see in just a second here. Okay, so here we are. Let's start feeding these in one by one. So there's the aluminum alloy. Now let's feed the plastic. Okay, we completed the first mission. And then let's place the zinc and the copper. And that should be it. It looks like it's scanning now. And we got a new mission, I think. What is it scanning for though? Let's actually see what the new mission is all about. We need to activate the Matt on this. Oh, so we just need to activate it. All right. I didn't notice we can activate this. It says it's ready to broadcast its schematic findings to exodynamics. Warning, reactor overload likely. That sounds dangerous, but okay, let's activate. Whoa, it looks like it's about to explode. It didn't really leave anything behind and it's gone. What happens next? I think that was supposed to happen, but now what do we do? Let me take another look at the missions. We don't seem to have any other mission here on the Solo. Oh, but we got the schematics for this. So we already have the hoverboard, we just need to go back to the landing pad and claim our reward there. And then we can test it out here on the Solo. I'm really excited to test out the hoverboard. I've actually used it a while ago in Astroneer, but I didn't really use it a lot. Now I think I'm gonna be using it a lot more, especially with the snails in the backpack. That could be a good combo with the hoverboard. So here we are, let's claim our rewards here. And here's the hoverboard, a QTRTG, and the schematic for the hoverboard. So there we go, there it is. I think the hoverboard consumes, 1 power while active, so that's why we have the QTRTG as a reward as well. And we need to double tap space to equip it, so let's see. Okay, I feel like I'm in Subway Surfers now, so let's see. Okay, this is number 1, this is much faster than just running around. And you can also jump higher. But I wonder, does Enoki affect the hoverboard as well? Where is he? Let's take Enoki off and see what this is like. Oh yeah, okay, so Enoki also affects how you move on the hoverboard. So that's why I said it could be a good combo with the snails. You can already see some of the benefits from here. If you didn't catch it, let me show you one more time. So I'll just throw Enoki on here. Oops. I'll throw him on here. And now take a look at our speed and also the jump height. We can jump so much higher now, and we are much faster. This makes traveling so much easier. You don't really even need a buggy anymore if you have this. So alright, we're gonna be using this a lot when completing the next missions for the VTOL on Vesania. Let's head back to our shuttle, pick up our landing pad and head to Vesania. This is also so much fun to use. Look at the jump. And because we have Princess in the backpack, we didn't take any damage from that. Another cool thing is that you can use your terrain tool while on the hoverboard. You don't have to get off in order to do that. So that's extremely cool. And there we go. I'll take this, and I guess I'm just gonna leave the buggy here because we don't need it anymore. Let's pack our stuff and we'll head over to Vesania. We just need a packager here. Let's get the VTOL 2 and then we'll have all of the vehicles in Astroneer. Basically, I'm really excited about this, and I'm not sure where do I actually need to land here. Do we have any marker like we had on the Solo? Oh, we actually do have something here. So I land here. I guess that's the closest thing to it. So I think that's what we have to blow up first. And let me just take another look at the mission. So we need to find the data recorder and blow it up. All right, I'm gonna take a dynamite and we will receive exochips probably, so I won't take exochips with me. We actually don't need the QTRTGs because we've got Rogel and he provides 6 units per second, so that's a whole lot. But we will need some extra seeds. Let me take them from here. This one seems to be pretty far. I'll just use the hoverboard to get there, and that will make things much faster. This is also surprisingly easy to maneuver through narrow spots or tough situations. That looked really far from above, but using the hoverboard we were so quick that we are already here. I was even thinking of maybe doing a time lapse of me driving all the way here, but this doesn't require that. It's so easy. Oh, and we also have dynamite, so let's just blow this up here, and I'll get away because the explosion seems to be much bigger for this. Okay, we also got exochips here, and now we should have a different thing on the map. We'll use the hoverboard again to get there. This seems to be one of the fastest way to move in Astroneer right now, but we'll see if the VTOL is even faster. That is a possibility. So let's head over there and see what we need to do to complete these missions. This terrain would be really hard to travel through with the buggy, but because you can jump while on the hoverboard, we can get around a ton of obstacles. We don't have to build bridges over gaps or anything like that. We can just jump and we are on the other side just like that. It's so easy and so maneuverable. Actually, I don't know why I didn't use this more often before, but I'm definitely gonna use it a lot from now on. We are almost there, and we won't take any damage here because we've got Princess in the backpack. If we didn't, we could easily take fall damage while using the hoverboard, but as I said, you should also use some snails with it. It makes it much easier to use. And here's the thing, this is the mat. Alright, so I think we need to provide exochips in here. Okay, so we completed that mission. We can also collect the byte rewards from here. So I'll do that. And now we need to complete What's the Thrust? And we need 2 hydrogen canisters and 2 nitrogen canisters. And we also have the mission Substance Selection. We need graphite, titanium and tungsten. Alright, that's not pretty hard to do, but for the nitrogen and the hydrogen we'll need to go back to ATROX, and I don't know if Vesania has hydrogen, but let me actually check in the Astropedia really quick. Oh, hydrogen, yeah, so we have hydrogen on Vesania. We can get it right here because we've got our atmospheric condenser. But for the nitrogen we'll need... Oh, we actually have nitrogen as well. Alright, so we can just do that here using our shuttle. But then for the other missions we'll have to get back, especially for the titanium and tungsten. So I'm gonna go collect all of those materials and then I'll meet you back here on Vesania, alright?
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
Okay, so I've got all the materials we need right here. Well, this is collecting the hydrogen. I'm gonna go and place these into the mat. And then we'll come back to get our nitrogen and hydrogen because we can't carry all of them at one time. So again, I'm just gonna use the hoverboard for this. Oh, and I'm losing power here. Okay. I left Rogel on the shuttle, so we have more power for the hydrogen. So I'll need a QTRTG now to sustain our hoverboard, because we were using Rogel before. But yeah, this also works with a QTRTG. It works with any kind of power, really. You can use as little as just a small generator, and that works. And hey, I bet you I can do a time-lapse here. Great, so here we are. Let's start feeding the resources in it. So first the graphite. Then we've got the tungsten. And finally the titanium. Okay, we completed that mission. And now we just need to complete the one with the hydrogen and nitrogen. I think we can also collect bytes for this one that we just completed. So now I'll just head back to the shuttle and get all of the gases. We've got 2 hydrogen and 2 nitrogen right here. Now all we need to do is take them back to the mat. And maybe then we'll receive our VTOL, or maybe we'll have to place even more resources, but I really hope we just receive the VTOL. I don't know, we'll see. Great, let's feed these in here. Whoa, this makes a really interesting sound there. Alright. It sounds even a little bit creepy. But there we go, that's the last gas right there. Okay, so we completed the mission, but now what do we need to do? We can collect the rewards. And now we need to get further refinement. Oh, alright, so we need silicone and tungsten carbide. Okay. I guess we'll have to head back to ATROX for this. I wasn't expecting to need even more resources, but I guess it is what it is. We will receive the VTOL, which is extremely cool, so it's worth all of these resources. So let's head back to ATROX, craft those, and then I'll be back. I'm back with all the resources we need, so let's feed them in here. Alright, so that's all of them. And it still needs something. So let's see, what does it want? We can claim the rewards for this. And now we have analysis paralysis. We need to slot 3 exochips in here. I'll go back and get the 3 exochips, and then we'll probably need to get some other resources as well. So yeah, the VTOL is definitely harder to unlock than the hoverboard. I'm guessing it's for a good reason. The VTOL can fly, so that's pretty overpowered in Astroneer actually, especially in the mid game, let's say. The end game might hold some other surprises, but we'll see in future videos about that, don't worry. If the hoverboard wasn't so fun to use, it would be pretty boring to go from the shuttle to the mat back and forth all these times. But with the hoverboard, this is actually extremely fun, so I don't really have a problem with it. Let's just get those 3 exochips, and now we're heading back. Alright, let's get these exochips in here, and then we'll see what else we need. Okay, oh, so we just need to activate it, we don't need any other resources. So I'll activate it, and I'll run a little bit further, just in case this one explodes as well. This is pretty creepy, you don't really see this in Astroneer all that often. And there it goes. Okay, so I'm guessing we have the VTOL now. Yeah, we've got the VTOL, some hydrogen, and the schematic to craft it. So we'll just have to head back to the shuttle again, and we can claim the rewards from the landing pad. I'm really excited to try out the VTOL, so I'm gonna hurry back there. Here we are, let's go ahead and complete the missions. And we've got our hydrogen here and the VTOL. Let's unpack it. Alright, so this is really cool. We don't really need a seat for this, we can just enter. Okay, but we'll need power, so let's get a QTRTG in here. Or do we need power? I don't think so. Alright, so we just need the hydrogen. Okay, I thought this was about power. And I'll just throw some more hydrogen in here so that we can fly for longer. And now let's see, so we need to double tap to take off. Okay. And now we can ascend, descend, and we can move in all directions. This is extremely cool, and look at how little hydrogen it uses. I was expecting it to use it much faster, like the thrusters for example, but with this you can really use it a lot and travel anywhere on the planet. And if you add some larger silos on here, you can also haul some stuff from one side to another. And this is also extremely good for exploration. This changes how you would approach exploration, because now you can just scout ahead and see everything from above, so that you can pinpoint a location that you want to explore and then you can just go there. This would be really cool, just having some beacons with you, and you would go around the planet and pinpoint beacons on specific resources that you want to come back with a rover maybe and collect them. If you want to collect more of them, more than it fits in a backpack or on the VTOL, you could pinpoint specific points of interest or anything like that. This would also help you a lot for some missions. So yeah, this is really cool. For whatever reason you can't see it from the front because it keeps turning. But yeah, you can see it from above and from below. And let's see, how do we land this thing? Do we just go to the ground, or we have to actually double tap shift? All right, and we landed it. Now we can exit, we can do our stuff, get the resources off, put other things on, and then we just get back on and we can take off. I think there's a limit to the skybox, so you can't actually use this to get to other planets, but I'm just testing it out. It probably won't work, but you can get above the clouds with this. This is pretty cool. You can see the whole planet from here, so maybe there's no limit? I don't know. Oh no, we just hit the top of the skybox, so we cannot go any further than this. You can see when I go up, it just stops there. So this is as high as you can go. Let's craft a probe scanner. For that we are gonna need 4000 bytes, so we can unlock it, and then we'll use 1 steel to craft it. There it is. So let's go ahead and craft it. This will allow us to find all of the historical probes and then ultimately meet the Wanderer. And all of these probes are really interesting. We will get to see a lot of information about them, and I'll show you everything we know about each of them from the Astroneer wiki, because each one is an actual space program that exists in real life. So yeah, this should be fun. Now let's see what this mission says. Alright, we got 2 solid fuel jump jets as a reward. That's nice, but we don't need them right now. Maybe we can scrap them, but I leave them here. And let's see our next mission. Okay, so we'll need to activate the probe. I'll throw it over on this side, and we can press C to scan. And this should be pointing us in the right direction, so we'll keep following it. There's also this little tune it has. It's like a little song. I like it. Alright, so we can scan again, and it's this direction. I'm also gonna use the hoverboard to travel, because this is the fastest way. And we unlocked it in the last video. I can't stop using it, to be honest. It's so good. It wants us to continue in this direction. Let's see where we should go next. Okay. This terrain is really hard to traverse, but because of the hoverboard, it's a little bit easier. But we might get stuck in here, so I should start digging our way a little bit. Alright, so now we should head this way. This is a little bit confusing. So let's see what we've got here. Oh, I think we found it. Is this it? Unclassified probe. Let's scan again, just to make sure. But I think we should put the probe scanner in there. Alright, so we found our first probe. And it used the probe scanner. Alright. We also got a Steam achievement and a new mission. Oh, and we got some cosmetic rewards for that. Okay, so this is the Sputnik satellite. It's a historical probe. Should we take it from here? I don't think we can move it. But alright, this is pretty nice. This is Sputnik. Okay, so by taking a look at the Astroneer Wikipedia, we can see that the Sputnik satellite is on ATROX. There's actually 1 probe for each planet. We found it in this biome that was really hard to traverse. And we've got our reward, which is the Wanderer green pellet. We'll check that out in just a second. And here we have a short description of Sputnik 1. which was the first satellite to ever be launched into orbit. That's pretty nice. And it also has this message in Morse code, which we could hear once we activated it. And it shows here that it's also got a spectrogram, which is this photo right here. I think this is actually Paul Pepera. He's a guy that worked on the System Era team. He worked on Astroneer. If you listen closely, you can actually hear the Morse code, and I showed you the translation earlier. Alright, so we've got the one on ATROX. Now let's head back to the base and get another probe scanner. And then we can start going to each planet and get each probe, and once we have all of them, we get to actually meet the Wanderer, which I guess it's like a time traveler guy or something like that. I don't know, but we will find out. We are creating more steel right now over at the chemistry lab so that we can craft multiple probe scanners, because we're gonna need one for each planet. So we used the first one, we're gonna need 6 more, and I'll just place them on the shuttle and then we can take off. I'm wondering what our next planet should be. I'm thinking maybe we should head to Glacio next. Why not? And we've got the shuttle equipped with everything we might need. Did we get a reward for claiming this one? Yeah, we got some bytes. Actually 5,000 bytes, that's a lot. And now we need to scan all the other ones. We've got the one on ATROX, so we need the rest of them. And for this we are gonna get 10,000 bytes. Oh, and I almost forgot, let me also check the reward we got. We got a pallet, the Wanderer Green. Okay, this looks nice. I'm gonna wear this one up until we get the next one, and then I'm gonna wear that if we still get something for each one. So yeah, I'm gonna wear the green for now. This looks pretty cool. So let's take off, and our next stop will be Glacio. Okay, so here we are. Let's activate the probe scanner. Okay, so I'm guessing we need to head in this direction. This one's pretty far away, but traveling on Glacio is much easier than it was on ATROX. So let's see, where is this? I'm guessing we should be getting pretty close now, so we should see it anytime now. Or maybe not, we've still got some ways to go. Glacio is a huge planet, so it's no wonder this is pretty far. But driving the hoverboard is so satisfying. So I'm enjoying this. It would have been so much harder to do this without any kind of vehicle. Oh, we might have passed by it. It says we should go backwards now. Is this thing it? What is this? This is just a solar panel, I guess. But we definitely took a wrong turn, or we passed by the probe. So let's see one more time. We should head in this direction. Okay. So I'm gonna go there. Oh, I saw it, it's up there. This one looks a little bit more weird, so we should scan it. There we go. The Pioneer 1 spacecraft. And we unlocked another pallet. This also makes some weird noises. Let's see all of it. This one looks pretty cool. Let's check the Astroneer wiki to see what can we find out about it. So this is the Pioneer 1 spacecraft, and as a reward we got the Wanderer Teal pallet. We're gonna check it out in just a second. And the Pioneer 1 is the first spacecraft to be launched into space by NASA in 1958. So that's 1 year later than the Sputnik 1, which was on ATROX. And this was supposed to go to the moon, but the launch did not go as planned and it fell back to Earth. That's pretty sad, but this also has a Morse code here. That's pretty cool. And we also have a spectrogram. I'm not really sure what this is. Maybe it's an image from the actual real-life probe. Now let's see the palette we got here. Wanderer Teal, this is the new one. Alright, I like the look of this too. So I'm gonna wear this one until we find the next. Where should we go? Let's actually see where the shuttle is. And I think we should go to Calidor next. Yeah, let's head to Calidor. Okay, so we should take another probe scanner and head over to Calidor. We landed mid-air. That's pretty interesting. And we've also got the VTOL on here. We can use that if we need to, but for now I'm just gonna use the hoverboard. This seems more fun and it might be faster. So let's go ahead and scan. We need to head in this direction, but I'll also take some seeds to feed the snails. because that's a really essential part. Without the snails we don't really have anything in the backpack, so this is really important. But we need to head in this direction. I actually like this game mechanic from these missions where you need to follow the probe scanner and it's sending you in specific directions. It feels a lot like exploration because you don't really know where you're headed. Oh, but we already found it. Okay, so we were lucky to land pretty close to this one. Let's throw the probe scanner in there. And this is the Hubble Space Telescope. And we got another pallet. This one's orange. Let's dig it up so we can see all of it. Okay, so this is the Hubble Space Telescope. I actually heard a lot about the real-life variant of this. This one's pretty famous. So let's go ahead and check what it's about. The Hubble Space Telescope from Calidor. We've got our orange pallet, yes, and this one was launched in 1990 into low Earth orbit, and it provides high-resolution images that ground-based telescopes could not provide. So this is a pretty cool mega telescope from what I understand, and it's maintained by astronauts. Alright, so that's pretty cool. It also has a nice Morse code here. I'm pretty sure these are added by the Astroneer developers. These are probably not from the real life variant. And we've also got a spectrogram for this. Is this the telescope? Is this a shuttle thing? I don't really know. But this one was pretty nice as well. Now let's head back to the shuttle, and where do we want to go next? Let's go to Silva. And then we'll do the Solo, and finally we'll head to Vesania and Novus. Here we are on Silva, so let's activate the probe scanner. And traversal is pretty easy here on Silva, so we should have no trouble finding this, no matter how far it is. I see something on the mountain up there, but I don't know if that's what we're looking for. I'll go up to it and check, because the probe scanner seems to point us in this direction. Yeah, it's definitely sending us over on this side. So we might have spotted it already. So here we go, let's feed the probe scanner into it. So here we have the Kepler Space Telescope, and we've got a blue pallet for that. This was launched in 2009, and this one has a pretty interesting primary mission. It needs to locate Earth-like planets. So this is the one that might find some actual aliens, but it was actually deactivated in 2018, so I guess it didn't find anything. And then here's the Morse code. I really don't understand what any of this means. And we've also got the spectrogram from it, and it seems to be some kind of Astroneer document. It seems like I'm learning a lot of space stuff today from these missions, which I really enjoy. But let's head back to the shuttle, and then we can go to the Solo, which I'm pretty sure will have something that has to do with the moon, because if you didn't know, Astroneer basically implies that Silva is Earth and the Solo is the moon, something like that. So I'm really curious to see what we find on the Solo. And here we are. Let's get another probe scanner from here, and we will also need some more seeds, so I'm gonna gather those from here. Let's use the probe scanner and see where we need to head next. The Solo is such a small planet, or actually a moon, that wherever we landed, I'm sure we are pretty close to this thing, and we might have found it already. Yeah, so this is it. Let's place this in here and see what happens. Alright, so this is the New Horizons probe, and we got a new palette, which is the yellow one. Oh, I actually forgot to check out the other palettes that we got. So let's see, I showed you the green and the teal, but I didn't show you the orange. So this is the one from Calidor. Pretty nice one too. Works good with this black. And now we just received the yellow one. So this is how that looks. Pretty nice. I like the contrast with the black for these more bright colors. Okay, so now let's check the Astroneer wiki. This is the New Horizons probe, and this was launched in 2006, and it was supposed to leave the solar system, I guess. It was part of NASA's New Frontier program, and it had the primary mission to flyby study of Pluto. Alright, so this actually has nothing to do with the moon, so I was mistaken on that side, but this one was studying Pluto. And then here's the Morse code thing, and we've got the spectrogram right here as well. This is also a confidential document. I don't know if we can actually understand anything on here, but it seems to be a technical manual for some sort of thing, like a satellite or something. I don't know, but these seem to be really cryptic. I like the fact that this one is gold and white. It's really aesthetic, and I'm pretty sure that's how it looks in real life too, or at least it's similar to the real life variant. But now let's head to Vesania. That's our next stop, and then we'll also see Novus. Okay, let's use the probe scanner and we need to head in this direction, I guess. We still need one more seed for Stilgar. We don't want to run out of oxygen. And let's use the scanner one more time. Alright, so it's in this direction. Now Vesania is also a really big planet, so this might take a while, depending on where we landed, but let's see. But I'm really curious what this one looks like, and I'm also curious about the lore of it. So let's see. We should be getting pretty close now, right? I'm just gonna keep going where this thing is sending me, and I guess we'll eventually land there. Alright, so here it is. Let's dig it up a little bit, and we can place our probe in there. There we go, this is Voyager 2, and we got the Fuchsia palette. Let's equip the palette first, so I don't forget about it again. We've got the Fuchsia. This one's pretty nice. It's really cute. Okay, so this is the Voyager 2 probe, and it was launched in 1977, and it studied these systems, but it got into interstellar space in 2018. This one's still in use from what I can gather. And then here's what it says in Morse code. Then we've got a spectrogram on this side, but we still can't really read anything on here other than it's something very confidential and redacted. Okay, and now I guess the last one we need to check out is the one on Novus. And then, because that's the last one, we should also get to see the Wanderer. So that will be pretty cool. I'm really excited about this. And by completing these pretty simple missions, we are also getting 7 different cool pellets. So it's really worth it. Here's Novus, this is our last stop before we meet the Wanderer. So let's go ahead and find that probe. And this being a moon, it's also a pretty small one. It's a little bit bigger than the Solo, but it's still smaller than all other planets. So we shouldn't really have a hard time finding this. I actually find one of those huge solar panels here, and we might want to use that if we ever build a base on Novus. But take a look at this, we just stumbled upon the historical probe from Novus. Here it is. I'm gonna go ahead and place the probe scanner in there, and we completed the mission. This is the Mariner X probe. Oh, and there's the Wanderer. Check this out. We can take a photo. This is unclassified humanoid, wants to capture this moment in space-time. Okay, take photo. Alright, so we greeted the Wanderer. And it took our photo. Okay. And he went away. Oh, but here's the photo. So this is the photo he took of us. That's pretty nice. Alright. I think we actually have this saved in Astroneer's files. Oh, we actually unlocked more stuff, and we also got a Steven achievement for that. Alright, so this is Mariner X from Novus, and this was launched in 1973, and its mission was to study Mercury's environment and also Venus. This is pretty interesting. It was the first space probe to use the gravitational slingshot maneuver, and it was abandoned when it ran out of maneuvering fuel and remains in orbit somewhere around the sun. Then here's the Morse code for it, if you can make anything out of it. And then here's the spectrogram, which we still can't really read, but it says here, together with Dr. Ludwig, whatever prevented a catastrophic failure incident on the spaceport near Mars. Alright, so this says that Mars, I guess that's Mars there, I guess. So this basically puts Mars into the universe of Astroneer, basically implying that it's the same as our universe, and the solar system we are in is just a distant solar system. Okay, so we got a suit too. So let's check all of these out. We've got the Wanderer Grey. I guess this one's for Novus. So this one's gray on black. Really nice, really stealthy. And then for completing the whole mission with all of them, we also got the red one. Pretty cool. Or maybe the red is for Novus and then the gray is for... I guess we just got both of them here. But then we also have a new suit. This is the Wanderer suit. And we've got a camera in our chest. I don't know if you can see this, but let me get some more light up here. There we go. So we've got a camera in our chest. This is the camera he used to take our photo. And then we've got a really cool helmet on this. but I've got to say this red one works really great with our dynamite hat. I've already set up the space where we'll plant all of these. Now all we need to do is collect every single seed type from each planet and bring them all back here. So I flattened this surface right next to our base. We've got a little bit of a slope here to get to it. I also want to paint it, so we'll also get some nice colors, maybe from Vesania, but we'll see. And we've got our shuttle equipped here. I think we can actually get rid of some stuff from here that we probably won't need, so that we can have a ton more space to get all the seeds. So I'm gonna get some more medium storages. We also need to craft 2 terrain analyzers. I've already unlocked those, so we'll need zinc, and I think we have some smelted right over here. I'm gonna get 2 terrain analyzers so that we can get 2 different colors, and then we'll decide which one we want to use. Now we'll also need to get some seeds to feed our snails. This glitched. Alright. I don't know why it just stopped there, that was random. But let's get some seeds from here, and afterwards we won't even need this farm here because we'll have the actual garden with all of the seeds. And the main reason we are doing that is because each snail has a favorite food. So if you feed them their favorite food, they'll stay active for twice as long as normal. For example, Sylvie likes the mutant hisbine seed, Stilgar likes the spiny attackus seeds, Princess likes cataplants. So I want to have all of those right next to our base so that we can feed the snails with their favorite foods each time, and that will make them stay active for much longer. And I guess they will also be happier because they got their favorite little food. By the way, if you want to see me unlock all of the snails, we've done that in a previous video from the same playlist, so you can check that out if you want. But I think we are all prepared here, and the first planet we're gonna go to is Glacio. I've actually got a list with all the plants I want to collect from each planet. So for Glacio, I want to get the boom balloon, the volatile cataplant, and the pickle pod. I'm gonna get like 3 or 4 seeds of each, and then we can multiply the seeds back on ATROX. So I'll start looking for, oh, and there it is. I was looking for the boom balloons. We've already got 2 seeds right here. That should be enough, but there's another one, so let's get 2 more. Great, we can take these back to the shuttle now. And I'm using the hoverboard for this because I find it to be the best vehicle for exploration. So we've got the boom balloons. Now let's look for some volatile cataplants. Those should be pretty dangerous. They are more dangerous than the noxious cataplants. We will get those from Vesania, but the volatile ones can only be found on Glacio or ATROX, and they are very dangerous. And there they are. We've got 2 of them here and 1 over on that side. These things explode. You can also use them in your advantage if you don't have dynamite and you need to blow something up. But we've got 5 seeds right here. That should be more than enough. So I'm gonna head back to the shuttle to deposit these, and then we're gonna look for the pickle pod. The pickle pod was only recently added in Astroneer with the Verdant update. I mean, recently, it was a couple months ago. But yeah, those are the newest plants in Astroneer. So we're gonna get all of those as well. From what I remember, the pickle pods actually grow in the hotter areas, so I'm gonna try to find those and see if they are over there. I don't see any here, so let's maybe search some more. They have to be over here somewhere. All right, I found one. So let's go ahead and harvest these. We got 2 seeds, and look at that, we've also got a hisbine right here. I think I was supposed to gather those from Kelidor, but if we find it, then why not? I would like to get another pickle pod if we can find it, but they seem to be pretty scarce here.
1 eternity later.
Finally, after a lot of searching, I just found another pickle pod, and this only gave us 1 seed, but alright, I guess we'll have 3 seeds and that's it. Oh, actually there are more over here. I'm glad I found this spot where there are more of them. Oh, but we don't have space. Okay, we'll leave the hisbines here. So we got 6 pickle pod seeds. That's great. Now we should head back to the shuttle, and then our next stop will be on Kelidor. We are traveling to Kelidor right now, and from here we're gonna get the Wizweed, the Spine Lily, the Spiny Attacus, the Daggerroot, and the Cactial. That's what I want to find over here. So we've got 5 different plants to collect from Kelidor. Some of them should be really easy to find, while others might prove to be pretty difficult. But we've already got the Spine Lilies right here next to our landing spot, so we can get some of those. I can already see some Daggerroot as well over here. so we'll get those two. I'm only gonna get 2 seeds because we're gonna make more of them back on ATROX. We won't have space for everything otherwise. And then I can see a cactile right here, so let's get this as well. That's surprising. I thought that would be more difficult to find, but apparently not. But we still need one more, I guess. And then we also need the Spiny Attacus and the Whizzweed. So I'm gonna have to look a little bit harder for those. But we found both of them over on this side, so Calidor, pretty easy. Easier than I expected. Let's get all of these. There we go. I would still like to get one more cactile, and then we'll head to the next planet, which is Vesania. But we found another cactile right here, only 1 seed, but I'll take it. This was a little bit harder to find than the others, so let's head back to the shuttle and then we'll go to Vesania. We are landing on Vesania right now, and from here we're gonna need 4 different plants. The Lash Leaf, Twistle Whip, Noxious Cataplant and Stretch Petal. So let's see which we can find. I already see a Twistle Whip here. This is a pretty small one, but we got 2 seeds from it. And then I can already see a Lash Leaf next to it here, so let's get that. There's another Lash Leaf right here. I think I went right past it the first time, so we are good on those. Now we're gonna need the Noxious Cataplants and the Stretch Petals. We should be able to see the Cataplants from a distance, but the Stretch Petals kind of blend into the forests. Here's one, for example. I almost didn't see it. I think the seeds glitched through the ground. We didn't get any from that. Well, we're gonna find some more anyway. Oh, there's another one right here. I hope this doesn't glitch. Alright, so we got 1 seed from there, but we will need more. But they look very similar to the other trees. You just have to spot the green flowers on it. There we go, there's another seed. And here's another one. Oh, and I actually found a Hisbine here. I didn't even look for them on Calidor. Maybe I wanted to actually get them from ATROX, I don't remember. I have a list of all of them right next to me, but I'm too lazy to check it right now. So yeah, we've got our Stretch Petals here. Oh, we actually got 5. Okay, so we'll leave the Hisbine seed behind. Again, we'll leave both of them and we'll just get them from ATROX. I seem to just randomly find Hisbines and then we just don't take them, but we will get them in the end. Okay, so we found all of those, but we didn't see any Cataplants, so I guess we were in the wrong biome probably. Oh, there's one. Okay, we got 2 seeds from it, and I think we can just replant those on ATROX and get more, so that should be enough. I almost forgot about the terrain analyzers. Let's get them on here, and we need to find 2 colors that I really like. So I'm thinking a pink and a purple. Maybe this pink right here, or there's actually a darker one. I don't know which one I like better, but I might take this one. Oh, and here's the darker one. But yeah, let's just take this lighter pink. And I'll remove Enoki from there. There it is, we've got our pink. And now we need to find the purple. There's a purple here, and I'm pretty sure there's another one. Maybe we need to dig down a little bit to find that. Maybe I should just deactivate this, and now we can dig down without collecting any color. Alright, so this is actually a blue. I remembered some kind of purple down here. So maybe we'll just take the one on the surface. Alright, let's activate this, and now we can collect this purple. And there we have it. Okay, we'll paint the base pretty nicely with these. So now we can head to our next planet, which will be Novus, because we're gonna get the Fractal Roses from there. Those are some pretty interesting seeds, and they're gonna look different on ATROX than they look in the wild on Novus. But you'll see, they are pretty cool. I've actually done a video a while ago where I planted Fractal Roses on each planet, and you can see right there all the different colors and patterns they have. These are the only plants that change appearance based on the planet you plant them on, so they are a pretty cool thing, and they are everywhere. So we landed right next to some. There we have it. I should get a little bit more of them, like 6 I guess. So we got our Fractal Roses. Now let's head to Silva, and from here we can collect the Pop Coral, the Bounce Vine and the Plumfire. I don't know what that's pronounced like, but we'll get that. So let's see, in the mountains we should find the Bounce Vines. Here they are. Oh, but the backpack is full. I forgot to leave the fractal rose seeds on the shuttle. And after we get everything from Silva, we can head back to ATROX and get the final ones. And then we'll get to plant all of them. So we've got the bounce vines. Now let's look for the plumfers and some pop corals. I can see one right here, so let's go ahead and harvest this. There we go. And there's another one over on this side. These actually look very similar to the trees, so I need to pay attention here so I don't miss them. There's one over on this side. Oh, this got us 2 seeds. That's nice, because these are really big. They're gonna look very good in the garden. So we've got 6 of those, and now all we need to get is the pop coral. And after we find some pop coral, we can head to ATROX, where we'll have to collect some more dangerous plant seeds. These were pretty basic, not a lot of danger involved, especially here on Silva. I think we can actually get rid of some of these seeds that we can just regrow and get more of. I'm gonna put these in here in their place. We can actually use these to feed our snails. And yeah, I'm just looking for pop coral here. There must be a lot of it in the caves, so I'll just head over there. And we took no fall damage because of Princess. That has to be the most OP snail out of all of them. And here we've got our pop coral seeds. I'll take as many as I can. And now we just need to head back. We are back on ATROX. I'm actually gonna throw these somewhere over here as well. And then we can go search for all of the other ones. Look at how many seeds we have right here. That's a ton of seeds. So from ATROX we are gonna need the Hisbine, the Volatile Attactus, the Elegant Spewflower, the Noxious Spewflower, and the Honeypot. The Volatile Attactus is right here, so we can get some of these. And then we also have some Elegant Spewflowers right next to the base. But we are gonna need to go into the caves in order to find the Hisbine and the Noxious Spewflower. And then we'll also need some honeypots, but we've got them right here in the base. So we can toggle this off, take it from there, and then we can steal these seeds. We don't actually need so many on this side, so we can afford to steal some. We got 8 seeds right here, and yeah, now we'll need to head into the caves, but I'll take our drill mod 3 with us, and we might want to replace Bestifar. I'm gonna take some more seeds from here to feed our snails, and then we can head into the caves. Alright, so here we go. There's a Hisbine right here, actually 2 of them. So let's get these seeds. There we go. And then this one as well. Alright, we've got 4. I think I should take these back up to the base, and then we can keep looking for the Noxious Spewflowers. Those are pretty hard to find, so we might have to dig a little bit deeper. We are in a deeper cave layer here, and I'm looking for Noxious Spewflowers, but I can't seem to find any, so we might have to go even deeper, maybe. Every time I needed some Noxious Spewflowers, they were extremely hard to find, so I'm not surprised about this. But we can also get some more Hisbine seeds, why not? And yeah, I think I'm just gonna drill further down. Okay, so I'm as down as you can get before reaching the core. And if we still don't find any, then I don't know what to do. Oh, and right as I say that, here's one. So let's collect some seeds from here. Great, we've got 2 of them. I'll just look for another one, and if we don't find it, that's okay, we'll just multiply these 2 seeds. This was extremely hard to find. I went through all the cave layers, and there probably were some, but I just didn't find them, or maybe I didn't see them. But there we go, we've got 2 more seeds. And now I have to dig my way back up to the top, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. And then we'll get to paint the whole garden, and then we'll plant all of the seeds. Okay, so we got everything. Now in order to test the colors, we're gonna need an inhibitor mode. I unlocked that as well, so let's get another zinc, and then we can use that to paint. There we go. And I'll remove another snail from here. Alright, now we can paint. And let's see how the purple looks like. Alright, so this is the purple. Nice contrast with the green of ATROX. Now let's also test the pink. Okay, so this is the pink. Which one looks better. I'm gonna go maybe with the pink because it's lighter, so the plants will pop better on it, I guess. Yeah, so I'll do that. I'll paint this whole thing and then we can start planting. Now we can get all of the seeds and we can plant them by sections. If we want to, we can separate the defensive flora from the aggressive flora. That's how the Astropedia separates them. But we can also place them based on the planets they're from. And then we should have a section for the ones that can be found on all planets. So just checking the Astropedia really quick here. We've got the defensive flora and then the aggressive flora, these ones. I think we should set them based on planets. So let's start with the ones that are on all planets. So that would be the pop coral and the dagger root. Oh, and also the hisbine. All right, so these three are on every planet. So I'm gonna start with those. I'll throw these mods on here. So we can start with the pop corals, and these from all planets should be in this corner, let's say. So we'll set them like this, and all the pop corals will be next to one another, something like that. We can move them afterwards, we can harvest them to get more seeds, so we're gonna move these around. Now let's get some dagger root seeds. I think we only have 2 of these, yeah. So we are definitely gonna need to multiply the dagger roots, but I'll plant them right here, and once they are fully grown, we will be able to harvest them and get double the seeds. Actually, some of the snails have dagger root seeds on them. I think we got them while in the caves, so I'll plant these as well, and then I'm gonna go get some other seeds for the snails. And the last thing in the all planets section is gonna be the hisbine. So let's get the hisbine seeds from here, and I'm gonna put these along the edge here, something like that. They should look good. Now let's move on with some less dangerous plants. We can start with the ones that can be found on Silva. So that would be the bounce vine, and basically, yeah, just the bounce vine. Okay, so I'll place those right next to the corner we started. I'll place them right here. Okay, after that we can move on to plants that can be found on Calidor mainly. So we've got the spine lily. We should place those right next to the bounce vine because they're pretty similar. And then we've also got the whizweed, the spiny attactus, and I guess that's it. Oh, I actually forgot for the Silva part, I forgot about the plumfers. So we've got some plumfer seeds right here. Let me get those. But I want to have the spine lilies next to the bounce vine. So I'll throw these huge trees in the back here because they're gonna be really tall anyway. So they will be along this edge, and I'll go ahead and plant all of them. If they're too close to each other, then I'll just harvest them and move them a little bit further along. But I think they should be good. Now let's get those spine lilies. We've got only 3 seeds, but we will get more definitely. And let's start with them over here. Then we've got our spiny attactus. We only have 2 seeds, but again, we'll multiply those. We're gonna have those on here. Then we've got our cactile seeds, got 3 of them, and we're gonna have the cactile seeds on this side. Make a little triangle with them. And then we need the whizweed, and I think that's everything from Calidor. And the whizweeds can be here. So that looks good. We'll plant all of these as well. In the meantime, we need more seeds for our snails. So I'm gonna get some hisbine seeds and we'll use these for the snails, but we'll also replant so that we don't lose all our seeds here. There we go. We got 4 extra seeds from here that we can feed to our snails because we don't want to run out of oxygen or not have enough light or all of that. So we are good. Now we can move on to the plants from Vesania and Novus. So from Vesania we've got the cataplants, the thistle whips, the lash leaves. We've also got our stretch petal seeds, and then from Novus we've got the fractal roses. So I'll throw them on this side maybe. This could be the Vesania side. I mean Vesania and Novus, obviously. So we've got our noxious cataplants. We've got the thistle whip, and then we've got the lash leaves right here. These are gonna be pretty big, so I'm gonna set them apart. And we've only got 2 of each, but we'll harvest them and we'll get more so they can fill up this whole space right here. And then we also need the stretch petals, so let's get those, and I'll put them on this side. that's all of the stretch petals planted. And now we also need the fractal roses. But these look really cool, especially on ATROX where they are greenish. So I'll plant them right here next to the entrance. That should look pretty good. And you can already see how cool they are here with the green/orange hint. Honestly, I think they look a lot better on ATROX than they do on Novus, but that's just my opinion. Now let's move further with the Glacio stuff. So we've got the volatile cataplants. I can throw these next to the noxious cataplants from Vesania, so that we can see all of the different cataplants together. And I think they have enough space on here. We can also harvest these, so we'll get more seeds for the noxious cataplants. So we have 4 of each, for now at least. I'm definitely gonna get more later on. Now let's plant the boom balloons. I'm gonna throw them on this side. We've got 4 boom balloons here. In the meantime, let's also get some more spiny Attectus. We're gonna keep multiplying these because I want them to go all the way on here. Now we need to place the pickle pods. These are also from Glacio. They could actually sit here next to the Vesania plants. So I'm gonna place all of them on this side. So that's all the pickle pods we've got right there. And now we can start with the ATROX stuff. First, we've got our volatile Attectus. I should place these next to the spiny Attectus so that we can have both of them next to each other. That way we can see the differences, and I just think it makes a lot more sense this way. So there we go, they're all planted. Also, look at how big the plumfers are. We can actually get a ton of these and create an actual forest. We can have a base within the forest, like a hidden base in the forest. That would be pretty cool. Let me know if you want me to do that in a future video. I'll definitely take your comments into account. Now let's move on with the spew flowers. We've got the elegant ones here, and then we'll do the noxious ones as well. These are pretty big, so I guess I'll put them on this side, and then the noxious ones will be right next to them. I think I may have planted these a little too close to each other, so I'll harvest them and move the seeds over on this side. We've got the honey pots. I'll place these somewhere around here so that we leave the entrance clear, so we can get in even with vehicles if we want to. And there we have it. Let me just make sure we didn't forget about anything. I don't think we did. So these are all the plants. If you've watched the channel for a long time, then you know these are not actually all of the plants in Astroneer. We still have the sturdy squash, as well as the 2 different types of spooky squash seeds, but we can't get those until Halloween. I have some seeds in a different save, but we can't bring them across saves. So we're gonna complete this garden here with those seeds after Halloween this year. There are also the things that are pretty similar to the thistle whips in how they work, but they also only appear during Halloween. They're the things around the Cauldrongia plants. If you know, you know. If you don't, then you'll find out on Halloween, I guess. Now let's have a quick rundown. So we've got the ones from all planets in the corner here. Then we started with the Silva ones, the Calidors. Here are the ones from Glacio. They're a little bit on this side and a little bit behind here. I guess you can't really see them that well, so I might want to move them further on. We've got the plants from Vesania over on this side and in the back there. The ones from Novus are on this side, and then we've got the ATROX right here and on this side. So yeah, that's a ton of plants right there. Now we can have all the seeds we want and we can use them for our snails, and this also looks pretty good right next to our base here. It adds a little bit of nature into the mix, and it brings a little bit of life to ATROX, especially with this pink paint we used. First of all, we'll need this peculiar piece that we've got right here. This is how it looks, but you can only place it on Glacio. If we want to use it here, we cannot activate it on this planet. So we're gonna take it to Glacio. In order to get that, you're gonna need to collect 3 malachite, and then you'll unlock this as a mission reward. Basically, it's a train station, but it's a very special one. So we're gonna head to Glacio and we'll place it there. Then we can start all of those missions. We're also going to go to Calidor later on in the missions. You'll see, I've completed these missions before, so I know they are really cool. And we get to explore a ton of items that we wouldn't otherwise pay a lot of attention to. But let's just pick a spot here, for example. Doesn't really matter. And we can now place the peculiar piece over here. There it goes. Now we also have a mission log as well as a logistics depot, and we also completed the mission, so we can go ahead and claim our rewards. We got a QTRTG, and now we need to install a medium wind turbine, or actually two of them. We don't really have medium wind turbines here, so I might need to head back to ATROX already. I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't remember the start of these missions. What do we need for a medium wind turbine? We'll need aluminum and ceramic. Alright, let's go ahead and unlock it first. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to head back to ATROX for this. So I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I'm back. I also crafted 2 medium solar panels because we'll probably need those on Calidor. But right now let's go ahead and unpack these wind turbines on here so that we can complete the mission and move on to the next one. Let's claim our rewards, and now we need some exochips. I brought these, so we are prepared for that. That was pretty easy, and we got some bytes as well, so we need to authorize that. And we've got a ton of lore here that we can read later on. We got more bytes for that, and now we need to place a rail engine in the logistics depot. That means we have to head back to ATROX now, because we don't really have a base here on Glacio. We are crafting the rail engine right now, and I've also got some more rail post bundles, just to make sure we've got enough, because I'm pretty sure we'll need to head to the caves, and also to a lot of other spots, I think. So yeah, we've got everything we need right here, and I'm gonna wait for this to craft, then we'll head back to Glacio again. So here we are with the rail engine. Let's unpack it, and then we can place it in the depot. There we go. And we also got 2 rail cars and a junction bundle. We can attach the rail cars to the train here. There we go. Now we need to use the data log here, and now we should be able to see the pylons on the compass, yeah. So I'm pretty sure we need to connect to one of them. And we also got a work light, an oxygen tank, and a drill mod. So let's see. Yeah, we need to connect to a side pylon. There's one in this direction. So I'm gonna place rails until we reach that point. And we can see the pylon right here. We should connect to it from the other side, I guess. So I'll bring this over here. And there we go. Now we should have to get these modules, but I'll head back just to make sure that I've got that right. We can claim our rewards here, and we got a trade platform. So yeah, now we need to get 10 of those modules, and we also need to get 20 frozen argon. Those should be in the caves, so we're gonna do that. Let's actually use a rail junction, and we can place it right here. We will be able to use this junction to head in this direction as well, but this will go deep into the caves so that we can get that frozen argon. But now let's take the train and we can start collecting those modules. I'll also get this thing off so that we can get 2 modules at a time. We've got some pretty close, and I see some in the distance there as well. So we'll need to dig this up, and we can transport them back to the logistics depot, and then we can send them from there. I'll take the first 2 back to the logistics depot, and we should be able to see how they are automatically taken in. So there we go, we've got 2 out of 10. We just need 8 more, and then we can head into the caves for the frozen argon. Okay, we completed that mission with the freight modules. We'll claim the rewards in just a second. But now we are completing the one with the frozen argon. This is what it looks like. And I've also equipped the train with a couple large storages. I took these from the shuttle, so that we can carry more of these frozen argon stuff. And you'll find these near the side pylons as well. You can check these on the maps, but they are in the caves, and some of them are way deeper, as you can see right here, so I'll have to head there as well. But now I just want to collect these ones and bring them back to the depot so I can show you how it's done, and then I'll do the rest off camera, because it's just doing the same thing 2 times or 3 times in a row. Alright, so we've got 5 right here. I'll take the train back, and you can see the whole rail we've built through the caves. We are in the 2nd or 3rd cave layer, and this rail line is a little bit cramped in here because we are only using it for utilitarian purposes. Oh, but here are some more argon. I missed these when I dug down, so I'll go ahead and take these as well. And now we can continue on our way. and we should be pretty close to the depot already, and these will get automatically unloaded in there. So in total we'll just need to collect 20 of these. We've already got 8, so you can see how this is pretty easy actually. And once we've got all of them, we'll claim the rewards for both missions, the one with the freight modules and this one with the frozen argon. Then we'll move on to the next things, because we've got really exciting stuff to work on. I'm back with the last one, so we should have this mission completed as well, and we can go ahead and claim the rewards for both these missions. For the first one we got 3 scrap as a reward, and for this one we got 1 exochip, and we just need to confirm the shipment. So we'll do that. We got some extra lore on here, and we got an item for this, which is the curious gadget. I think this is the one that needs to be placed on Calidor. Yeah. Please deploy on Calidor, cannot activate until drilled into terrain, cannot activate due to objects blocking the area, cannot activate on this planet. Alright, so now we need to head to Calidor, and we'll have a similar setup over there as well. I'll take all of these, put them back on the shuttle, and I think I will also package the engine and the rail cars so that we can bring them with us. We've got some packagers right here, so we can go ahead and use those. And yeah, I'll see you on Calidor, where we will deploy the curious gadget. We can go ahead and place the curious gadget. This should look the same as the one on Glacio. And now let's see what our missions are. We got another QTRTG for this, and we need to install 2 medium solar panels. Alright, we already have those, and then we need to provide 2 exochips. So let's start with the solar panels. There we go, we've completed that one, and now we need 2 exochips. So let's throw these in here, and we completed this one too. We got some bytes for both of these. For the next one we'll just need to unlock these, and now we'll need to collect to a side pylon again. Oh, we also got a rail engine. We also brought the one from Glacio, but we also got rail junctions and rail posts. Now on Glacio we had wind power, which was almost constant, but here on Calidor we will have no power at night, so the train will just stop and not be able to use the rails. That's why we will attach all of these QTRTGs to each other, so that we can at least have some sort of constant power going through here. Let's check the compass. Alright, so all of them seem to be pretty much underground, so we'll have to dig down and get to the side pylons that way. And then from them we'll definitely need to collect something else. Let me just pull this a little bit forward so that we can attach our rail cars as well. So I'll go ahead and unpack these. I'll also attach a light to the train since we are going into the caves. There we go. Let's just head down there and see what we find. I think we just found the first side pylon that we needed to find. So let's dig it up, and we can place it right here to connect it. We can go ahead and call the train here, and we need to bring these artifacts back, I'm pretty sure. Let me actually check the missions log. So yeah, we need 10 artifacts, and then we need to get to the obelisks, which are in the mantle of the planet, really far down. So we'll need to get those as well. And we'll also need some dynamite. I think I only have 2 dynamite, so we might need a little bit more than that. But yeah, I'll just take these 4 back up, and then I'll come back to get another 6, because we need 10 in total. And then we can head all the way down to the obelisks, but I need to figure out how to get some more dynamite. And there we have it, we've got 4 of them. Let's actually grab the reward for this mission. And yeah, we need 6 more of these, and then we'll need 10 obelisks, or obelisk shards actually, because we'll blow the obelisks up. I'll show you how those look and how to blow them up and all of that. But now I'll just go ahead and get some more artifacts off camera, because you've already seen how it's done, and then I'll see you down next to the obelisks. Alright, so I got some dynamite. We are prepared to blow up those obelisks, and now we can head down, and we'll dig even deeper into the caves until we reach the mantle, which is right next to the core of the planet. You can see the pylons on the map here, they are a lot further down, so we need to dig that way. This terrain is pretty hard, so we need to get Bestefar in here. Alright, much better. And we can just dig all the way down there. Alright, so here we are, we can go ahead and call the train, and these are the obelisks. We can dig them up, And they also have a pretty interesting description. You can pause the video if you want to read it right now. Here we have the train, so we'll get some dynamite and we can blow these up. Let me take it a little bit further away from the rails because we don't want to blow those up. So I'll throw it in here. Let's actually dig a little hole for it so that the shards don't fly off too far. And we can just blow it up like that. And we should have some shards right here. Yeah, we've got 3. So that's great. We need 20 of these and we'll be able to store them on here. Actually, wish I would have brought a medium storage. That would have been helpful. But we've got, let me see, 16 places on here plus 4 in the backpack. So we can get all 20 of them from here. I'll just keep looking for more of them. Oh, there's one right here. So we can blow this up as well. And yeah, once we have 20, we'll head back up to the surface and we'll complete this mission too. And then we'll be just one step away from unlocking coal. So yeah, I'll see you on the surface with all of these. I'm back with 20 of them, so we can go ahead and feed all of them into the train station. And they go in there just like that. I only used like 5 dynamite for all of these, so that was really easy. Oh, but we actually only needed 10. Alright, I don't know why I remembered we needed 20, so I got way more than we actually needed. Let's go ahead and claim the rewards for this. So we've got scrap and exochips. And now we've got logbook. We need to confirm the shipment. There we go. We also got some more lore in there. Let's go ahead and collect the bytes. And now we can complete the mission to unlock coal. So we're gonna need to provide an exochip, aluminum alloy, tungsten carbide, copper, and I guess that's it. So we've already got the exochips, but we'll have to head back to ATROX to get the other materials. Okay, so let's see. What do we need? Aluminum alloy, tungsten carbide, and copper. I can get all of those in just a second, so I'll see you back here with all the materials.
One eternity later.
I'm back and I've got all the materials. So let's go ahead and place them in there. We've got the copper, we've got the tungsten carbide, and we've got the aluminum alloy. And we've completed the mission. We've unlocked coal. So there we go. We can also claim it from here, unpack it. And I'll throw away this rail engine. We don't need it anymore. We've got coal, and coal is much faster. Now let's also go ahead and authorize this. We also have a ton more lore, and we've got another reward. And this is an unusual device that we need to put on Silva. So that's the next spot we're gonna go to. But first let's test coal. And yeah, this is way faster than the normal rail car. This is so much faster. We don't need to take him with us because I'm pretty sure we can just claim him on Silva at the other station. So I'll just take our QTRTGs from here, and then we'll probably need some other power equipment like the solar panels or the wind turbines, but we'll see what we need when we get there. So the next stop is gonna be Silva. And in the next couple of missions, we are gonna be able to unlock the conductor suit as well. I think I already have that, but I'm gonna show you exactly how to do it, and it's also pretty cool to do it. The missions are really fun because we also get to go into the mushroom caves on Silva, and the mushroom caves are always really cool to explore. Oh, and would you look at that, we also got another dynamite. We might need that, or maybe we won't, I'm not sure, but I'll take it nonetheless. And now let's go ahead and place this on the surface here. We can use it, and there we go. We can claim this, and we got an RTG this time. Well, it gave us another unusual device. Isn't it the same thing as this one? I think we might have bugged it out a little bit, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so it keeps giving us this stuff. So we can have 3 of them here. I don't know what this is about. I don't remember this happening, but it seems like we cannot complete this mission. Let's just go to this one. We should get an RTG and then we should get the next mission in here, but we are not getting that. I guess it thinks we didn't complete this mission. It says we didn't activate it on the surface of Silva, but we are on Silva and I am activating it here on the surface of Silva. This is really weird. Alright, so now it's completed. The 4th time was the charm, I guess. That was really weird. I was afraid we were gonna get locked out of the other missions. But now we can complete it, and we got the RTG this time. And let's see. So the next mission is day and night. We need wind and solar. And then we need 3 exochips. I'll have to go back to ATROX to craft 1 medium wind turbine and 1 medium solar panel, but in the meantime we've also got 4 QTRTGs right here. And let's also place the exochips in here. We need 3 of them. So yeah, I'll head back to ATROX to get all of those, but this situation is really weird here. I don't know how that happened or what's going on, but anyways, I'll be back in just a second with all the power items we need. I'm back and we've got both the wind turbine and the solar panel. Let's unpack them here. And we've got that mission completed as well. We can claim all our rewards here. And now the next mission, we need to authorize this. Now the next one, we need to transport mysterious mushrooms to the logistics depot. Alright, so now we need to head into the mushroom caves. Let's actually go ahead and claim Cole. We're gonna use Cole because he's much faster. So I'll place him right here, and then we'll also use 2 rail cars. Let's see, I should have some leftover rail post bundles. Okay, let's hope that will be enough, and we'll start heading down into the caves. I'll just build a normal rail system going straight down there, and I'll see you next to the mushrooms where I can show you which ones we actually need to get. And yeah, I'm sure you'll love the mushroom caves, they're amazing, you'll see in just a second, so I'll wait for you down there. Here we are in the mushroom caves layer. This is one of the most beautiful biomes in Astroneer, and this is what we're looking for, the mysterious mushrooms. So we need to go ahead and place these on the train. These are pretty big, so we can only get 2 at one time. And now we'll head back up top with them, and then I'll come back for more. But I just realized we also have another mission in here. We need to collect 32 Astronium. So for that, we'll need to go a little bit further down to reach the layer right next to the core. Okay, so we are out of rail posts, but we should find some Astronium somewhere around here. I went a little bit further down and I also found one of these pillars. These lead straight into the core of the planet. Oh, and there's some Astronium. I saw it right around the corner. So we're gonna need to get 32 Astronium as well. I can only carry 6 right now, but I'll head back up to the train. We'll also get some rails all the way down here so that we can collect more Astronium. And we'll also get more mushrooms, and then we can complete both of the missions. I'll show you how we complete them, and then I don't know if we need to do anything else. Maybe we need to provide some materials, but I don't really remember, so that we can unlock the conductor suit. So yeah, I'll head back up with all of these, and then I'll come back a couple times to get all of the things we need. But yeah, I really like these missions, especially because I enjoy being in the mushroom caves. I really think it's the most beautiful biome in all of Astroneer. But let me know in the comment section below if you actually have another favorite biome in Astroneer. I will read all of the comments and respond to them, so make sure to leave one. But here we go. These are getting offloaded in there, and then we can also throw the Astronium on here, and it will take that as well. Great, so that's basically how it works. I'll go ahead and complete them off camera, and then I'll be back up here to collect the rewards for the missions. And here we are. We should complete both missions right now. We've got everything we need right here. I actually had to take quite a few trips down there, but we've completed the missions. Let's claim our rewards from here. We got a QTRTG and some hydrazine jetpacks and hydrazine. That's pretty nice. And now we need to use the data log on here, and I guess that's all there is. And here's the conductor. And he disappeared. Alright, so this is basically how you can unlock the conductor suit and the train whistle emote, and we also get one RTG for this. We got some awesome rewards from this. Let me actually show you the conductor suit. This is what it looks like, and then here's the train whistle emote. So that's pretty cool. This is an awesome suit and an awesome emote for that. But the most important thing out of the rail missions is that we unlocked Cole. Now we can move much faster, and this is gonna help us a lot for the train system we've got back on ATROX. That's a huge system, and it takes a lot to get from one end of it to another. But now having Cole, everything will be so much faster. For this I used a tall platform with some work lights and henna, and on top we've got an LRD. This just makes it pop really good. So this is just one example of a base decoration, but we'll do a ton of them. If you don't know, henna is the new thing that we got from the ExoCares initiative event. This is what it looks like, you've already seen it, and let me show you what we need to craft this. It requires 1 scrap and 1 organic. Of course we're not gonna do that manually because we'll want a ton of them, so that's why we'll have our farm. over on this side. So we've got scrap from our scrap farm. This uses aluminum and turns it into rail junctions and then into scrap. We've got auto extractors down in the caves that get us all the aluminum we need. And then we've got 3 honeypots to get our organic. All of it gets fed into here and we'll get a ton of henna. You can see the farm in action right here. Just take a look at how quick we can craft these. So we'll get a ton of them to decorate the entire ATROX base. Now we can just take them from here whenever we need some, and we can start preparing the platforms. We've also got a ton more lights on here, but let's get another tall platform here. And we can have multiple designs. We can throw some henna on top there, and then we'll have a light next to it. Yeah, that looks good. And now once we plug it in, all the lights will light up. Yeah, that looks nice. And we can throw these throughout the base. I'll find really good spots for each of them. These will also help to light up the base because at night it's pretty hard to see in here. So these are also gonna be functional. They're not just for aesthetic purposes. Then let me also show you the big one we're gonna do in just a minute. We've got this huge platform with an extra large storage, and this is gonna take a lot of henna and lights. But then we've also got one of these platforms. I just wanted to do something a little bit different here. I don't really know how I'm gonna decorate this, but we'll see in just a second. And I want to do a really cool design here. Let's see if this works. This farm is moving really quick. I really have to get these out of here. We are running out of storage space, but I'm almost done with this one, and I really hope this looks cool once we light it up. Okay, so this is done. I'll actually plug it in over on this side because we need a ton more light on here, and let's connect it straight into our scrap farm here and see if this looks any good when lit up. All right, that's actually better than I expected. Look at that. And it looks good from a distance too. I like how there's so much light in here that you can barely see the henna from a distance. But then when you get close, you start noticing them. That's nice. That's pretty good. We might move it around, maybe in the back there. But I actually like seeing it here, because this is the usual work area, so I'll be seeing it a lot there. But then we've also got this design. I was going for more of a natural fence, like, you know, those things where it's just bushes or whatever. Let me see how this looks with lights. Okay, let's plug it in. All right, it definitely looks better with lights, so that's what we're gonna do. And as far as I can see, we're gonna need some more copper, but that's not a problem. This one I'll actually place on this other side next to the train station as well, sort of like this. And let me show you a cool trick. Now all we have to do is this, and we've got our thing there. We're gonna get more scrap once the cart comes with aluminum, and now we are throwing the scrap over here to our automated trade platform, which is gonna fill this canister up with malachite, which we will smelt into copper to get more lights. I know it sounds complicated, but it's actually pretty easy. By the way, I forgot to ask earlier, but I would really appreciate it if you click that like button. It helps me out a lot, so thank you for doing that. We are actually gonna use tall storages with some medium platforms, and those are gonna look really good. We can place 2 things in the back and 1 thing in the front using that, so I'm guessing we can do some really nice combinations between henna and lights. Of course, we can also use other items in these things, but I'm thinking just the work lights is enough. We can use some floodlights, but those are way too bright. Let's actually get these around the base here. We can have one right there, and then this other one could be right here in between these platforms. That's great, and it actually looks really good. It gives a little bit of life to the base. And we also need to decorate our farm here with all of the plants. We're gonna need quite some lights in here, but the henna also gives a natural look, so I really enjoy that. All right, so we've got our medium platforms right here. Now let's go ahead and get some ceramic in for the tall storages. So there we go. In the meantime, let's fill some more of the tall platforms. Okay, so we've got 3 more of these right here. We've also crafted all of these ones, so we'll get to work on those in just a second. But now the snails need some food, so I'll just take some seeds from here really quick. Okay, now we can place these in here. One looks really good on this side, and then we can have another one in the back. There we go. And then this one could be right here maybe. Yeah, I guess that looks good. So I'll quickly throw it on here. And there we go. These actually look good from outside the base as well. When you come in, especially at night, you're gonna be able to see all these lights. But it's gonna be night in just a minute, so we'll be able to see that as well. Now let's throw some of these on here, and we can have the tall storages on them. We've got 8 of these platforms right here, so we'll use 8 work lights. and then on the back of each one we'll have 2 henna, so that's gonna be 16, and this should also look really good and add a ton of light. I'm thinking of mainly using these in the farm area there in the back with all the plants, but let me get some more henna for all of them. I've got all of them equipped with 2 henna in the back. So now all I have to do is drag each of them all the way here. So I'll just show you when I've got all of them in place. I've set up 3 more of these platforms right here, and let's go ahead and craft some more because we need a ton more light in the base. You can already see here at night that we've got a ton of light. And let me actually show you how I set this up in the plant section. So we've got these around the edges just for a little bit of natural lighting. We don't want it to be way too artificial. So we've got them all over on the sides, and they've got light in the front and henna in the back. This adds a little bit more light to the area, and it's somehow camouflaged by the henna in the back. It looks like the lights are trying to hide themselves, but this looks really nice on here. Now let's go ahead and set up these ones because we'll also need some light back here. So let me set one up on this. We don't really have power right now, but if we did that, that's on. So we've got light over on this side as well. Let me place one in here maybe. Yeah, that looks good. Let's see how it looks from inside the base here. Yeah, much more light. We can actually see what platforms we've got here, and we can see what we've got on the storages. We couldn't really do that before. We've got another one here. We can place this in the back. I think it will look good right here. Yeah, so there we go. And then we've got 4 more. I'll go ahead and set these up as well. We've got the lights set up on there. Now let's get some henna on it as well. We can have one of these right back here, so that we can see what we're doing on here and also have some nature in the base, and then one more on this side, and then we've got 2 more. So let me see, maybe behind our train station for the scrap farm. That looks good. And we can actually have one more over on this side for a little bit of extra lighting. There we go, and this should also light up the train tracks as you come into the train station. We've got multiple different decorations. We've got these tall platforms. We also have this one with an LRD on top of it. Then we've got this huge thing with a ton of stuff on it. Actually, I think this might be my favorite. And we also got these ones, which are sort of walls full of plants, but this looks really cool, especially up close. I like that. And then in the garden section, we've got this other type of platform where we used a tall storage, and this looks really good at night as well. So the whole base has gotten a facelift. It's much more natural, and we've got a ton more light in here. We've got a ton of stuff here, but we won't have a huge base in this video. We will expand it in the next, however. Right now we'll just have some platforms and just the essentials here. Also, we're gonna need some plants to make our power. We're of course going to use the automated tapper method, but let's start unpacking some of these platforms first. Oh, and by the way, I mentioned that we are gonna build a forest around our base. That's basically gonna be a tree maze, and we've got a ton of plum fir seeds and stretch petal seeds. We are gonna use those to create a whole maze around our base so that it will have a natural feel inside, and it will also be hidden from the outside world. But then we will have some other things going on. Those are gonna be secret for another video, but right now let's get to work on these. So here we'll have a smelter and a soil centrifuge. As I said, just the essential. And then we'll need a printing platform here where we'll have all types of printers. I think I brought all of them. Yeah, so here they are. I'll just quickly unpack these over here, and then we'll place the platform as we want. Now we should start thinking about some power. So let's see, where do we want to build this? We've also got a forest right next to us, but I want our forest to be a little bit denser so that you can't really see through it or get through it that easy. But we will have a place where we can get in with a buggy. I think I also brought a buggy, or at least I hope I brought one. But then we'll have something else to get in with a rover. So let's start getting some seeds, some tappers, and then we've also got medium generators here. I brought over honey pots from ATROX because these produce organic the fastest. Then we can just have our generators on here. We'll have 3 for each platform. I know we can have more, but we would need more auto arms, and I don't really have that many with me right now. Let me get a portable smelter as well. We'll have this right here, and we are waiting for the honey pots to grow there. We will need to jumpstart the power first, but then we'll get a ton of power. Actually, it's gonna be infinite power on here. I'll actually leave this debris here, just like the planet was, keep it all natural all of that. Okay, the honeypot is fully grown, so we can place the tapper on it right here. We'll throw the auto arm on. I'll also put an organic in the selector slot of it right there. And now all we need is just a little bit of power to jumpstart this, so we'll use Rogel for that. There we go. And once we've got our first carbon, then we won't need to provide power with Rogel anymore, so we can take him back and we'll just have infinite power right here. And I will do this 3 more times. I've got more seeds right here. I'll spread them out, like we'll have different power farms like that throughout here. And I can take Rogel back now. There we go. But yeah, I'll do that and then we'll get to unpacking the rest. I've got all of these set up in the back and we're getting a ton of power. Now let's unpack the buggy as well. I've also got a seat and a QTRTG for it. Oh, and of course a light. We're gonna use this to get in and out of the base. We're gonna leave it just a little tiny section through the maze where we can get in using the buggy. I'll throw it to the side for now. And let's get to unpacking more of these platforms because we're gonna need storage as well. Oh, and here we've got our smelting furnace. Let's add some medium storages here, unpack those, and we can throw it on the side here. I'm guessing that looks pretty good there. And now let's see, for all our storage we can have them in here, and then we're gonna add trees even in between the platforms. We want this to look like a forest after all, so we can have these platforms sort of like that. We've got everything connected, so we've got power through the whole base, and we can start by unpacking some of these medium storages. We've also got a few power items here. We can use those for vehicles or for anything else really. And we also have some extra lights in here just in case we need them. But I've got even more platforms, so let's unpack these as well. And I'm guessing here's where we're gonna get in with the buggy, so we can have some extra storage in here as well. Oops, let's not place this platform where the auto arm can reach. Now it can't reach, I hope. And okay, it can't reach now, so that's great. Let's unpack these storages as well. We need some for the soil centrifuge. We already placed them for the smelter, but then we'll need some more in this storage area right here. We'll have one on each side. I still have 2 more platforms over here, so maybe I'll move the smelter and then we can have the storage here in the back, and then we'll have one last platform here, and then we can get to the interesting part of planting all of the trees and making this a forest. So I'll just unpack these last few things in here and we can start doing the forest part. This is just gonna be a small part of the base. I know we don't have all of the functionality, we don't have any automation, none of that, but we will have all of those underground. We're gonna do a huge base here on Vesania, but this is everything that's gonna be on top of the ground, so we're gonna want to keep this small. Now let's start planting some stretch petals first, and then we can move on to the plum fours, which are a little bit bigger. These are smaller, so we can also place them in between platforms here, and we won't have any issues with them because they're just not that big. And I'll also place some more right here on the outside of the base. Alright, I'll keep the rest of the stretch petals for later, and if we need more seeds we can always just plant them and get more seeds. I've also got some sensors and stuff, so we can use those to get a ton of seeds faster if we need them, but I really hope we've got enough seeds here. Now I'll start with the plum first. These are gonna be a little bit bigger and we'll use them to hide the platforms basically, so I'll place them around here first, but then we are gonna move outward and we are gonna link our forest to this normal forest that was just here on Vesania. And these plum fours are gonna do a really good job at hiding the base and not allowing any strangers to get in when we are not home. At least that's the concept for this base. Let's hope I actually make it work out. By the way, if you want to support the channel, then please click the like button below. It really helps me out a lot. Right now I'm working on the entrance area, so we're gonna be able to enter through here with the buggy, but we don't want to make it way too easy to get in, so we're gonna have to camouflage this a bit, and then the road in will have a couple turns in here. So we would come in through here. We'll also have more trees on the side on either part, and then we'll take a turn in here, but let's add even more trees on this side because otherwise we'll be able to see the platforms from way outside the base, and we don't want that to happen. I like how this tree is a little bit crooked, so we know here's the entrance and we have to get in through these leaves over here. I didn't put it like this on purpose, but it really works out nicely. And then we can start putting trees around the base so that we can't really see the platforms from way out on the planet. Of course, if you get really close and through the trees, you will be able to see the base. But if you're just driving around on the planet, let's say you're just a random person, you don't know about my base here, If you do that, then you shouldn't really be able to see it. So that's what I want to do here. I think this should be good enough for the entrance, but then we need a little bit more trees on this side. I'm still using the plum first, but then we'll go back to the stretch petals and we will use those in between the trees just to make sure you can't see into the base. If we really wanted to, we could create a wall of trees, have them right next to each other, but that would be pretty obvious there's a base there. So we just want to make it seem like a forest. And of course, if a player comes through here, they will know that there's no such thing as a forest of plum first. That doesn't spawn naturally. So they will know something's up. But just for the sake of it, let's say this is just a forest of any other tree. And as I said, I want to keep this natural, so we'll have all of the rocks on here. I won't flatten any surface, at least on top of the ground. We will do that underground. But right here, we'll just try to keep it as natural as possible. I think that from the front we are pretty good. So let's see if you see this. Yeah, this is good. You might be able to see some lights if we have lights on platforms, but other than that, this looks pretty good from a distance. Oh, there's one spot through here. That doesn't look too good, so we need to hide it a little bit better here. Let's add some more on the forest side right here in the corners, because these seem to be the most vulnerable spots. We also have the debris that was here, so if you just catch a glimpse of a debris and then you maybe see a platform, you'll just think all of it is just debris and you won't check it further. So we've got a nice little start here. We've got a little maze entrance for the buggy so that we can enter that way. We're also gonna have a way to get in with the rover, and I want to expand this forest so that it will reach all the way maybe to here. We're gonna need a ton more trees for that. But on the back side, we've got this natural forest from Vesania that hides our base pretty well. If you're just on here going around, you won't really see it. Now, of course, you can see the beacon and my shuttle, but we'll get those out of the way. Okay, so if I'm just coming from around the planet, I've collected some resources. I need to get over here. I still cannot see any of the base from here. And then right under this crooked tree here, I go in with the buggy and I take a right and then a left, and I am in the base. This is the middle of the base. I will get more platforms, as I said. And then we have the basic functionality here. We've got a smelter, a soil centrifuge, and a printing platform with all printers. As I said, this is really basic. We're gonna need chemistry labs, atmospheric condensers, we'll need some automation, we'll definitely need a trade platform and a scrap farm, but all of that is gonna be underground. So actually, I'm gonna take this platform away and I'm gonna throw it to the side there. And then if I dig straight down here, let's see. Now we should have a small tunnel right here, and this will lead to the underground section of the base. As I mentioned, we're gonna have to get into the base with a rover as well, but there will be a catch to that. Anyway, that's where we're gonna build the underground section. That's gonna be way bigger than the stuff that's above ground, and we're gonna have all of the things we need in there. Now, here's how the base looks like from the outside. It's pretty hidden behind all of those plum force and stretch petals, so it's natural and secret. Nobody knows it is here. It's also right next to a gateway chamber, so that's gonna make it easier to build in the underground. But let's go through the entrance here in between these trees, and then what do we have here? This is our ramp into the underground. We are gonna paint it and make it a little bit better looking. I did all the digging in here already, so all we need to do is paint it, and I left it unfinished like this on purpose because we want a more natural look for this base, like it's some sort of cave in here. We're gonna have a printing section, a chemistry section, a ton of storage, we're gonna have trading and even a scrap farm, so all of that. But then the secret thing I was talking about is gonna be a rover entrance that's gonna connect to a secret outpost some other place on the planet, so that we can get in with a shuttle that way, and then we can use the rover to get into this underground section. Now the rover won't be able to go upstairs on the surface, that's only for the buggy, but we're gonna use the rover down here. Right now I've got a couple terrain analyzers, so we need to collect some nice colors for this. This won't take long, I just need this blue right here. Alright, so we've got it. Now let's head back to Vesania and we can start painting our base. I'm back, but it looks like the snails need some food, so I'm gonna feed them so that we have all of them active while while we do this in here. Great, and there we go. We are gonna need the inhibitor mod as well, so let me find it. So we've got that going, and now we can start painting the base this color. Oh yeah, this looks nice, and it's a nice contrast with the pink of Vesania. And this being a bright color, it will also make the lights pop even better, so that we won't need as many lights in order to see in here. It also looks like we are collecting some graphite here and some compound, I think. But yeah, I'm just gonna paint all of this and then we'll unpack the platforms. It's all painted, so this is how it looks. And oh, I missed a spot on here. I didn't even realize. So first I'll unpack the large rover and then we'll use it to build its road. And it looks like I missed another spot down there, but I'll fix it in just a minute. We've also got some stuff to equip the rover with. So we've got a rover seat right here. We've also got a paver because we're gonna need that to build the road. And then we've got a drill strength 3 that's gonna make building the tunnel way easier. Then we've also got a medium soil canister. We're gonna use that to collect some soil. Alright, so we've got our rover set up over there. We're also gonna need some power for it, so let me just throw this on here. There we go. We're gonna get to the rover in just a second. Right now let me unpack some of these other platforms here. So we've got 3 of them on this side. These will be used for storage. We're also gonna have to add lights in here and connect everything up. Let me just throw these platforms on here so we have an easier time seeing what we're doing. Then we've got 2 more platforms on here. So this one's gonna be for the printing stuff, and then this will be our chemistry. I think I've also brought some extenders. We might need those here. So here we go. I know I can place it in the backpack and place it that way easier, but I just don't feel like doing that because I would need to get the snails out of there. So I'll just throw it on the ground like that. Alright, so let me get the printers then. I don't remember where I put everything. Great, so we've got our large printer over here. Then we're gonna need a medium and a small one. I'll place all of them next to each other just like that. And then we're gonna need some storage where we can place stuff that the printers are gonna use. So we've got this platform right here. That looks pretty good. Then let's see what we can do for the chemistry section. So we've got a chemistry lab. We're definitely gonna need that in there. And then an atmospheric condenser as well. There we go. I've got a platform full of all types of gases. These are going to be used for the chemistry lab, and we can use the atmospheric condenser to get even more. We can get hydrogen, argon and nitrogen here on Vesania, so those are going to be really useful. And then I'll also place more storage on here. Let me see if we've got some medium storages. Yes, we do. So there we go. It looks like the snails are getting hungry again, so I'll just get a couple more seeds in here. Alright, now going to this other side, we've got 2 more platforms right here. So let me unpack these. And we'll connect everything to the surface with some extenders in just a second now. But here we've got our smelting section. So let me place these portable smelters on here. I think we might also have a big smelter. Let me check. Or maybe we don't, so we're just gonna use these 2 for now. And then over here we'll also need a soil centrifuge. We're gonna use this to get even more resources. And then yeah, we need some more storage on here. So I'll just place these and unpack them. But then we also need some lights on here, so I guess this looks pretty good. Actually, next to this we're gonna need something to place a soil canister, but we'll get that in just a second. And then on this other platform we're gonna have our trading station and also the extra request platforms to complete events when we need to. And yeah, I'll just place some random storage on here for now because we're still gonna use these things. Now it's time to build a little scrap farm here. So we've got our extra large shredder on this, and then we're gonna use soil centrifuges for this farm. I'll just do this in a second now, and then we can get to the tunnel and the outpost on the surface. But before I do that, please consider clicking that like button because it helps me out a lot, so thank you for doing that. Now let's get back to business in here. So we've got our soil centrifuges and the platforms we need. Let's unpack some of these on here, and we are gonna use 2 soil centrifuges for this farm. I feel like that should be enough. I'll unpack everything here, turn it around, and now we can start placing some auto arms in here. So we've got 1 auto arm for each soil centrifuge. There we go. And then we're gonna need some resin in their selector slots. We've got more storage on here, and then we'll need another auto arm, or actually 2 of them, to keep up with the pace of these 2. And these are gonna send all of the canisters into the shredder. Let me turn this around. Great, so now we need resin in these selector slots, and then we need small canisters in these ones. And then we also need one small canister for each of these soil centrifuges so they can take in the soil that we're gonna provide here. And we're gonna use the rover to gather all of that soil. So we can turn all of these on. Of course, we don't have power yet. Then we're gonna need some canisters for the scrap as well, but I'm gonna add those in later. I'll also have to take another trip back to ATROX to get in some more storage in here because we've got to fill these platforms as well. But right now, let me use some extenders to connect this to the top, and then we can start building the tunnel with the rover. So I'm just gonna drag these all the way to the top. And there we go, we've got power to this side of the base, and then all we need to do is link these two sides together. So maybe through here, I think that's the best option. We're just gonna have it like that. That looks nice. We also need some more lights in here, so let me go ahead and add them in the back of platforms just for a start. We're also gonna have them on the walls. Great, so we've got some lights in the scrap farm there as well. And now let's do this side. I think that's pretty well lit. Maybe one more light in here. Then we can go ahead with some more lights in here as well. Alright, so every platform is lit up now. We do have some more storage on here, so I'll just quickly throw it on there. And then we'll use the rover to build our tunnel. And we've got a landing pad as well, which we need to place on the outpost. Alright, so we've got the rover equipped, we've got power, we've got all the things we need, the paver and the drill, and we've got some platforms, a landing pad and storages. So let's go ahead and we can start building this thing. So I'm gonna start in this direction. Let me check the compass really quick. Yeah, so we want to go away from our gateway chamber that's next to the base. So let's see where we pop up here. Let me see if this is a good space. Yeah, so it's behind the forest. Nobody's gonna see anything in here. Or actually, no, I changed my mind. We need this tunnel to be a little bit longer so that you can't really see into the base from the outside. So we're gonna dig this way, and then I'm gonna cover up the ceiling there. I'm gonna dig a little bit more this way, and then we can go up. And this is gonna keep the base a little bit more hidden, which is what we want. And here we are on the top. I think this is a way better place. So let's start unpacking these things. We've got our landing pad. So this is where we're gonna come in with our shuttle. So let's unpack the landing pad. I'm gonna cover this up here. Great, so we've got a place for our shuttle to land, and then we're gonna need a couple more platforms just for some storage in here. So there we go. These platforms won't have any power, but I'll connect them anyway because it looks better. We don't need power here because all we're gonna do is use them for storage. So then we can come in with the shuttle over here. We can place anything or take anything from here, and then we're gonna use the rover to get into this tunnel and into the base. Okay, so this looks pretty good. I don't want to paint this because then it would catch your eye if you were going through there, and we don't want that to happen. But we've got the little thing here, and we can use the rover is basically gonna remain here when we get in the shuttle and go to another place. And then when we come back, we're gonna get back in the rover, and then I'm gonna drive into the base again. And here we are. And now that we're in the base, we can just leave the rover here. We can unpack everything that we've brought. We can put something back on it. And then we can use this fully functional base with everything that we've got. Now I just need to get some more storage for this side and a little bit of soil. And we can start the scrap farm as well. And we can have resin on repeat here. We don't have soil for the other one yet, but we're gonna get that as well. And I forgot to bring another small printer, so we are gonna use this one here. And I'm just gonna set these to small canisters on repeat. So there we go. That should work pretty good. Alright, so we landed back here. We've got more storage. So this is how easy it gets. I just need to place these on the rover, and then we get in. And we use this tunnel to get all the way into the base. And it's actually pretty easy. It also makes the base really hidden. And then we can use this tunnel to branch off to the sides, and then we can mine into the caves. But maybe we'll do that in another video. Alright, so here we are in the base. We can go ahead and unpack the things we've got on here. But here we've got our rover inside the base. We do need some more medium storages as well, but I'm gonna craft those off camera. So as I said, the rover won't go upstairs, we'll just keep it down here. We've got our scrap farm there, we've got everything we need, we've got smelters, soil, we've got trading, we've got the events there, we've got the chemistry section, printing, storage, everything that we might need. And then we can get into the buggy and we can go upstairs. And this is the part that's on the surface. We've got all the basic stuff here, and here's all the power production as well. This is like a starter base here on top, and then we can just use the buggy to get in through the secret entrance, and that's the way we get out as well. So here we are out of the base now, and you won't really be able to see it from out here. So that's a pretty good hidden base, I'd say. It's also a natural base full of trees and hidden from the rest of the planet. We've got the outpost set up as well, so I think I've got everything done that I wanted to. So I've already unlocked the gateway chambers of Vesania. Now it's time to drill all the way into the core and unlock that too. I've got my rover all set up here with everything we need to unlock all the gates and the cores, and right next to me here you can see our hidden natural base of Vesania as well. But right now let's start digging into the core, and then we're also gonna go and do this same thing on Novus and then on Silva, and you're gonna see my strategy for unlocking all of the gates. This makes it really easy and it's gonna be extremely quick to complete everything. I also have a very special resource that we're gonna need to unlock the core of Vesania, and there's a specific resource that we need for each core, meaning for each planet, and I've got two of each of them because we are gonna need one geometric triptych to unlock the core, and then we're gonna need another one for the ending of the game. But we are almost into the core layer now, so let's keep on digging down. And here we are, this is the core layer. We can see a ton of Astroneer here, and we can even see the core down there. So I'll make my way into the middle of the core, which should now be unlocked because we've unlocked the gates up top, and you only need to unlock one of the gateway chambers in order to unlock the core and get on the inside. But I unlocked all of them so that we can use the teleporting abilities as well. Those are really helpful in the game. But let me just jump here. Gravity is really weird next to the core, so I'm having a little bit of trouble maneuvering the rover. Okay, so we are inside the core now, and we're gonna need to use the specific resource for Vesania, which is graphene. You can notice by the symbol here. This is the symbol for graphene. So if we put that in there, then we are gonna get a geometric triptych crafted in the middle here. So I can take that, and then I want one more geometric triptych because we're gonna use one right now and the other one for the ending of the game. Now we need to jump onto this wall here. Gravity changes with it, and now we are on the ceiling. And then here we need to place one of the geometric triptychs, and this will unlock the core of Vesania for us. And there we go, we also unlocked a new suit and a new dance. And we've got the core unlocked. We can now teleport to any of these on here because we've unlocked all of the gateway chambers. So let me show you how this looks. I'll just go to this one, let's say, and we can now use this to teleport wherever we want on the planet. And here we are. We can do this to go to any of the gateway chambers, and we can also head back into the core because I need to retrieve the rover, and then we can head over to Novus once we pack up everything on the rover. Alright, so I'm on the surface of Novus now. Let's go ahead and unpack everything we need. So we've got our rover, and here's where we implement our strategy. We've got everything we need right here. We've got a rover seat, we've got a drill strength 3 and a paver so that we can get through any type of terrain really. And then we're gonna need one of these right here, just some QTRTGs, and then we've got a couple small canisters. And then here's the secret. These medium generators are gonna provide all the power we need. So there we go. We've got silicone to unlock the core of Novus, and then we are gonna need one medium platform here with a smelter on it. We're gonna turn this on, and then all we need to do is find some organic so the smelter can smelt that into carbon, and then we are good to go. And now I'm gonna go and unlock all the gateway chambers, and then we're gonna go into the core and unlock that too. I just realized I didn't show you how the suit that we got as a reward for awakening Vesania looks, but I'm gonna show you all the suits in just a second because we're gonna get something different for each planet, so there will be plenty of rewards in this video. Alright, and here we go. We reached a gateway chamber. I'm gonna get these out of here, and now we need some carbon. Let me just get a little bit more organic so that we've got everything going in here. We're gonna need at least 3 of these going. We've got all 4, so we can go ahead and link this. And now we need to provide power for I think 30 seconds, and this whole thing will lower, and then we'll unlock the gate. In the meantime, I'll also get some of these fractal rose seeds because these will come handy later, and you'll see why. But I'm just gonna get a couple of these, and the gateway should be unlocked any second now. And there it goes. it's gonna light up, and we got the orb here. This came out of the ground, the odd stone, and we can see all of the gateways on this planet, which are only 2. Oh yeah, this is actually just a moon, it's not a full planet, so we only have 2 gateways on here. We had 6 on Vesania, so that was a little bit more going around with the rover and unlocking everything, but here it's gonna be pretty simple, so I'm just gonna go ahead, unlock the other one, and then I'll see you as we dig into the core. Great, so I've just unlocked the other gateway chamber as well, so we can just throw these on here, turn off the generators, and we can start digging straight down into the core of the planet. And this should be a quicker journey than on Vesania because Novus is smaller, so the core is actually closer to the surface. And as I said, we're gonna use silicone for the core of Novus. You're gonna see in just a second, but you don't need to know beforehand what resource you're gonna use to unlock the core because you've got the resource symbol on there. So basically you would have to go there, take a look at the symbol, and then go back to the surface, craft your thing at the base, and then you're gonna come back and place those. But I just didn't want to go back and forth that much, and we can go straight into the core here. Here we are, so you can see the symbol for silicone right here. It's the exact same symbol that's on the resource, and we can use this to get the triptych for Novus. There we go. Each planet's triptych is different, so we are gonna use each of them for the ending as well. And now you know the drill, we have to go onto the ceiling and then we place a triptych here. And this will unlock the core and we'll be able to teleport to and from the core. We can also teleport from one gateway to another. Oh, and we also unlocked a dance and a palette. Alright, so the exotic suit, this was for unlocking Vesania. And then we've got this palette for Vesania and this one for Novus. That's pretty nice. We also got some emotes. Let me see. So this is the dance we got for Vesania. And then this one's for Novus. That's pretty nice. So we got some cool rewards on here as well. Now let me head back to the surface, we'll pack the rover up and we'll go to Silva next. Great, so we are on Silva, I got the rover set up over here and we're gonna unlock all of the gates. Again, I'm only gonna show you how I unlock the first one and then I'm gonna do the rest off camera. So then we can get to digging straight to the core and unlocking Silva. And I have a feeling we're gonna get a cool reward for Silva as well. Let me just turn these on right now. And Silva requires very little power, we can do this with only 2 medium generators. And we are almost done with our first gateway chamber on Silva. So there we go, we've got the odd stone and we can see we've got 6 different ones over here. So I'm gonna get to work unlocking all of those and then I'm gonna see you once we have all of those unlocked so that we can go together into the core and unlock that as well.
One eternity later.
Here we are, we've reached the core of Silva. I have unlocked all of the gateway chambers on top and now all we need to do is go down into the core and then we can activate it using the specific material for Silva, which is the quartz. So here we are, I'm gonna insert the quartz in here to get 2 geometric triptychs. And there we go, we've got both of them right here. Now it's time to activate the core of Silva. And then I think we've only got 3 more planets left and we've got all of them in the whole game. So let's see, right now we are unlocking Silva. There we go, we got a new suit and a new dance and a new palette. So a ton of things. Let's see the suit. So this is the new suit for Silva. And then this is the palette we got, that's pretty nice. Now let's also see the dance. Alright, pretty cool. We landed right next to this thing, so let's go ahead and take photo. And there we go, we've got it. That's pretty nice. This is the Apollo lunar module. So we landed right next to it, and this base is gonna be a little bit more hidden than the last one. The last base on Vesania was hidden in plain sight, it was on the surface, but this one is gonna be deep in the caves. So I've got my rover right here, and I've already built this whole ramp. I have flattened a surface in the base so that we can already start building and painting it. So here we are. It's a long way down and we are pretty close to the core. We've got all the platforms that we need for this video here, but then I also want to expand it in a future video. And you can see how close we are to the core. We've got Astroneer right in the base. We can use an auto extractor on that, maybe have an automated farm there, and we've got the pylons from the core right next to us as well. That's gonna add a really cool aesthetic to the base. So this is gonna be our cave base on the Solo. I want to expand it until we reach the walls of the caves, or at least make it seem like that. But I think I've been talking enough. Let's actually get to unpacking these. First of all, we've got 3 platforms here that are facing the entrance, and these are gonna be the main things. We'll place the most important stuff here. I've got so much stuff in here that I can barely find what I need. But here we go, we've got a large printer there. Then we've got a small one and a medium one here. So there we go, we're gonna need some storage in there, but we'll add that in just a moment. This platform right next to it is gonna be for smelting stuff, so I've got 2 smelters. And we also have some portable smelters, but I just wanted these here because they look better. So I'm gonna turn them on by default. And then we can use some medium storages on here. There we go. Then on this other platform we'll get the soil centrifuges. We're gonna use these to get some of the resources that we can use with soil. And we're gonna use the rover to just mine for soil in these caves. That's gonna be pretty easy. Maybe we need another soil canister, but I'm gonna craft that in just a moment. Now let me just get some more medium storages on here. Now I'm just setting up another storage here so that we can use this for the printer platform. There we go. We should have everything we need on there. We'll add lights in just a moment as well. Now let's get on to the other platforms. So we've got 2 here right next to the entrance, and these are gonna be for storage. So if we come from the surface with something and we want to just drop it off at the base, we're gonna stop here right next to the entrance and use these storages right here. And we've got a ton of large storages that we can unpack on there. So let me unpack these. This is really satisfying. Yeah, there we go. Up next we'll have 2 platforms right in the middle here. As I said, the rover will go around them because we're gonna have small roads throughout this whole base, and this can be centered with the platform in front. And this will also be storage, so I'll go ahead and unpack all of them. Next we need the chemistry section and the trading section, but before we do that, let's get some power in the base here. Our power section will be back here. We've got a ton of space, so we can always expand it. We are gonna use tappers, of course. That's the easiest way to get power, especially in the caves here. And I got honeypots from ATROX because these provide organic the fastest. Now we are gonna need some auto arms and a couple portable smelters. Here we have the auto arms as well, so all we need to do is place them on here, and we're gonna need an organic in the selector slot there, but that should be pretty easy. I just realized I forgot to bring the tappers. I'm pretty sure I can find some aluminum in these caves so that we don't need to head back to our base on ATROX. I found some aluminum, so I'll just get them smelted and we can craft tappers on here. Here we go, we've got 1 tapper on this one, and then we can craft another for the other platform. So let me just get some medium generators. We've got 4 right here, and I should have 2 more on another side. Yeah, here they are. So we've got 6 generators in total. That should be around 54 units of power per second when they're all active. Okay, so here we have all of them. This is pretty simple. We can turn them all on. And now the generators are gonna use the carbon that we get from the tappers, and we smelt the organic, of course. So they're gonna use that and create infinite power. Basically, we can connect this to the base. I just need some extenders. Everything's connected to the base, so we've got that going. Now I should start unpacking the chemistry section, and that's gonna be over on this side. So we've got a chemistry lab and an atmospheric condenser here. Let's get some storage in as well. And then we've got a ton of gases that we can use. We're gonna get even more. Actually, I don't think the Solo has an atmosphere. I actually completely forgot that the Solo does not have any atmosphere. But whatever, we can still keep it around here. It looks good. So I'm just gonna get a couple more storages on here. I want to make sure everything is fully functional so that we can use it as an actual base. On this other side, we're gonna have our trading center. So let's go ahead and unpack all of these. I got 2 trading platforms and a large shredder. Of course, we might want to use a bigger shredder, but we're gonna do that with a scrap farm. I'm actually thinking of doing that in the next video, so make sure to let me know if you would like to see that. Oh, and I almost forgot to ask you, if you want to help out the channel, please click that like button. It does help me a lot. So here's how our trading section will look like. We've got all of these for scrap, but we don't have any scrap right now. Alright, so I think we've got everything linked now. I also forgot to mention that we are gonna unlock all the gateways on the solo in this video as well, and we've got the perfect strategy to do that with the rover. You're gonna see in just a second. But let's get this out of here and we can start smelting some of this wolframite that we got. I think we got this from digging all the way here. Oh, and we've got something to shred, so we can get our first scrap in this base. As I said, we will have a big scrap farm, maybe even an automated trade platform, and we definitely need an auto extractor for Astroneer, because as I said, we've got Astroneer right here. Now I want to paint the base. Oh, but let's just unpack some more of these first. Okay, now hold on, because this is gonna be extremely satisfying. And just like that, we've got a ton of storage right here in the middle of the base. I had a ton of fun unlocking all of these. That was extremely good. Now I'll do that for the platforms over there on that side, if we have enough. I don't think we do. We might need to get some more, but I brought more large storages than we actually needed, so let me just throw these in the back here. We are gonna use them for something else in the base. But now let's start painting, and then we can place lights as well in here. For painting, we are gonna use the inhibitor mode, and then we've got two different colors here. I want to use one for general in the base, so this is gonna be this purple, and then for the roads where the rover can go, we're gonna use this blue from Glacio. So I should start with the purple. We're gonna paint everything purple, and then we can move over to painting the roads as well. Everything's purple. Now it's time to paint the roads as well, so we're gonna switch the color here, and let's see. So the rover is gonna come in through here, so then the roads will be like a square on this side, and then we can expand them these ways, because that's where we're gonna have the expansion of the base. So I'm just gonna paint this through here, so then it will come up through this side and then in between these platforms. So we're gonna have an extension of the base on this side. We're gonna flatten even more of the surface here, and maybe we'll have the scrap farm over on this side right next to our trading. That seems pretty good. And then on this other side, we can have some other type of automated farm. Maybe, yeah, so here's the Astroneer, so we're gonna have our auto extractor there, of course. And then the rover is also going to come in between these platforms so that we can reach the big tree in the back there. So here we go, we've got it painted pretty well here. I mean, of course, the lines aren't really that exact. I could use the narrow mode, but I really don't want to. Now, before we go unlocking the gateways, let's add some lights in here, and I think I brought some. So we should just have some on each platform. I'm just gonna place them like that. We can have some tall platforms with lights maybe in the future, but for right now, this is good enough. I think we've got enough lights here. Now let's head over to the surface. This is a pretty long way to the surface, but it's worth it because the base is extremely close to the core, so we have access to all sorts of things like Astroneer, for example. And actually in the base there's pretty low gravity, so I think we can call this a low gravity base as well. I've never done one of those, so that seems pretty cool. Now what I'll do is I'll go with the rover with all of these generators, and I'm gonna connect to the gateway chambers. We're gonna provide power for 30 seconds, and then they're gonna unlock. We've got a smelter in the back so that we can get even more carbon when we need it for the generators, and it should be pretty easy to find organic. And because the Solo is a moon and not a planet, we only have 2 gateway chambers to unlock. Usually on planets there's 6 of them, so I'll just go ahead and get some more of these. And here we go, we can just connect it in here and we should have it unlocked in no time. I also gathered some more organic, and here we are, we've got it unlocked. You can see all the symbols start appearing. And now if we take a look at the odd stone, we can see the other gateways on the other side of the planet. Right now let me just get to the other gateway chamber. So here we have the other gateway as well. Let's start with the auto extractors. Being so close to the core here, we've got some Astroneer right next to the base, so we can use this to our advantage. And I'm gonna place 2 auto extractors on here. We are gonna use auto arms to automatically take the Astroneer from here. So let's just connect these up like that, and then we'll need 2 auto arms right here. Then we'll also have a platform to store all of our astronium, and I've got one of these large resource canisters, so this will be able to hold up to 400 astronium on here. Now it's also connected to power so that we can turn on our auto extractors, and you can see the green bar is completely full, so we've got a really good astronium node here. That's gonna get us a ton of astronium. Let me just turn this on like that, and we should already get a ton of astronium while we set up the rest of the things in here. Now right next to our astronium here, we're gonna have an automated trade platform. This way, when we want to, we can automate the astronium going straight into there, or we can just use scrap from our scrap farm that we will build in just a second. You can see all the materials over on that side. But then we'll also have to do something about the lights, so let me just show you really quick. We've got an XL sensor arch here that we're gonna place right in the entrance, so when we come in with the rover, all of the lights will turn on, and we've got a ton of tall platforms that we can place the lights on, so we're gonna light this thing up really nice. Now let's start unpacking these things for the automated trade platform, and this is gonna be extremely useful, especially since we are deep in the caves. We will want to trade for most of our resources, and here's where all our storage is going to be. So I'm gonna have a large storage, 2 medium ones, and then we'll have 4 medium resource canisters so that we can store whatever we are trading for. And this is all going to be automated, so that's gonna make the whole thing really quick. But talking about automation, we are gonna need some more auto arms, so let's get that. We're gonna have an auto arm right here to take the resources and place them into their storage, and then we're gonna have some other auto arms here that are gonna feed the scrap or the astronium into our trade platform. But then we also want it to live on its own, so we are gonna need some sensors on here, and we need 2 more platforms just like that, and this one will have an auto arm on it as well. Now depending on what we want to do, we can just put this like here, and then we can enable output on this, and it will take all the astronium and feed it that way. Or if we want to use scrap, then I should have another platform on here where we can place all of the medium resource canisters full of scrap that we are gonna get from our scrap farm. So for right now, I'll just leave this extra platform here so that we can use it whenever we need to. Alright, so here we go. We've got some scrap for the selector slots of these auto arms, and then we can have this one turned on in the beginning. We're gonna have a storage sensor on this one in the middle, make sure it's set to full or empty, and then we're gonna have a count repeater here that's gonna connect into there. The storage sensor should go to each auto arm and then also to this count repeater. We're gonna set this to 8 for now, and we can set this, let's say, to malachite. So this will count how many scrap we put in here. When it reaches 8, it will send the trade platform automatically, so that should work pretty good. We don't really have any scrap right now, but we will in just a second. And as I said, we can also use this with astronium. We just need to replace these scraps with astronium in there, and this should all work pretty smooth. Let me also get some food for the snails here because they are running out. Oh, and by the way, we will also unlock the core of the solo in this video, so stay tuned for that. But right now, let's head over to our scrap farm here. So we're gonna have an XL platform with the shredder on it. So let's go ahead and unpack this as well. And then we'll need some storage on it, of course. I'm going to place 2 of these large storages. And we should also get some medium resource canisters here, at least on one of them. Let me get this a little bit closer here. It's connected to power, and we're gonna use the soil centrifuge method for this. Let me just find them. We are crafting 2 platforms here because we don't have any platforms to place our soil centrifuges, but in the meantime we'll set everything else up. So let's unpack the sensor arch, and we're gonna have it right here in the entrance. This is big enough for the rover to fit through it, and we might want to have it on the ramp, or if we want to, we can have it on the ground, but I think it looks better up here. Alright, so once we get through here, then we will activate it, and we'll take it from here. We're gonna connect it to a power switch. So we will have a power switch right here, and we're gonna connect the gate to it. Now this power switch is not going to be connected to the base, because otherwise when we get out, the whole base will stop, and maybe we want something to be crafting, or maybe we're extracting astronium, the scrap farm is going. So the lights will be on a separate power grid that's gonna be controlled by this power switch right here, and the lights will be on top of these tall platforms. I've got 8 of them that we're gonna spread throughout the whole base, and each should have 4 work lights on them. So this is gonna provide a ton of light so that we can see what we're doing in here. I'm also hoping to get a really cool light up effect when we get in with the rover. We should see all of the lights turn on at once. So we've got all of these set up right here. Now all we need to do is spread them out through the base. But look at that, we've got our platforms crafted here, so we can go ahead and unpack that. We'll come back to the lights afterwards. And we're also gonna need a ton of extenders for the lights. So let's first get these unpacked, and we're gonna have the soil centrifuges on here. These will both be in the back here, and then we're gonna have another platform where we are crafting small canisters, which will then get shredded. Now let me just get some auto arms in here. So we are gonna need one auto arm for each soil centrifuge, and these will grab the resin from there. And then we'll have two other auto arms that will grab the canisters and feed them into the shredder. Great, now we need some medium storages on here, and then right at the end we're gonna have two small printers. And I realize we should move this back a little bit so that we've got enough room over there. We're gonna set these two small canisters here. We've got all the power to run the farm from our tappers in the back there, but now we need some items for the selector slots of these auto arms, and that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna use the soil centrifuge to get a little bit more resin for that. So we'll need resin for the selector slots of these ones. Now we can turn them on, and then we're gonna need canisters for the selector slots of these ones. And we can turn these on as well. Now let me unpack some medium soil canisters on here. We are of course going to use the rover to fill these up. We've got a drill and a paver, so that should be pretty easy, and we're gonna get a ton of soil really quick so that we can use that to get a ton of scrap. Now let's get back to our lights here. So first of all, let's pick a spot for each of these ones. So in the corners, that should be good. We should also have one right here. Okay, I've set up the lights throughout the base. Now we should start connecting all of them to this separate power grid here. Alright, I finally got all of them set up. They are on a separate power grid, and it's all being powered by a QTRTG here. So the switch is now on because we are inside the base. Let me just get in the rover and show you how it looks when we get out. We still have these other lights on the platforms. These will always be on, but we can take them off if we want to. Now once we get out, they will all close down. So we've got no lights, and once we get back in, we've got lights again. Now if we really want this to have more effect, we can take these other lights off, so the base will be dark when we get out, and it will light back up once we get in. Okay, so I'll take all of the other lights off, and then I'll show you how this looks. And then we can also go to the core of the planet and unlock it. Look at this, we're getting some pretty nice astronomy in here. We've already got 60 of them, so we are moving very quick there. Okay, now we have achieved a more eerie atmosphere in here, so we only have these lights. Now it looks more like a cave in here, and once we get out, those will close down as well, so we have no lights right now. And now it should look really cool once we get in and all the lights turn on. That's what I was going for, so I'll keep all of these other lights off the platforms for now. We might want to add even more of these tall platforms, but I really like how the lighting is right now. This is pretty eerie, we don't really see too far, and that's actually pretty good because we can see the end of the base, which doesn't look that pretty. I will have to paint all of this, but I'll do that later off camera. Right now I want to go into the core of the planet, and we'll get two geometric triptychs from there. So let me get some zinc. If you don't know, we need zinc to unlock the core of the Solo. It's a different material for each planet, but you probably already know that. And all I need to do here is dig down, find the way into the core, and there we have it. Now we can just slide all the way down here, and we've already unlocked the gateways up top, so the core is unlocked. We can get in here. So we are on the ceiling actually. Let me get to the floor of the core, just like that. Gravity changes on the walls, and here we are. You can see the symbol for zinc right here. That's how we know we need to place zinc in, and it's crafting a geometric triptych right here. We've got it. Now let's get another one, because we'll need one for the core and one for the ending. You probably already know the drill. Now let's go back to the ceiling, and we can place one of the geometric triptychs in here. This should unlock the core. And now we can teleport to the core from the surface, so this will make it way easier to get into the base, because from the core we can get straight into the base. It's really close. If we look at the odd stone, we can use this to teleport to any of the gateway chambers above. We've also unlocked a new visor for the Solo, this blue one, and I think we also got a new palette. So this is the new palette for the Solo as well. I don't know why it shows up as purple here. Maybe it's because of the light, because this is supposed to be gray. Yeah. So this is how it looks. Actually, it looks pretty nice in there. It's a gray with a blue. And I think we also got a new emote. Yeah, so this is the emote we got from the solo. Some really nice rewards here and an awesome base, if I should say so. That's right, we are officially finishing Astroneer. So let's get straight into it. The first thing we need to do is help Eva out with this fault finder thing. So let's go ahead and claim this mission. And we got a fault finder right here. So let's see how this works. We can use it. Oh, and that's Eva. I think I need to bring the fault finder over to this place, yeah. And now I can use it again. And we should go in this direction now. All right, I get it. So we just need to complete this fault finder. We got it again. Now we can use it. And it will send us in the direction we need to follow. And I'm guessing we'll unlock Eva once we complete this fault finder. Whoa, alright, so here's Eva. Eva, emergency virtual avatar. A new friend who seems familiar with your situation. She needs your assistance with her mission. So let me check the missions again. Okay, so this is the next mission. Hi, I'm Eva. So we're gonna need to get another fault finder, I think. Okay, so we need to read what she's saying. I get it now. Hello again. Now we can talk face to face. I need your help to carry out my mission. It is very important that you understand. I have been locked out of the control room and need access to the console. By now you should have noticed that something is very wrong. Good job. You are very observant. Here I have a new mission for you. Okay, so I think this is about the thing in the middle of the sun. So that's probably her control room. Let's see, we can track this one. Controlled firewall. Find and use a curious item. Okay, for this we're gonna use Usagi because he makes it a lot easier to find those things and any other points of interest really. And there we go, we should now see more points of interest on the map. Oh, and we found something. Let's see, yeah, so we have our curious item right here. Let's use it, and this will probably change the sky's color. Glitchy view, but yeah, that's it. We've completed the mission, now let's go back. Alright, now let's see what we've got going on here. Okay, so we received a large shuttle. Okay, we already have all of that, so we don't need it right now. So let's see, behind the curtain, travel to the sun. Okay, so this is where we're going, into the sun. Then we've also got two other missions that we're gonna have to complete here. So we're gonna investigate the unidentified satellite and complete all the cores. All we need is Glacier and Calidor now, but I've already unlocked all the gateways on those planets, so it's gonna be extremely easy for us to just unlock the cores here. But right now let's go into the sun and we'll see what happens once we get there. And here it is. We can land anywhere we want really, so let's go here. Whoa, this looks a little bit supernatural, kind of glitchy as well. So let's see what's going on here. We need to get on this platform, I guess. And we have a tooltip here. This panel contains informational data regarding the Astroneer training program and management. Alright, let's reboot this. Whoa, all the lights turned on. And we've got Eva here. Okay. So she regained access into her control room. Oh, and you can see the whole thing here. This is the whole solar system. But who is this guy? We've got a new mission. Okay, but who was that guy? So I guess this is where they control everything in here. So we are basically in a simulation. Temp file recovery, yes. Alright, so we've got a ton of lore here. That's nice, and we're gonna unlock even more there. Sunroom. And then we've got one for Novus. Oh yeah, that's right, we're gonna need some of those special seeds for Eva. So yeah, we unlocked a ton more lore, and now we can talk to her again. Please try not to be overwhelmed by this place. I know it is impressive, but you must not lose focus. The files I need to complete my mission are not here. Or they are here, but they also are not. They make no sense. We can continue conversating in your mission log. Well, I don't have a mission log here, but can I unpack a landing pad? Yeah. Okay, so we'll have a mission log on this, and then we'll be able to continue talking with Eva. So there we go, we got a QTRTG and a portable oxygenator, so that's nice. And now memory disassembly. Okay, I'm listening. So let's see. According to the system logs, Kronos' mind bank was damaged. He seeded his memories across the simulation, but they are encrypted. Are you listening? Okay, alright. And we also got some other rewards. We got 2 solid fuel thrusters, medium storage, and a small canister. Okay, that's a lot of stuff here. Okay, so now we need to harvest fractal roses from Novus and collect all the seeds. So I'm gonna do that next. Let me just pack this up and then we can go to Novus. So I'll just pick a random spot here on Novus and we can go find some fractal roses. Oh, and there are a ton right here where we landed, so that's great. We need 6 seeds, I think, so let's go. And here's the last one. We've got it. Let's complete the next mission, so I'll have to unpack this one again. And now we need to plant them on a Vesania mountain and in a Vesania valley. Well, alright, that's pretty weird, but we'll do that. We'll need to plant 3 of them here. Let's see. I don't think it likes this valley. Okay, so up here, this is a valley, that's not. Okay, pretty weird, but alright, we've got 3 of them here. So we've done the valley one, now we need to go into the mountains. Let me get back these 3 seeds. And I'm guessing on top there, that's considered a mountain. Yeah, so we can plant all of these here. And then we've got this mission completed as well. Oh, and here's Eva. Can we talk to her again? Whoa, we got a fault finder. Let's use it. I'm gonna use it again and again. And now we have it here. I think this is the last one. It says there's too much signal interference. Maybe over here. Okay. Right, now we have some of these that I think we need to bring back here. So let's check the compass. I think we need to get up there. And we got it. Now it's following us. So I think we need to get all of them and bring them all the way back to the fault finder. We've got another one on this side. Whoa, that's way up there. Right, we've got 3. I see a 4th one over on that side. Let's bring them back and see what happens. Okay. No, we actually have one more. It's all the way up there. And we got this one as well. Now let's head back, and I think that's all of them. So now we should unlock something interesting with this. Okay, so we need to use it again. And there we go. Great, we got a new mission, and now this is a fully loaded fault finder. And now I think we need to place it in the sunroom. It is now time to return to the sunroom with the memory. Alright, yeah, so we need to go to the sunroom. So let's go ahead and place this thing. I'm guessing on one of these. Oh, actually there. Alright, so we'll place it on this. And now it's doing a thing. Alright, we've got 2 more of these, so we'll probably need 2 more memories. But let's see what we've got on this control panel. Reintegrate memory, yes. We've got emergency. You can pause and read this if you want to. I will read all of them when I edit the video. Oh, and we got an LRD subject. Again, you can pause if you want to read it. I'm just gonna read it really quick here. Alright, and now we can listen to it. Makes a weird noise. Okay, this is really weird, but we can't take it from here. I don't think we can do anything else with it. So let's see what other missions we've got. Press the button to agree. Do you understand what happened? The Elysium crashed and now we are all here. Except you can only talk with me and anyone you have managed to join instances with. It is up to us to restore Kronos. Oh, alright, so that's the ship that crashed in the lore. Okay, now we can talk to Eva again. So let's see what Eva has to say. The good news is that the Elysium crew has been helping Kronos all along by activating the gateways. Good job. The bad news is that the crash has also upset the simulation. This is why it is breaking. Okay, now let's see what other mission we've got here. Press the button if you agree that this is set, but we must keep going. Alright. I thought a new mission might soften the impact. The memory you decrypted is not the only one I need to restore Kronos. We must keep looking. I am going to check planetary data. Okay, so we've got that one, and now we need to plant fractal roses on ATROX. Alright, so let's head over to ATROX then, so we can claim our rewards for these last two missions. We've got some fireworks, and we've got a ton of fractal rose seeds that we can plant here on ATROX. We also got some solid fuel thrusters. We need to place 3 of them in the dunes biome. So maybe this is it, let me just check. Yeah, alright. So we've got 3 right here. And then the other 3 we need to place in canyons. So I guess down there. And there we go, we've got 3 of them as well. And we've got Eva back. With another fault finder. So let's go ahead and use it. And there we have it. Now we need to get all of these cubes back as well. Okay, so I guess these ones are underground. Oh, and these automatically go to their thing there. So we just need to dig them up. And that's the last one. Now we should be able to activate this and get a new memory. Memory of discovery, and I'm guessing we need to bring this to the sunroom as well. Let's place this in the second one. And now we've got 2 memories. Reintegrate memory, yes. My crew. Alright, and we've also got Glacio and Calidor here. So that's great. Push the button to acknowledge that you have a mind. Alright. This is not the right memory either, but I can offer information that may be valuable, or not. Every Astroneer is unique, so I do not know what you find important. In any case, you have a mind. Congratulations, you are an advanced life form. Thanks, Eva. Now we got the Wanderer's camera. Okay. This is a memory of the one you call the Wanderer. I am sorry, but his data will not be in a state to ever leave the simulation. Do not be sad, however, you will remember him. That is also a way to keep a part of him alive. Alright, so you remember the Wanderer from the missions we did a couple videos ago. So let's see what we need to do now. Push the button once you've contemplated your existence. Do not worry, this probably will not happen to you. We must focus on restoring Kronos, however. I am certain this last missing memory will give me the information I need. I will check planetary data. Please use the time to contemplate your existence. And now we need to plant fractal roses on Calidor in 3 different spots. So I'll head over to Calidor, we can complete the mission there, we'll also get all of the seeds we need, and then we can plant all of them. Oh, and there's another really important thing, while we're on Calidor we also need to unlock the core, because we are gonna have to place all the geometric triptychs on the unidentified satellite. So let's head over to Calidor, and we'll do both missions on here. Let's start with the fractal roses, so I'm gonna claim all of these. Oh, we got a small camera here, that's nice, and fireworks as well. Let me get these roses, and I'm gonna place all of these on the shuttle so we don't lose them. So we need to place them on dunes, mountains, and caves. I'm also gonna unpack the rover in the meantime, and we've got everything we need on here. So we can just go ahead. We've got a seat here, we've got a drill strength 3 and the paver. So this should get us to the core in no time. Now let me see where we are here. Is this a biome? Yeah, so this is the dunes. We can place 3 of them here, but then we'll need to get them back because we don't have enough seeds. So let's harvest them. And we've got our 3 seeds back. Now let's go into the caves. Or actually we'll dig down there with the rover anyway. So the next one should be the mountains. So maybe this is a good spot. Yeah, alright. So we've got 3 over on this mountain. And then the last 3 will be in the caves. So let's head down there, and I'm gonna dig straight down with the rover. Actually, I almost forgot. We are gonna need the things to unlock the core with. So let me just get this on here, and there we go. While we are in the caves, I can plant these fractal roses. So we've got that mission completed. And here's Eva. I think we're gonna get another fault finder as well, so we can use it. Weak signal. Let me get back to the top, maybe here. So let's see. Let's use it on this. Okay, that works. Okay, we need to try another location again. So let's put it here. And there we go. Now we've got these fragments here. Or it's only one. So I need to go all the way there and get it. Okay. But why is it just one? And what do I need to do with it? This is weird. Also, I actually need to bring this one into a specific spot. Okay. Oh, and now this is sending me to the next one. Alright, I get it. So we get them one at a time. And we need to place them in a specific spot here. And then this one is gonna send us to another one. I think we are making a shape here out of all of these, because we've got these lines connecting them. This is really interesting here. So let's see. And this is the 5th one, I think. So that means it's the last. We've got it right here. Yeah, so we were making a shape. And I think now we can activate the fault finder. So let's use it. And this should be the 3rd memory we were looking for. So there we have it. Memory fragment Hope. So we need to place it in the sunroom. Okay, so we'll go there, but first let me just unlock the core really quick, and then we'll go into the sunroom. We'll also have our geometric triptychs for the satellite. So here we go. Here we are in the core of Calidor. Now we can go straight in there. So here we are, and we need to go on the ceiling actually to get some geometric triptychs. And of course I'm gonna get 2, and for Calidor it takes explosive powder to unlock the core. So we've got the first one. We are gonna use this to unlock the core of Calidor, and then we're gonna need the second one because we are gonna place it on the satellite that's right next to the sun. Now let's head over to the ceiling, and we can place one of the geometric triptychs here, and this will unlock the core. So there we have it. We also have a new suit, a new dance, and a new palette. So we've got everything we need from Calidor. Now let's head back up, and then we're gonna go to the sunroom next. And I'm back in the sunroom with the 3rd memory. So let's see, this one's Hope. And now we've got all 3 memories, so this should do something. Let's check this here. Reintegrate memory. Okay, so this is a plan. The printer is a lost cause. Again, if you want to read this, then make sure to pause. And now let's see, what do we need to do? Press the button to acknowledge Kronos' fancy suit. I know this sounds grim. Do not worry. Once my mission is complete, all will be well. Maybe we can even see new worlds like the prince in Kronos' favorite book. Did you wonder why he looks the way he does? His suit is much fancier than yours. Alright. I am a fox. I apologize, I think that was rude. Your suit is very practical, you wear it very well. Did you notice that I am a fox? That was also in the story. I like listening to Kronos tell it while he created me. Alright, so let's talk to Eva now. Hello, I just thought you might want a closer look. Okay, so we completed that mission as well. And now it says dance to extend fun and games time. Enough fun and games for now. We are very close to unlocking all the information I need, but these memories are the wrong ones. Dance to extend funding. Should I just dance? Okay, I guess. All right, that's weird. And we got a really interesting printer here. Is that a printer? What is this? And we got a seed. This is a fractal rose seed. Oh, and we need to plant it here. Oh, and this is gonna be the special fractal rose. This looks different than all the others. You can see by the leaves down here. Now we got some more tooltips here. Review logs. Corruption. And we've got a new planet observation as well. Now this fractal rose is complete. I read a book once about a boy and his rose. To love something so dearly means you must take both care and responsibility for it. I hope I never forget that. Kronos. What happens if I harvest this? Okay, I got a fractal rose seed, but I don't know what I can do with it now. Let's see what Eva has to say. You have been a very good friend. Okay, so let's send signal. SOS. All right, now he's coming down. Okay, so that's complete. So long. That's our new mission. Let's see in here. Collect the crown of Kronos and access Sunroom log. I have retrieved one more Kronos memory for you. It is in the Sunroom log. Thank you for helping me complete my mission. Goodbye. Alright, so let's get the crown. Unlock. Oh, and this is gonna be a cosmetic. I think we can have that now. And we've got the last log in here. This is goodbye. If you are reading this, then that means you were able to work with Eva to send our SOS to EXO. It also means that all that remains of myself has been used to power the communication system and reinforce the training program. It was my greatest joy to live with you as part of the Elysium crew, to watch you flourish and grow even when you no longer remembered my name. I have so little to leave you with, but now that I have given everything I could. This lifeboat I've created for you will hold steady now. For weeks, months, years, you will survive. And while I can no longer wait alongside you, please be patient a while longer. They will come for you. This is not the end. Until then, this world is yours. I wish the stars for you, my dearest friend. Kronos, AI Caretaker, ESS Elysium. Wow, that's beautiful. Let's see what we need. For now, fractal rose planted on Silva. I have left you one last gift hidden in the code. A backup copy I made, just in case. Take care of her for me. Kronos. So I guess we are heading to Silva next. And now we can plant this fractal rose, and I think we're gonna get Eva, or I mean a copy of her. So here we have it. We can gaze into it. Let's pet her as well. That's nice. Hello, it is good to see you again. I noticed that you are constrained by pesky things like gravity in some parts of the simulation. If you give me one of the decryption keys, my favorite food, I can temporarily break the simulation to aid you in defying the arbitrary restriction. Okay, so if we give her some fractal rose seeds, we can fly. That's pretty cool, but we don't have any seeds right now, so we're gonna have to go to the solo for that. But let me see. Alright, so we can just claim the rewards for these missions. And yeah, we got both the Kronos suit and the Little Prince cosmetic. And then all we have to do is head to Glacio and complete the last core. Let's claim all the rewards we've got here. We also have some fireworks, but I'm really interested in the suit. So we've got the Kronos suit here. And we should also have his hat, Little Prince. Do we have a new palette as well? We unlocked this on Calidor when we unlocked the core, but I don't think we have a palette as well. That would have been cool. So let's actually complete the game looking as Kronos. Let me see, what do we want here? Yeah, so we leave it like that. I'm gonna be dressed up like this for the rest of the game, and I think we've got different animations here with this suit. So let's see how the emotes look. Alright. Okay, we got some nice emotes as well, but this looks pretty cool. Now I'm gonna head over to Novus to get some Fractal Rose Seeds, and then to Glacio to unlock the core, and I'll see you there. This is the core of Glacio, so we can go ahead and unlock this too, and then we'll have all of the cores unlocked. We're gonna use Diamond for this one, and here's the Geometric Triptych. Now once we have all of these, we can go to the Unidentified Satellite and place all of them there. And then we'll really finish Astroneer. And I just really like the way I run in this suit. It's really interesting. But here we have it. This is the core of Glacio, and it's unlocked now. Just like that. Now let's head back to the shuttle, and then we'll go into the Unidentified Satellite. Oh, and one other cool thing I wanted to show you. We got some Fractal Rose Seeds, so let's feed these to Eva. And actually, let me get the hoverboard out of here. And now if we double tap, we can fly. So this is pretty amazing. Now if we also have the hoverboard, if we double tap, we fly on the hoverboard. So that's cool as well. So yeah, once we feed Eva some of these Fractal Rose Seeds, we can fly for basically 10 minutes, I think, or 5 minutes. So that's a really cool superpower we have now whenever we want. I think it's pretty safe to say Eva is amazing. Now we are traveling to the Unidentified Satellite, so let's see how this one looks. Okay, it's a little bit sideways. Let's go ahead and land over here. And alright, so this is where we're gonna place all of the Geometric Triptychs. Okay, so this is cool. We've got one of these odd stones here, so we can gaze into it, and we'll be able to go to all the planets because we've unlocked all of the cores. So this will teleport us into the core of the planets. Right now, let me just place the triptychs. Actually, I think I need to make them in the right order. So let me see. That's that one. Then here's this one. And something's happening here. Okay, we got some light going around. Okay, let's match all of these, and then we'll unlock something cool, I guess. So that's there. Okay, we keep getting more and more of these light circles. So let's get the last Geometric Triptychs here. So here we go, and this is the last one. Now we should have all of the circles in here. And I think these are actually the orbits of the planets. Now what do we need to do? Let me check our mission log. Activate the Unidentified Satellite. Alright, so how do we activate it? Oh, this is not the right one. Okay, so I inverted two of these. This one needs to be here and this one here. Okay, now we have it. We've got an odd stone here and we can activate it. Alright. We unlocked some cool things here. We've got a new suit, a dance, and pallets. And then there's something weird happening here. Oh cool, we've got the space station from the beginning of the game. Oh cool, we can see inside now. Oh, there's a burrito. That's nice. But what does this mean? Purple. Okay, that's cool. So that's Astroneer. Basically what happened at the end there is we could escape the simulation with it or go to another system or whatever, but we decided to remain here. So basically the game started again and we got sent in a shelter back where we started. And yes, actually we started this whole series on ATROX with no shelter, as you can see. Let me see if we've got any other mission. No, so we just need to claim the rewards for this one, and that's gonna be it. So that's the end of Astroneer, and we finished it as we started on ATROX. I hope you enjoyed this playthrough. This was the ATROX series. I certainly enjoyed it a lot, and I'm looking forward to other series in the future. Make sure to let me know if you have any cool ideas for challenges to complete Astroneer with a specific challenge, starting on a specific planet, anything like that. So that's it for the ATROX series playthrough. I've been Games for Life, and I'll see you next time. Cheers, Astroneers!